to hold the armful of Oppo through that corner as well. Into the final sector of the lap, taking a big wide berth at turn 10 into turn 11. And again, just having to fight the car every inch of the way. More counter-steering than steering at parts, seemingly. Putting the power down in 4th gear, shifting up from 3rd there to try and make sure he didn't have too much power, but even still, such a difficult time getting the power planted down on these wet tyres around the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. One last corner, one last bite of oversteer from the car on turn-in. It is a very difficult thing getting this right in these conditions. We don't always see it, Andrew, from an external view, but that onboard lap there gives a really good impression of quite how much work these drivers are doing at the wheel.
A lot of work, not just in terms of their inputs of the steering, but managing the gears as well. They say very low revs for a good amount of that lap. You could see the number of times that Simon was finding 3rd, 4th, and the rears were just lighting up. So the drivers will be hoping that they don't have to deal with that today. But again, those clouds over the circuit looking a bit threatening at the moment. But weather can be a little bit unpredictable around here. We did have a few skirts with some showers yesterday, but thankfully it didn't hit the circuit too hard.
Not too hard, no. We had a couple of reports of rain from our camera ops and from Izzy down on the grid, but it never got to the point where we needed the wet tyres. Now, this race has been declared wet. The circuit doesn't look as treacherous, certainly, as that onboard from Simon Trans. And our thanks to Simon for sending that over to us so we could use it on today's broadcast. He's one of very few drivers I've ever encountered in junior single-seaters who is really his own social media delegate. And he is quite the young man. And thank you very much, Simon, for that footage. Hopefully he can take the start today, of course. Unfortunately, didn't get the opportunity to race yesterday after having a moment at turn 12. Incidentally, I asked him about that. If you joined us yesterday, you'll remember that we had 2 formation laps because Simon found himself stranded in the gravel trap, and he held his hands up and said, look, I didn't get it right into turn 12, so coming through turn 12, did a burnout that I'd done on the previous lap, but took a little bit too much speed on the burnout, ended up in the gravel, easily done. Of course, sometimes it also happens in these situations as well, where maybe someone is a bit slower than you expected, and you end up weaving off the circuit. But he said, no, it was all me. I gave him the opportunity to blame someone else, and he didn't take it. So, honest man.
Yeah, that's a very grown-up way of looking at it, really.
Yeah.
I think for a driver to put their hands up, particularly at this level, and say, yeah, it's a learning experience, and he'll move on and hopefully have a good race here this morning. Drivers heading down pit lane, awaiting the instruction to allow them to start their reconnaissance laps. Looks like pretty much everyone is on a treaded wet tyre, and I think it's a good time for us to go through and have a bit of a recap of where we are in terms of the championship. So, Gabriel Gomez leads, 182 points on the board. However, if you were with us yesterday, not a good day for Gabriel Gomez. Problems getting away from the grid. A DNF for the championship leader that gave the opportunity to Finn McLaughlin and Leo Robinson to close the gap in terms of those championship points. Both of them did. However, with Robinson winning yesterday and McLaughlin finishing second, McLaughlin was a little bit closer to Gomez before that race in those championship points. It's left us with a pretty straightforward scenario of both McLaughlin and Robinson being on 133 points. The scenario is simple. If any driver except Gabriel Gomez is going to be champion today, they have to win both races. A second place in either of today's 2 races for McLaughlin or Robinson, and that is it for their individual hopes of championship glory. So it's in kind of the mentality of it, Adam. I do find that an interesting scenario. I think if he'd had a situation where McLaughlin had won yesterday, Robinson second, Robinson would have been out of the championship, and one high-tech going for the championship versus the US Racing entry of Gabriel Gomez. But with 2 high-techs going for it, there's going to be a bit of intra-team rivalry, is there not, as to who's going to be pushing Gomez all the way. And Gomez himself, if he gets a 6th place in this next race, it's all for nothing anyway for the high-tech boys. Gomez would be champion.
So higher than 7th, and it's done. And he's starting from, what, 8th on the grid for this one. So he's in a fairly good position. And obviously yesterday was a misfire for him, but it was the first misfire of the season for Gabriel Gomez. To that point, he had scored nothing but podiums all throughout the season. Yes, sometimes he was 4th on the road, and penalties changed the order a little bit, but Gomez has been on a rich run of form in the Formula One Series in 2025. And with that hopefully behind him, the issues on Saturday, he can now focus ahead to Sunday. I think we are going to have here some interesting changes to the order as this race goes on. We've got Leo Robinson on pole position, so he's exactly where he needs to be to try and conserve any hope of the championship. The car alongside him, though, might be a bit of a wild card. Artem Severikin, who's been pretty solid in the rain. All of the Yenza cars have looked very good in the wet conditions this weekend. He's in 2nd place. Then you've got Kabir Anurag, who, of course, got 2 podiums last time out at Aragon, and of course a podium yesterday in race 1 here at Barcelona. He will be keen for another victory. Finn McLaughlin, of course, he's got work to do. He's 4th on the grid, so if he wants to preserve his championship hopes, again, he has to win, so he will be keen to move up. And a word to Javier Herrera on his first weekend in the series. I'm certain, I think his first weekend in cars, generally speaking, and the number 24, 5th on the grid.
Yeah, really good performance from Javier yesterday in wet conditions for both of the qualifying sessions. This grid set by times, the 2nd fastest times for each individual driver in the first of the 2 qualifying sessions. Race 3's grid will be set by, or has been set by, qualifying 2. But with all drivers on the grid going through their procedures ahead of this 2nd race of the weekend for the Formula Winter Series, let's head down to the grid for the first time today and to Izzy Browning.
Yes, indeed. Welcome down to the grid for the first time today. Of course, the Formula Winter Series first race of the day about to begin. And as the boys have already kind of walked you through, the championship could be decided in this race, but it requires Finn McLaughlin or Leo Robinson to not win the race. So any other driver wins the race and the championship goes the way of Gabriel Gomez, who is starting in 8th place. So a little bit further down the grid, but potentially a little bit of pressure off his shoulders. We've already got the 5-minute board, so we are going to continue back. I will say just a little weather update. Very wet down here on the grid. We did have a bit of spitting earlier, but for now it's stopped. So not currently raining. I am going to come and speak to our pole sitter, potentially for the final time this season. Well, Leo, a win yesterday. I'm not sure if you're aware, but today you need to win this race again to stay in the championship, but I'm sure that actually what's on your mind is just going out there and having a good race.
Yeah, to be honest, I just want to go out there and win different conditions as it was yesterday, so I want to prove to everyone that I can do it in both.
How's the track looking out there? Obviously, you've just done the reconnaissance lap to the grid. How slippy is it feeling out there?
It's wetter than we thought. It might dry towards the end of the race. We don't know, we might have to save the tyres a bit, but it's probably a bit like quali was.
All right, best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we're going to continue back because the number 23, this is the highest starting spot on the grid all season for Artem Severikin. And as Adam said, could make things kind of tricky for the number 6 of Leo Robinson. That championship is going to be a talking point the whole way through the race. But for the drivers that aren't in the championship, last day of school, have a little bit of fun out there, take some risk and see what they can do. So highest starting point of the season for Artem Severikin, and this man alongside has had a fantastic second half of the season, the number 19 of Kabir Anurag, and has a potential chance to make things interesting for his good friend Gabriel Gomez. Kabir, final day of the season. Now, the guy ahead of you needs to finish the race in P1 in order to take the championship. I know you're very good friends with Gabriel Gomez, so you'll probably be wanting to steal a win to help him out, but also to end your season on a high.
Yeah, like I feel like everybody who's watched my races, I just want to win. It's no question. Of course, there's external factors, but my goal is to get in front and get the win.
How crucial is the start going to be here? Obviously very slippy down here this morning, but a very long straight and a long run to turn 1.
Yeah, definitely start will be important. I think it's just about knowing what works for the start and doing the best I can for it.
All right, better luck. Have fun out there. We'll continue back. Now, incidentally, Finn McLaughlin alongside has actually already taken the rookie championship. So he is the rookie champion for 2025 in the Formula Winter Series. And I just spoke to his dad on the grid and said, you are the rookie champions already. But of course, their mind is on the overall championship. I would say that it's an outside chance. Obviously, they do need to win the race. But of course, Finn very, very good in these conditions. So anything can happen. And this is the number 24 of Javier Herrera, obviously a first weekend in the Formula Winter Series, joining us. A disappointing result in race 1 yesterday, but a chance once again to give it everything today. And as I said, these drivers will be giving it everything as their final day racing in the Formula Winter Series. We'll continue back to see the number 21 of Bart Harrison. Now, I'm not going to speak to Bart because, as I've said, I feel I've cursed Bart a little bit because every time I speak to him on the grid, his race doesn't go the way that he wants it to. So we're going to leave him be and hope that he has a better race today. But we'll keep on continuing back. Last chance to see these cars. So the number 3 of Maximilian Popov, who had a fantastic start to the season but has had a difficult run of form, not being on the podium for a few races now, which at one point in the season would have been funny to say because he was taking a podium every weekend. And here is our championship leader, the number 78 of Gabriel Gomez. As we've already said, Leo Robinson or Finn McLaughlin need to win. If they don't, this man is champion. We'll see what happens.
Are we about half an hour away from deciding a champion in the Formula Winter Series? We might just be. It'll be a couple of minutes before these cars roll on their formation lap. They've had a sighting lap already of the circuit, so they know what challenge awaits them today at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. High-tech TGR's Leo Robinson is our pole sitter for this race. This grid, as we've alluded to, set by the second fastest times from Quali 1, and Robinson needs to win this race to have any mathematical hope of taking the championship into the final race. Artem Severikin is second on the grid, has been good in the wet so far this season. Let's see what he can do from the front row for the first time. Kabir Anurag third on the grid for Us Racing. He is alongside Finn McLaughlin, who's in the exact same boat as Leo Robinson, both on the same point score as well. Win and you're in for the final race of the year for Finn McLaughlin. Javier Herrera, the rookie in his first weekend in the Formula Winter Series, starting from 5th on the grid alongside Bart Harrison. The Yenza cars looking very strong this weekend. Maximilian Popov in 7th on the grid for Van Amersfoort Racing. He is alongside Gabriel Gomez. If Gomez finishes 6th or higher, the championship is over. Let's see if he can get there. Davide Larini, for the second race in a row, starts within the top 10. He was 4th on the grid yesterday, managed to convert that into P5. He'll be looking for more points today, alongside Maxime Rim in 10th. 11th on the grid, Thomas Behrman, who has a good starting position for race 3 later on. He is alongside Luca Samalisto, who we welcome back to the paddock for the first time since Portimao. Dante Vinci, 13th on the grid. A good starting position for him. Andrea Dupe alongside in P14. In 15th position, it is Andrea Kostic from Us Racing. He is joined by Viola Formula Racing's Ludovico Busso, new team and new driver to the paddock for this weekend. 17th on the grid, the man we rode on board with at the top of this broadcast, Simon Trant, who will again, I'm sure, be counter-steering his way around the circuit, as they all will. Alexander Rutter for Van Amersfoort Racing this weekend, switching over from Cram for his final weekend of the season. Peyton Westcott, the first of the female trophy drivers. She is alongside yesterday's winner in the class, Emily Cotti. That car has now won 8, of course 7 with Nina Hardeman within the female trophy before this weekend. Matilda Putz is next in 21st. She's alongside Enia Fry in 22nd. He'll be disappointed as he knows that Jenser car underneath him is quick this weekend. Kirill Kutskov lines up 23rd alongside Elia Lewis-Weiss. In 25th on the grid, it's Theo Borenstein with Jan Köhler for Maffei and Us Racing respectively. Ginevra Panzeri and Cornelia Olkutska round out the 28-car starting grid for this race. Quickly then, Andrew, we've only got a few corners. What do you think is going to happen here? Who do you think might throw a spanner in the works for our front row starters?
I think Kabir Anurag.
Okay.
I'll say it again, since he took his first win of the season at Aragon, he's been like a changed driver. Very cool, very calm and collected. Spoke to him yesterday before the podium and asked him about his progress, and he said he simply used too much of his tyres yesterday to challenge the front two, but he'll have learnt from that, and he could be his best friend to his teammates Gabriel Gomez, because that's a very simple way of deciding this championship. If Kabir Anurag wins this race, it's done. It's Gomez's title. What we do know is that we will be down to a maximum of 2 drivers in the championship by the end of this race. Very simple. Robinson and McLaughlin can't both win this race, so someone's going out of the championship bid. Both of them could go out of the championship bid if it's any other driver who wins this race. But 28 drivers on the grid here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We're all ready, Adam, for Formula Winter Series race number 2.
Well, let's see how this one unfolds. The green flag waves at the back of the field. The 5 lights go on and they are off. We're underway and racing. It looks like just about everybody has gotten off the line this time around. Robinson again with a quick start. I think Finn McLaughlin also got a good launch there. It will be Leo Robinson that leads the way into the first corner. Severikin's been swallowed up a little bit by a few people, including his teammate Bart Harrison, but it is Robinson from McLaughlin, your top 2. In 3rd place, looks like it is going to be Anurag, although he's under some pressure from Harrison. We've got a few cars peeling across the runoff area there, including Lucas Samalisto from Us Racing. I think all drivers have got through the first couple of corners in one piece. Where is our number 78 car? I think he's actually dropped some places, hasn't he? Yes, there is the 78 in the midst of the field. I think he may well be outside the top 10 now. Gabriel Gomez is either out of the top 10 or in 10th place. One way or the other, he's dropped back.
He has dropped back, and remember, it's 6th place that he needs in this race to win the championship, irrespective of what the 2 high-techs do across the course of the next half an hour. And right now, it's a high-tech 1-2 with Robinson leading from McLaughlin, side by side there between Javier Herrera in the 24 for Jenser Motorsport moving through. But again, for Gomez, long race. Oh, as out there is his Panzeri, Ginevra Panzeri for AKM Motorsport out on lap 1. And the question now will be, Adam, is that in an area of the circuit that might mean a safety car? We have seen that happen across the course of the weekend. We have on yellow indeed. Yes, safety car deployed at the end of lap number 1. Yellow flags out, race is neutralised.
Okay, there was a lot of moving and shaking going on as the safety car came out there. Still, I think some not quite getting the memo, but they've got to get themselves into single file order. So for Finn McLaughlin, that first lap has gone about as good as it could possibly go. I think he knows that Leo's always a good starter, so I'm not sure he'd have expected to get past him, but he's up to 2nd place. Leo Robinson is also, of course, exactly where he needs to be. One of them would need to win the race in order for the championship to extend into race number 3. Where is Gomez in the order? He is P10. So Gomez is just on the fringes of the top 10, and he is not in the position he needs to be to win the championship if those 2 at the front end up, or one of those 2 at the front ends up winning. Kabir Anurag 3rd, Bart Harrison is 4th, Artem Severikin is 5th position, ahead of Javier Herrera, his rookie teammate. So Herrera had a good first lap, managed to stay within the top 10, running 6th place. He got rather rudely pushed out of proceedings early doors yesterday from a good starting position. Popov 7th, Davide Larini in 8th, then it's Rim, and as we mentioned, Gabriel Gomez few drivers moving through the order well. Simon Schranz up to 15th place. Emily Cotti has moved up to 18th. She now leads in the female trophy. Peyton Westcott, unfortunately, dropped down to 24th from the 18th spot on the grid, so she's lost a few places there in the early running. But everybody, sans Ginevra Panzeri, still out there on the circuit. A fairly clean, by the standards of these conditions, a fairly clean first lap of the race.
Indeed, so there is the stranded number 12 of Panzeri. Great work from the marshals and safety crews to get that car out of the gravel in a short while. So right now in terms of championship, Robinson would still be in, McLaughlin would be out. It's as simple as that for both Robinson and McLaughlin. If either of them are to overhaul Gomez's current score in these point standings, they need to win both races. As any second places, third places, etc. would not be enough. We should also remember that there's a point for fastest lap in this race as well, and also the fact that yes, Gabriel Gomez hasn't had the start that he would have wanted at the start of the day, Adam, but he's still getting another point. It's still just another bit more, a step closer towards the title bid. So even if he doesn't get that 6th place in this race, a 7th or 8th, that'd be pretty useful as well.
And, well, moreover, he's in the race, which is more than could be said for yesterday.
Oh, yes.
So he will be feeling at least a little more positive than he did yesterday. Brief aside, while we're under safety car conditions, the thought struck me like a truck just now. That Nissan GTR at the front of the field, that stands a chance of being older than some of the drivers in this grid. Isn't that a horrible thought? 2007, if you're keeping score, when the GTR came to be. So
let's move on from that one, mate.
Let's move on from that thought. But yes, it struck me just now, and I couldn't help but share. We are then 25 minutes, within 25 minutes of the clock hitting 0. Of course, we have an extra lap tacked onto the race from there. Of course, as Izzy alluded to, it is very slippery out there. I don't think we're at any risk of seeing frantic tyre changes during this race. Car 12 was rescued by the marshals and will not be allowed to rejoin the race, says the bulletin from race control. Basically, she was helped out of the gravel, therefore she must withdraw from the race. Ginevra Panzeri, not the race she would have wanted today, but AKM will be very happy with their other driver, Davide Larini, who again is representing them in the top 10, heights that they've scarcely seen this season in the Formula One Series. A top 5 finish yesterday. Larini, of course, who has, I think, probably, if not the most F4 experience on the field, then right up there. He's done a lot of F4 racing at this point, but it looks like he's starting 2025 with a very good stride indeed. Yeah,
it's a good performance so far from Larini so far this weekend, and good for AKM Motorsport as they continue to expand their operations. A lot of experience in karting, of course, and continuing to get better and better as they run more races, get more data, both in F4 and GT categories as well. There is the number 12 of Ginevra Panzeri. Will be withdrawing from this race, has received outside assistance and will go no further in this one. But we'll, fingers crossed, to see the number 12 out again later in race number 3. Wouldn't be surprised on this at this point of the race, Adam, if we see, yes indeed, safety car in this lap. The track is cleared, great work by the marshals, and now Leo Robinson will set about a very important stage of this race, getting the preparation of these tyres done right and breaking away, if possible, from teammate Finn McLaughlin. Kabir Anurag there in 3rd place has got a big role to play in this one, and Bart Harrison, still looking for that first podium of the season, is right there in 4th place. A very good spot to pick up any spoils, should there be drama between the top 2.
Kabir Anurag might need to be a little bit careful here with the strategy he's taking. Kabir has an issue. I was going to say he needs to not be holding up the field like that. I thought it was intentional, but he's pulled up at turn number 9. Kabir Anurag, they may have to continue the safety car with this, because Kabir is now stranded on the inside of the exit of turn number 9. That car was ailing. I thought he was just trying to get some temp into the tyres. Safety car will continue, so we're not going to go back to green flag this lap. But rotten luck again for Kabir Anurag. Not the first time unfortunately, that technical issues have taken him out of a strong position this year.
Real shame for Kabir Anurag, and that will be a bit of a blow, at least for Kabir's chances of moving up the final championship standings. He can't win the championship. He definitely can't win the championship now, of course, as he's waving to the marshals to try and get some help, and now looks to be getting out of the car. That is it. That is Kabir Anurag and Us Racing's number 19 out of this race. No podium today, Adam.
No podium today. He has 25 points back to Maximilian Popov, who now be running 6th in the race, with Kabir pulling aside. So there is the potential for Popov to put himself in a position here where he could usurp Kabir Anurag. He can't do it in this race, but he will bring himself, as it stands, quite a bit closer to Kabir, around a dozen points or so, I think, if things stay as they are. So that is an interesting little wrinkle there. In fact, it'd be more like 18, 19 points right now. But if Popov can continue to move up the order, he might well be within about a dozen coming into the final race of the year. For Popov, it's an opportunity for a championship podium, I suppose.
And another thing that changes is it does help out Gabriel Gomez.
It does.
He's got an extra championship point now for standing in 9th place. So yes, he needs a few more points just to tick over and basically get his score beyond what Robinson or McLaughlin can potentially achieve. And remember, we've got that fastest lap point at the moment. It's fairly irrelevant at the moment because the fastest lap is a 3-minute 1.967 from the very start of the race. But is a little glimmer of good news for the championship leader there in car number 78. And also the fact that he's got a teammate in front of him in Maxime Rem. Now, I'm not suggesting that there would be any team orders with Us Racing, but there is an opportunity there to make things a little bit easier for the Brazilian. And hopefully this time we will see the safety car in this lap. We've just had the notification that second time in this period that is the plan for the restart of this race.
Yeah, so a 49-point buffer for Gomez coming into this one. There will be 26 points left to score at the conclusion of this race. So that's the kind of magic number for Robinson and for Finn McLaughlin. 26 left on the board, and if they are obviously at 26 or within, then maybe they can do something about it. For Leo Robinson, of course, and for Finn McLaughlin, they both have to, well, one of them, if they want to stay in the championship hunt, has to win this race. McLaughlin will be trying hard. Yesterday, of course, in the dry conditions, it looked a bit like Finn McLaughlin's car was working against him at times. It looked very tail happy, but also not very good on turn-in either. In the wet conditions, I'm sure the car will be running a totally different setup. He was still an aggressor towards Robinson in that race yesterday. We'll see how he does in the wet conditions. So then, Bart Harrison is 3rd, Artem Severikin is 4th, Javier Herrera rounding out the overall top 5 as they return to racing action here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Robinson has pulled the pin well ahead of schedule, and we are back to racing speeds once more. All of them, of course, taking that wide line around turn number 14. And there's the snake down the straight, the red lights, the rain lights showing where they're going. Quite a hypnotic sight there as we get back to racing. Looks like Artem Severikin feeling the pressure there from Javier Herrera in the all-Yenza battle for 4th and 5th place. Maximilian Popov involved in that one as well. The cars emerge from the spray at the end of the main straight. Looks like just about everybody is holding station, including in the lead, Leo Robinson.
Good start there from Leo Robinson, nice and calm, no mistakes at this stage from the youngster in the lead. High-tech at the moment. Where is Gomez through the spray? He's still there behind Maxime Rem in the number 71. Down the inside, Thomas Behrman on the move, having a look to try and get past Andrea Dupe and Lucas Samalisto in everything that's going on there. Davide Lurini fighting with Maxi Popov. And I tell you what, Behrman could be a bit of a spanner in the works for Gomez, because the young Briton is looking pretty quick off this restart, heading towards turn number 7. Larini has a slight defensive line in and through turn 7. A little bit further down the order, Alexander Reuter's lost a couple of positions. Emily Cotti and Kirill Kutskov have got through into 16th and 17th places respectively. So more good performances there from Emily Cotti. Hasn't been part of the series earlier on in the season, but it's got a lot of experience from the British karting scene. Behrman having a look down the inside of Gomez into turn number 10. He really is on the move, Adam.
Yes, he is. Behrman side by side here with Larini and Gomez. 3 wide, and there was a little bit of contact at least, I think, there. Gomez around the outside now then of Thomas Behrman, who, as you said, was on the move. He's moved up from 12th on this lap. And now Gomez, I think, will be just counting his lucky stars that if he was clipped there, that the car seems to be A-OK. They come across the line then with David Larini there now in 8th position. Gomez still in 9th, but Behrman up into the points-paying places. And critically at the front, 2.7 seconds between Robinson and Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin isn't trying to get past the leader. He's trying to hold on to 2nd place. Larini giving way, well, not giving way, but being forced to give way to Gabriel Gomez for 8th.
So Gomez down the inside taking 8th place. That would give him 4 points. So that would be enough as well. Yeah, 4 points would be enough to get Gomez into a position, a score of 186. The max possible for Robinson and McLaughlin is 185. So Gomez edging towards championship winning position now. So that's just an update. When we said 6th earlier, it's actually a little bit less. It's just those 4 points required. And remember, there's still that fastest lap point to play with as well, which at the moment is going in the direction of Leo Robinson. Incident between cars 4, 31 and 38 to be investigated around the restart. So that's going to be Emily Cotti, Kirill Kutskov and Alexander Reuter. Those 3, and we didn't know that there was some overtaking between those 3 quite early on. Maybe it was a little bit too early before the safety car line. There is Finn McLaughlin, 2nd place at the moment. Very much looking on course, Adam, to be top rookie here. We know that that's ultimately not what he's looking for. He's looking for as high a position up in the overall standings as possible. But the Irishman running well here, but needs to find something big, you feel, between now and the end of this race if he's going to continue that overall championship bid.
So then, if Leo Robinson retains the race lead and the fastest lap of the race, which is his current situation, he'll be on 159 points at the end of this race, whereas if Gabriel Gomez remains in 8th position, he has 186 points. That is 27 points. Therefore, as it stands, Gabriel Gomez is in position to win the Formula Winter Series in this race as it stands. 27 would be the gap right now. 26 is what's left to score. So right now in 8th place, Gabriel Gomez has done enough. Not P6, P8 as it currently stands for Gabriel is going to do the trick. But let's see if that holds water for the rest of the race. Who's going wide there? That's Maxime Rim in his number 71 car, a slightly alternative line. Thomas Behrman taking to the inside now of Gabriel Gomez. There's a spoiler in the party for the driver of the 78. That drops him to 9th. That drops him down to 2 points scored. And that, as it stands, wouldn't quite cut it to win the championship.
But no panic, not completely out of it yet, and in a way, tucked under the rear axle of Thomas Behrman might not be a bad place to be for the course of this race, because there's some good pace there for the high-tech number 7 car in the hands of Thomas Behrman. And I know it's a very cliche thing to say, but British driver in wet conditions, usually pretty useful. If Behrman's pace can continue, maybe that is the way that Gomez can just drift himself back towards those higher points paying positions. Other changes further down the field. Theo Borenstein has got through past Peyton Westcott for 23rd position. Now we've still got 26 cars running out there. Gabriel Gomez, who's won many a title throughout his karting career, looking to add his first major single-seaters title to his CV. I tell you what, Behrman's pace is really good at the moment. He's pulling away from Gomez now, over the line to complete another lap. Still in the 1:59s for Leo Robinson. The drivers behind all in the 2-minute somethings. Gabriel Gomez on a 2-minute one, although that was whilst he was being overtaken, that we should consider as well. 11.5 minutes to go, plus that one lap. If the title's going to be decided in this race, Adam, it's properly in the balance.
Yes, well, as it stands, the answer is no. Gomez would need to move forward, wouldn't he? It would be 25 points between them if things finished right now. So Robinson would still have a shot, but it would be a shot that requires a victory and a fastest lap point. So still a very tricky, precarious position here for Leo Robinson as it stands. He's doing everything right, though, at the front of the order. A 1:59.6 last time, as you said, the only driver under that 2-minute barrier. It is Finn McLaughlin still in second place. It's also Finn McLaughlin leading the rookie trophy ahead of Severick and Herrera in those standings. 3 rookies within the top 5. As it stands. Quick update on the female trophy. It is the number 4 car from High Tech in the lead of that class, Emily Cotti, about 3 seconds clear, with 2 cars between herself and Matilda Putz for AS Motorsport. Behrman continuing on. He's actually was outpaced on the last lap by the 2 cars directly ahead of him, but we'll see how his pace develops. Bart Harrison is really making life hard, meanwhile, in the battle for second place with Finn McLaughlin.
Indeed. Well, right now, the curse of Issy Browning not hitting Bart Harrison. Has he been in this position before? Can he execute across the course of the next 10 minutes to get that first podium? Could it be even more? Because he's really hassling the rear axle of Finn McLaughlin. Now Finn McLaughlin having to go from side to side, trying to break the toe down into turn 1, making sure that the braking is done correctly, and McLaughlin runs a little bit deep in through turn 1, looking for that wet racing line. This has been a good performance yet again from Bart Harrison, also looking to move himself up those final standings. The question is, in these tough conditions, it's so hard to get the cars stopped whilst it's slippery, and then you consider that you've got Finn McLaughlin ahead of you, who said at Aragon has a pretty good feel underneath him when it comes in those braking zones. Finn McLaughlin's not going to be easy to overtake here.
No, absolutely not. Anything but for Finn McLaughlin in the number 5 high-tech TGR machine, of course, wearing those colours from Red Bull, part of their Junior Academy ladder now, Red Bull Junior team, and of course picked up immediately from karting into the Red Bull Juniors ahead of his debut in single-seaters, which came here in the Formula Winter Series at Portimao. Easy to forget that he is just 6 weeks into his car racing career. He has been very measured and very promising at the wheel of that car. The number 5, Finn McLaughlin, though, under immense pressure from Bart Harrison, of course, has a bit more F4 experience to his name, having competed last year in the British Formula 4 Championship. Harrison doing everything he can to keep Finn looking through the mirrors. Severikin and Herrera make it, of course, 3 Yenza cars in the top 5. A really good showing from Yenza. I must say, it does look like Severikin is broken free from Javier Herrera a little bit. He might be on the back of this second place battle very shortly. Might
be indeed. A little bit further down the order, update for you. Lucas Amalisto has got past Simon Schanz for 12th place, so he's back to where he started. It's a good move up through the field from Simon Schanz. As Harrison having a look again. Down the middle of the road goes McLaughlin. There's a move further back as Maxi Popov's having a go at Javier Herrera. Harrison's not done with McLaughlin yet as they approach turn 3. Really sideways moment there as there's a spinner in the background on the exit of turn number 1, and it's Popov. Popov has gone round and almost a repeat of what we saw yesterday, Adam.
And Gabriel Gomez, therefore, is back into championship winning position, 8th place. In fact, he's gone past Maxim Rim on that lap, so he's now up to 7th place with Maximilian Popov falling through the order. So Gomez is now actually in a pretty comfortable place, all told. 6 points scored. That will definitely win him the championship. It'll be a 30-point margin as it stands.
Good stuff there
from
29. From Gabriel Gomez to say. He's doing what he needed to do throughout this whole race. Just take it nice and calm. Let the race come to him in terms of that championship scenario. He's got a bit of a buffer now. He'll want more just to cover any eventualities, like a silly plus 5-second penalty or anything like that, as we have gone to safety car. Yes, we have. As all Behrman's off. Behrman off the road, and that's going to be another position for Gabriel Gomez. Well, we said a nice solid 6th would do the job for Gomez before this race, and that is now exactly the position that he's in. But what happened there to Thomas Behrman?
It's very strange. That would have been just as we went under safety car. He ended up skating wide there. Very strange set of circumstances there for Thomas Behrman. He came back out there ahead of Lucas Amalisto, so he'll be down in 11th position now, only therefore losing losing a few places actually, because he was 7th, of course, coming into that lap. So yes, Gabriel Gomez now up to 6th position. Safety car now picking up Leo Robinson with 5 minutes and 35 seconds of the race left to run. Hopefully Popov is a fairly easy recovery since he's actually on terra firma rather than in the gravel. But Robinson once again with a late safety car restart to manage, and those have swung against him once or twice this season. Of course, he has great pace today, so it shouldn't be as big of a factor as it was at Portimao at the season opener, the very first race of the season, where he effectively, as he told us on the live stream, got to the first corner, turned in and went, oh, I haven't got the tyres underneath me. And that's what Gabriel Gomez saw as well. Managed to get through to win his first race of the season on that day. For Finn McLaughlin, though, in 2nd place, it's going to take, frankly, a sudden uptick in pace for him to try and challenge for this race win. And of course, with that race win would come a continuation of McLaughlin's championship bid if he manages to get himself around Robinson. Incidentally, while we are talking championships, Finn McLaughlin, of course, is already the rookie trophy champion, but he has been quite open about the fact that that has not been his objective at any juncture.
No, he wants to be as high up that final overall order as possible. Right now he would be slipping back into 3rd place with this tremendous performance so far this weekend from Leo Robinson. And just to confirm, yeah, we've got 24 cars remaining, or maybe 25. Where's Ania Fry gone? Because Ania Fry hasn't come over the line yet. Just hear him going over the line now. Yes, so we have still got 25 cars running. Should be enough time, I would think, Adam, to get us green again. There is a fairly disappointed Maxi Popov. It has not been his weekend, Adam.
Maximilian Popov was in a collision with Javier Herrera, it seems, because they're under investigation for an incident. In fact, no further action on the incident. So if something did happen there, they've decided it was not punishable. But Herrera remains then in 5th position and will not have an investigation looming over his head. He will, however, have Gabriel Gomez looming on his gearbox. I'm sure Gabriel just wants to move up the order at this point. I think he will probably just want to move up the order, but he doesn't need to. But you don't want to try and hold 6th on a safety car restart, because you can quite easily end up falling out of the top 10 if you try that.
A very good piece of news right now, though, Adam, is that he's got a teammate directly behind him, and I'm sure after the trials and tribulations that us racing have had so far this weekend, that an instruction has gone to Maxime Rem. It would be the sensible thing to do to say, just hold position. We've got a championship on the line. The safety car is in this lap. It'll be over to Leo Robinson in a few moments' time to try and do exactly the same as what he did at the end of the first safety car. He'll back the field up now and look to get the run towards the start line. There will be probably 1 minute and 45 remaining on the clock. Now, what would be quite useful for Leo Robinson here in terms of the race win is run that clock down enough so that there's only going to be 2 more laps of this race. The safety car lights will be off, or are off, on the car already. And a reminder, it's Robinson from McLaughlin, a high-tech TGR 1-2 at the moment. Then those 3 Yenza Motorsport entries. Bart Harrison looking for that first podium of the season. Artem Sevrukin and Javier Herrera wrapping out the top 5. And then Gabriel Gomez in 6th place, solidly where he needs to be to score enough points in this race to put Robinson and McLaughlin out of it mathematically. Robinson has gone. Robinson has done a complete repeat of what he did earlier on in this race, Adam. That's a good start. He's away with 1 minute and 35 remaining on the clock. Very nice race management from Leo Robinson.
2 to go then in the second race of the Formula Winter Series weekend here. Robinson is exactly where he needs to be to try and hold his championship campaign, but unfortunately for him, Gabriel Gomez is too far up the order. No matter what Robinson or McLaughlin do at the moment, the championship is going to ebb away from them. We saw there Gabriel Gomez in the midst of a scrap there. We've got a spin for Davide Larini, and thankfully and rather fortuitously he ends up pointed in the right direction. But another moment there for Larini. Well, the first moment we've really seen from him this weekend, but certainly a heart stopper all the same. Thankfully he will continue going. That moves a few drivers up, of course. Samalisto will be into the top 10 again. Thomas Behrman up to 9th position. Simon Schranz into the top dozen as well, just behind Andrea Kostic. So a few drivers will capitalise and move further up the order with that. But off the circuit goes the 24, Javier Herrera. Oh, that's a huge shame for Javier. He was sticking in the top 5 resolutely, and then off the circuit with less than 1.5 laps left.
Just got too deep on the brakes. Turn 5, we talked about it yesterday, how the cars get very unloaded as they go downhill into that braking zone. That's more good news for Gabriel Gomez, who I think had a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment, because the attack from Larini on Rem meant Rem had to go for it a little bit into turn 1, but right now Gomez has got this one under control. Thomas Behrman's back on the scene now, so just as we saw in the first restart after the first safety car, Thomas Behrman has got some good pace right now. Simon Schranz is on the attack, trying to get points for the second time this season, trying to follow up the heroics of Aragon. Time is up. +1 lap board will be out in a short moment's time for Leo Robinson. Doesn't look like his title bid is going to be continuing into race number 3, Adam, but you've got to give it to him. In the context of this race, this has been a very professional performance from Leo Robinson, particularly after the disappointing weekend that he had in Aragon.
And now, of course, the shift will go to vice championship status. He wants to be ahead of Finn McLaughlin, and he is exactly there. He'll have a 7-point buffer, in fact, an 8-point buffer over McLaughlin for vice championship status there, as we saw. Was that Behrman off the circuit as he went side by side with Rem? Yes, it was. So Maxime squeezing Thomas Behrman out of proceedings there for at least a few corners. It is Robinson from McLaughlin. Bart Harrison for now holding on to a podium. Artem Sevrukin not too far behind him. Gabriel Gomez 5th and in position to win the championship. Thomas Behrman in 6th. Ahead of Maxime Rem. He's gotten past Rem. Andrea Dupé in 8th. Kostic 9th. Lucas Samalisto rounding out our top 10 ahead of Simon Schranz, although Schranz is making a bid, as you said, Andrew, for further points. But at the front of the order, Robinson will win his 3rd race of the season. It will not, however, grant him the keys to the championship lounge going into the season finale. As Gabriel Gomez turns into the 9th corner of the lap for the final time, he is in the position to win the title here in the Formula Winter Series with 1 race still left to spare. We've got a yellow flag down at turn 7, but it is the final lap, so he should be able to race the flag. Peyton Westcott having an issue, but getting herself back underway. Unfortunately, that will drop Peyton out of the top 3 in the female trophy. But it is Leo Robinson coming around turn 13 and turn 14 to win the race. He will also give himself a slight buffer over the man behind him, Finn McLaughlin, in the battle for vice championship status. It will be a victory for Leo Robinson, for Hi-Tech once again here at Barcelona, but across the line 5th to win the title is Gabriel Gomez. He has done it beyond any doubt now, out of reach of everyone else, the Brazilian driver for US Racing is your provisional 2025 Formula Winter Series champion. Thomas Behrmann finishes behind him in 6th place. Rim, Dupe, Kostic and Samalisto rounding out your top 10 in that one. A word, of course, to Yenza Motorsport with Harrison and Severick in there in 3rd and 4th place. Really strong effort from them. A shame that Javier Herrera had his moment just a couple of laps from home. But he, again, can take some positives from that race, even though the result maybe wasn't quite there in the end. So then, congratulations, US Racing. For the 2nd time, they are Formula Winter Series Drivers' Champions. There is Kabir Anurag joining the team and joining the celebrations. Bittersweet, of course, for him, given his result in that race, but he is still there to celebrate with his team. I think he's feeling a little bit misty-eyed this weekend. His last time, more than likely, in the Formula Winter Series, of course, since he was also with us last year. And he'll be looking to end on a high in race number 3. But race 2, unfortunately, not quite going to plan for him. Leo Robinson, if you're just joining us, has won the race. However, it was not enough to continue the fight for the Formula Winter Series Championship. Now out of reach in the championship lead is Gabriel Gomez. Gomez will have scored 10 points, putting himself up to 192 in the standings. That'll be a 32-point buffer, therefore, over Leo Robinson, and that is more than comfy enough for Gomez. He has, with a race to spare, become our champion. But now, for Robinson and indeed for Finn McLaughlin, our top 2 in that race, it will be the battle for 2nd that they will focus on. The battle for, of course, being the top high-tech as well. That means a lot to a driver. Gomez then, perhaps not the full glory of taking the checkered flag first on your way to the championship, but doing more than enough. He is our champion with a 5th place finish. Leo Robinson there pulling up to P1 place. Oh, that's a squeeze. Oh, very well done. He'd be good in a multi-story car park, wouldn't he? Right, we've seen the flag celebration from Leo. We've seen the bow and arrow from Leo. What's he got in store for us today? Take it away. I see. Very good. So he is a robot with a precise aim this weekend. 2 wins so far in the weekend for Leo Robinson. Gives him a 8-point gap over Finn McLaughlin in the point standings. And Finn will be keen to try and reverse that in the 3rd and final race. If the weather stays like this, I think Finn will be quite happy, because we know he likes the rain, but that car didn't quite look right for him in that race versus Leo's, so he'll be looking for those last gains to try and win the final race of the season. Of course, everyone wants to win the last race going into their summer campaigns. It is the best possible momentum for a driver. Leo has very good momentum this weekend. 2 from 2 for him. And you can see there the high-tech team debriefing along with their drivers. Another 1-2 for them, a 3-4 for Harrison and Severikin and Yenza Motorsport. That's also a very good result. Of course, those drivers will have to go to the weighbridge before they can deal with the podium, or indeed our interview with Izzy. So how many US Racing cars did we have in the top 10 there? 4 in the top 10 again. Unfortunately, Kabir, of course, didn't take the finish, and Jan Kurler was down in 15th position. So US Racing with the most cars in the top 10 in that race. And I think also with that result, they sew up the team's title as well. They'll be out of reach of high-tech, I believe, in the points championship also. In fact, it might be minimal, because they will have scored 43 points down at the high-tech TGR team, whereas at the Us Racing crew, it will be rather slimmer than that. It will be 16 points for them. So that means that Us Racing will have 366 points in the team's title. For High Tech TGR, at 43 to 281, that is 324. So that is a 42-point deficit. So 43 points left in the team's standings and 42 between them. Us haven't won the team's title yet. They are a point away from winning it. Let's go down to Izzy Browning, though, with someone who we know won that race, and that was Leo Robinson.
We do indeed. I am down in the pits with our race winner, Leo Robinson. Leo, 2 for 2. Feels like something has really clicked, certainly, around this track for you, and a better weekend, a great weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been a mega weekend. I think from the start of testing, and when we came here a couple months ago, I knew this was going to be the best one. But it's nice to finally do it and to prove that we're one of the best out there. Hopefully we just carry on that to the British now. I mean, this is a great championship. I loved it here. We've got one more race, unfortunately, but it's been mega.
Yeah, and quite the celebrations you've got. I don't know how you come up with those, but maybe throughout the season we'll see a few more.
Normally I plan them out 2 ahead,
okay.
but then last night Dom said, nah. So I had to change it. I didn't get enough time to practice. So I only got like 1 dress rehearsal this morning.
Okay.
So that's what it was. It wasn't up to my normal standards.
Confident that you were going to win the race then, if you already were thinking about the celebration. Late safety cars seem to find you wherever you go, but since the beginning of the season, it seems like you have just got that under your belt. You know what you're doing, and that really does bode well for the summer season, where I'm sure you'll have a fair few more safety cars to deal with.
Yeah, I have a couple more safety cars in the British, but yeah, I've definitely got it nailed now. It's definitely one of my strong points, but it's nice to be in the lead and to be in that position to be running that safety car restarts.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, unfortunately for you, the championship now has fallen to Gabriel Gomez, but a season to be really proud of with your results. Certainly this weekend as well, a real high point of the season. And one more race to go, so I know you'll be giving it everything.
Yeah, we'll be starting from second place this time on the dirty side. Hopefully it dries up a bit, but just get it off the line and get the lead into turn 1. That's the goal.
All right, go enjoy the podium. Another win for Leo Robinson.
Another win for Robinson. A great result from the driver of the number 6. The championship now beyond his reach, but he can still be the vice champion. He is still in position to be the runner-up in the 2025 Formula Wind Series. Will need to hold off Finn McLaughlin in the 3rd and final race. Izzy has managed to catch up with a second driver. Can you guess who? It's our new Formula Winter Series champion.
It is indeed our provisional 2025 Formula Winter Series champion. Us Racing's Gabriel Gomez. Of course, Gabriel, congratulations. How does that feel? Just sum up the emotions right now.
Thank you. I'm feeling very good now. I think after this race now I'll weight less in my shoulder, yeah. For sure, because I was quite, not nervous, but like a bit tense with the race. We had a massive pace during the whole week in the dry, but in the wet was never the top. So we just qualified P8, P6, but was quite good positions to start the race. Then yesterday in the start of the race 1, I did a big mistake. I stalled in the start, so 0 points for us. Yeah. And then for today was just fully reset on my mind, just focus on today's race. We didn't have the great pace, but we are constantly, and we keep on the track every lap. We made some positions up to finish in the top 5, and this was more than enough to win the title.
Yeah, you made your job a little bit more difficult this weekend with the stalling yesterday, but you have done it. And up until that point, you were on the podium every single round. Such an impressive run of form, such an impressive season. You must be so proud, and I know that there is a lot of work that has gone into this as well.
Yeah, I think it's everything for the team. The team did a great job the whole Formula Winter Series season. They worked very, very well. We are fast in every race. Here we are missing a little bit on the wet, but I think it's also from my side. Need to get a little bit better, but we are there, top 5. I think is not a bad result, and all the other races we finished on the podium. So I think the team did a great job during the whole season. We are very fast in every condition. So now I just need to say thanks to everyone who supported me, my family, the team for the great job. And now we keep pushing for the full season ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Already a provisional champion, and we're only in March. You've got a full season ahead of you. So boding well for the season, how much confidence can you take in now?
I think this race helped us a lot to try different things and to prepare a lot for the full season. And it is also very good because we get more confidence, I think, for the whole season. We know we are fast here, and now we will keep working for sure to get even better always. But we are very confident for do some good results during the whole season.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team. Your team manager's just waiting behind the camera to celebrate with you. Our 2025 Provisional Formula Winter Series champion, Gabriel Gomez.
Great job, Gabriel Gomez. Our second race is in the books, and a provisional champion has been crowned in the Formula Winter Series. Our second race got underway in slippery conditions at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Our pole sitter Leo Robinson got his traditional lightning fast start, and from 8th on the grid, Gabriel Gomez fell through the order in the early stages. He was outside the top 10, just a few corners into the lap. The race would soon be neutralised, however, as Ginevra Panzeri had a slight off into the gravel trap. She would be withdrawn from the race. We would be back to racing conditions pretty swiftly, and Robinson will continue to hold the lead over Finn McLaughlin. For Gabriel Gomez, the objective was P8. Gabriel Gomez 8th would win him the championship no matter where Robinson or McLaughlin were out there on circuit. Of course, Robinson and McLaughlin needed to win the race to hold any hope of winning this championship. Gabriel Gomez, after falling through the order, though, was working his way back. However, he had Thomas Behrman, who was also looking quick in the wet conditions, all over him. Gomez got past Davide Lorini. That was for the critical 8th position at that stage of the race. He would fluctuate between 8th and 9th for a while. Maxim Rim would be struggling to stay within track limits at times. And Bart Harrison was making life supremely hard for Finn McLaughlin. However, the pressure slightly alleviated for McLaughlin as the safety car would come out, not just for Popov, but also a slightly off wayward Thomas Behrman. Behrman, in fact, going off after the safety car was called there and dropping himself briefly outside the top 10, though he would raise back up the order from there. Very good in the rain today, Thomas Behrman for High-Tech, and of course High-Tech 1-2 at the front. Unfortunately, Davide Lorini had a late issue, as did Javier Herrera. Two drivers in their first weekend in the series. They were in the top 10 and it slipped away from both. Behrman got slightly nudged off there by Maxim Rim as they fought for position on the final lap. Peyton Westcott had a spin. Leo Robinson won the race, but with Gabriel Gomez now up into 5th position. The robot was the celebration, but it wasn't celebrating a continued championship battle. Robinson is your race winner. He is 2nd in the championship. Finn McLaughlin 3rd in the championship and 2nd in the race, with one left to go, of course, later on this afternoon in FWS. Bart Harrison 3rd, Artem Severikin in 4th. Your provisional champion, Gabriel Gomez, in 5th place. He can now relax in race 3. Thomas Behrman in 6th, Rim in 7th. Dupé 8th ahead of Kostic and Samalisto. Simon Trans for an hour nearly got himself up into the points. Dante Vinci ahead of him. And then it's Elliot Luis Weiss in 13th. 14th position in the standings, Matilda Pats. Köhler 15th. Ruta, Busso, Cotti, Herrera and Kutskov bringing us down to 20th. Theo Borenstein in 21st, Cornelia Olkutska in 22nd, Peyton Westcott recovering from that late spin to 23rd, Lorini, Fry, the last of the cars that took the flag, Popov, Anurag and Panzeri, all non-finishers. Let's go down to the podium then, where Andrew Mather is ready and waiting.
Thank you very much, Adam. Welcome once again to the podium for the first ceremony of Sunday here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Let's first of all welcome out onto the podium your top female driver in the second race of the weekend for Formula Winter Series. Please give a big hand for AS Motorsport's Matilda Parts. And presenting the trophy to Matilda, please welcome Jose Luis Santamaria, track director here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Thank you very much, Matilda. We'll see you again later on for race number 3. Let's move to our rookie podium. First of all, third place, brilliant race for High-Tech TGR. Congratulations to Thomas Behrman. In second place in the rookie subclass for Yenza Motorsport, Artem Sevrukin. And your top rookie once again for High-Tech TGR. Please give it up for Finn McLaughlin. Presenting the trophies for our 3 top rookies. For the third place trophy, Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH Racing. The second place trophy, Florenzi Carter from Pirelli. And the top rookie trophy from Jose Luis Santamaria, track director here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Let's move to our overall podium. First of all, the winning team with car number 6. Please give it up for High-Tech TGR. In third place and on the podium for the first time this season in the Formula Winter Series for Yenza Motorsport. In third, it's Bart Harrison. In second place, continuing his great run of form for High-Tech TGR, please give it up again for Finn McLaughlin. And with his second win this weekend for High-Tech TGR, a superb performance in wet conditions from driver number 6, Leo Robinson. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, be upstanding for the national anthem of the winning driver. Congratulations, drivers. Let's welcome out once again onto the podium for the third place trophy, Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH Racing. Second place from Pirelli, it's Florenzi Carter. And with the winner's trophy, Jose Luis Santamaria from Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya.
En la tercera posición, segundo para la opción y Leo Robinson, igual que ayer, repite victoria, 2 carreras, 2 victorias para el piloto de la serie. Enhorabuena.
Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you very much, teams. We look forward to the third race in Formula Winter Series later on this afternoon. For now, though, let's head down to the grid. The next race is coming right up.
Welcome down to the grid once again. Our second race of the day, the first race of the day for the GT4 Winter Series, and potential for titles to be wrapped up in this race as well. Elite's Mackenzie Cresswell will be starting P2, needs a solid race, top 3 to be able to take that title. But interestingly enough, we've got a bunch of tyre changes going on down here. Now, I felt the ground this morning before the Formula Winter Series race, and it was very, very damp. Now, not so much. Still a little bit damp, but not so much. So this car, alongside the pole position, the number 14 of Denny Burnt, still on the wet tyres. But I have seen some slick tyres coming out down the grid. So I'll try and get down the grid a little bit and show you as to which teams are on wet tyres and on slick tyres. Of course, the number 77 Elite Mackenzie Cresswell, potential to take the title in this race. So a little bit of pressure on his shoulders. They have got the door closed, so I'm not going to go and speak to Mackenzie because I believe that he's probably trying to just get in the zone and you know, think about what he needs to do in this race. So we will continue back. The number 38 of Joachim Bolting obviously had fantastic qualifying in the wet, and a last chance for us to see this incredible livery. And as a note, he's also on the wet tyres. Alan Gabay alongside him in the 31 Porsche, who went really well in these kind of conditions last weekend in Aragon, also on the wet tyres. So I had seen some slick tyres come out. I thought that potentially some people were going to gamble, but it does now look, to me at least, where we are on the grid, that most have continued with the wet tyres. The number 33 also on the wet tyres, and the number 812 of Callum Davies also on the wet tyres. I might just see if I can jump in with Callum quickly and just ask him how it's looking out there. Callum, just quickly, wasn't expecting to see people getting the slick tyres out, but some were getting them out on the grid, but now everybody seems to have gone for wets. What's the track looking like out there?
Well, yeah, there's not a lot of surface water, but it's definitely still a bit slippy out there. So I think wets is the safe call for now. But yeah, we'll see at the end of the race. It could start to dry up, but the sky's still looking quite dark. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, thank you, Callum. We'll continue back so I can see that Werner Eichinger wants to speak to him. So interesting, yeah, not a lot of surface water, as I said. Definitely feels a lot drier to me down here, but everybody continuing with the wet tyres, maybe just wanting to be a bit careful. But as he said, potential for it to dry up at the end of the race. We've got the first of our Pro-Am cars alongside the SVG. Number 82, of course, Owen Hizzy will be in that car this morning, and him and Mark Elman will be doing the endurance race together later, also on wet tyres. So, boys, looks like mostly, if not all, are on the wet tyres down here on the grid.
So then the GT4 Winter Series is about to go into what could be a very interesting sprint race. It's Denny Burnt on a pole position in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RSCS. That car will be quick in this race. We know that because it was about these conditions they were in yesterday in qualifying. Mackenzie Cresswell alongside, looking to try and win his championship for Elite Motorsport today in this race, preferably. Alan Gabay third on the grid for WNS Motorsport, and another driver who's good in the wet, Joachim Bolting, the AM driver, all the way up in fourth position, and he was up fighting for the lead previously in the wet conditions at Portimao. Callum Davis fifth on the grid for Rafa Racing by Racelab. Luciano Schneider for WNS Motorsport in sixth. 7th position, Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta alongside Jamo Hartling in the SR Motorsport Mercedes. They have work to do from 2nd in the standings and 8th on the grid. Max Kronberg in 9th position and Daniel Drexel in 10th place, and those cars were switching to slicks on the grid, and we saw down at turn 3 that it was raining. That's not going to work out for them if things stay as they are. Cedric Fuchs is 11th on the grid. He's your Cayman Trophy pole sitter. He could win the championship for himself and Villacuna in this race within that class. Badouin Detu takes 12th on the grid. Max Huber 13th alongside Gonzalo Araujo, and the 88 car, we were told, also going on to slicks down there on the grid before the heavens opened, which they firmly have around the circuit now. 2 formation laps incidentally, so we can pace ourselves through this grid read a little. Florian Bauer in 15th, Charlie Robertson in 16th position out there. So Charlie again getting a go in the sprint race. I think Ravi will be racing solo in the Enduro again. Luisa Carla has some work to do if she and Mikael Sander are to take the title in the Cayman Trophy. She will need to beat Cedric Fuchs in this race, and Cedric will need to non-finish, I think, ultimately. Joseph Ellerin, 18th on the grid in the 187 car for FK Performance Motorsport. Anton Abe in 19th alongside Lewis Moser in 20th position for Resoon More Than Racing with their BMW. Nico Grundle in 21st on the grid alongside Richard Andermark of Villeco Motorsport. Victor Bouveng is 23rd on the grid alongside Jakob Twarog. In 25th is the Mikael Bonk-car Hofer by Bonk Motorsport in 25th. Jonathan Curry 26th on the grid, and taking the rear is Franz Linden. Linden in 27th for this one. So then the clock has started with the first lap of formation flying complete. We will go to racing at the conclusion of this lap, but we see here tyre change. The wets are going back on at the 32. Ditto the Resoon Porsche there. That is the number, I didn't catch the number on that, but it's one of the Resoon Porsches, and you see Franz Linden coming in as well, and that will all be switching to wet. So quite a few drivers having to make the switch. We've also seen, I believe, it was Daniel Drexel in from Resoon. Schubert Motorsports' Victor Bouveng, I think, also in the pit. So at least 4 have come off their slicks onto wet. I was informed that the 192 car was also on them. He's in. There was one driver who was on wet, who I think is still out there, but that brave soldier, we'll see how they do.
And I'm not sure that's going to be the right decision if they are anyone is still out there on slick tyres, because having a little quick look at the radar would indicate that this is clearly falling down now, the precipitation, and it's going to get worse over the course of the next half an hour. So everybody preparing themselves for this one. Mackenzie Cresswell in that number 77 Elite Motorsport McLaren Artura. Nice, solid, steady race is what Mackenzie needs in this one for the overall championship. He's got a good lead. If he scores, well, he's got a gap. Again, he just needs to make sure that he's 25 points ahead by the end of this one. A top 3 would definitely do that. 4th could do it as well, but you'd then be relying on countbacks. So to make it nice and easy, top 3 will do the job for Mackenzie here.
So it's 5 wins apiece at the moment for Elite and SR, so the countback doesn't really do much for anyone at this juncture. SR Motorsport would need to win this race. Well, they don't have to win the race to win the championship, but if they were to move up from 8th on the grid, Elite could still win the championship if they finish 3rd. If SR finish 2nd, Elite could still win the championship by coming 7th. In a 3rd position for SR Motorsport, Mackenzie Cresswell can cross the line 9th and still win the championship. So the hands of fate firmly in the corner of Elite Motorsport right now. As you said, Andrew, solid race is all they need. For Jamo Hartling, he needs a spectacular race. There's the other car that was on slicks. Max Huber is deciding discretion is the better part of valour on this occasion. Very wise call from him. The race then will get going with some gaps in the grid. It is now definitely wet conditions out there on the circuit. That will suit some, such as Jamo Hartling, potentially, but certainly Joachim Bolting, who looked like he got a good start from the second row. Mackenzie Cresswell has been swallowed up. Your race leader is Denny Burnt, or is it? Because here comes Alan Gabay, who was so spectacular in the wet last week here. We've got cars off the circuit there. The number 17 of Anton Abey getting a bit adventurous there on the side of Florian Bauer going into the first corner. So it's Denny Burnt that leads the way. In second place is Gabay, but it's side by side with him and Cresswell. Looks like Cresswell is back up into second position, which is good enough for him. And Owen Hizzy is doing a good job too. He's moved up to 5th position at the expense of Callum Davis. He's also, of course, the first of our Pro-Am cars out there on the circuit. Cresswell and Gabay getting a little close for comfort on one, make that 2 occasions, coming through the first couple of corners. The Razoon Porsche leads, Cresswell second, third place for Gabay. Further back in the field, the SR Motorsport Mercedes hasn't dropped, but it hasn't ascended, and ascension is exactly what they need.
And the other good news for them is that the number 11 hasn't gone forward either. In fact, it's hovering there in around 8th place. So this is looking good in the early stages for Mackenzie Cresswell. Straight away, we've got our first notification. Number 88 is under investigation for grid procedures, if I read that correctly. That would be Max Huber. That was the Mercedes that we saw pitting in at the end of the second formation lap. One of the cars that was on the wrong tyre for these conditions and came in early on. 25 minutes remaining on the clock. Almost a little bit of deja vu to 7 days ago, Adam, when we were at Motorland Aragon. Another good start in the wet conditions from Alain Gabay there in the 31. Sitting there in third place and looking like he could go on the attack.
Badouin Detu in a spin at the back of shot there. Hopefully he manages to get the car going. He does before anyone can collect him. There was a little bit of contact there. Not sure quite with whom. It may even have been the SR Motorsport car, because Badouin Detu was just ahead of Jamo Hartling at the time of that spin. Cedric Fuchs was in amongst it all as well. Cedric may be causing a bit of a headache here now for his teammate Jamo Hartling. Hartling needs to move forward, of course, to try and withstand or continue the championship into the later race number 3, whereas of course Cedric Fuchs just wants to claim scalps and on the way claim himself and Villicuna the Cayman Trophy class.
There's a good lead at the moment for Fuchs and Kuna in that Cayman Trophy category, so as long as they can keep ahead of their closest rivals Luis Acala and Michael Sander, they would be moving close to securing the class championship. You may well do that in this race. There's the 812. Callum Davies in the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren. That was your classification winner. Was second on the road, but that number 77 car now on your screens who received that 5-second penalty is off. Is the 187 BMW of Joseph Ellerine. That's one of the pro entries in the BMW M4 GT4. But Cresswell was looking pretty close at last look for a bit of a battle there. As off is the number 39 Aston again, down at turn number 7. So not a good race so far for Badouin Detu, and that, Adam, looked pretty beached to me.
Yeah, it did. He planted the throttle and the rear end sunk. The elite car was actually just behind the 88 of Max Huber previously. Huber was going a lap down after joining the race late with that tyre change. Of course, a tyre change on a GT4 car is no small feat because they're 5 spokes as opposed to centre lock wheel. So a pit stop for a tyre change is a little bit disastrous if you want to do it fast and efficiently. The safety car is out on the circuit, so the race will be neutralised, and that will be a kick in the teeth for Denny Burt, who had built a lead of 2.5 seconds in just 2 laps of racing. He will have Cresswell, Gabay, and indeed the surging Owen Hizzy for company, although Owen is going to be a little bit frustrated because he'll have Huber between himself and the overall top 3.
He will indeed, but Owen Hizzy, very well known for his exploits in the rain, so in terms of net gain, he is going to be a lot closer to the lead car by the end of this safety car period. Other changes down the order. Joseph Ellerin did get going again, but has fallen down to 18th place overall and has lost a position within the pro category as well to Anton Ari in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. 21.5 minutes or just over that to go under safety car conditions. And I would say for Mackenzie Cresswell, this is pretty good news, Adam, because in terms of his needs, his requirements for this race, a race that's as uneventful as possible is very good news for him in his individual capacity. And a few laps behind the safety car, a bit more time taken off, less opportunity for the number 11 to come through the field. Let's have a look at some of the incidents. This was the first spin for Badoan Datu. Very good driving by everybody else to avoid. And then the second incident, piece of carbon fibre flying off as well. And there is the scene of the 39 Aston Martin mid-recovery. So
spin number 1 was contact with Luciano Schneider, actually, from WNS Motorsport. So rather than defending from SR and JMO Hartling, it was more trying to get past Luciano Schneider and ending up making contact. Either way, for Badoan Datu, it is an unfortunate race that he has had rotten luck at times for Racing Spirit of Le Mans this year. The fortunes look to have turned to an extent at Motorland Aragon. Max Hewitt had a solid race yesterday, but unfortunately for Badoin, a couple of collisions going against him in the first few laps of this race. Now, to cover another points situation in the Pro-Am category, of course, Owen Hizzy leads Pro-Am at the moment. That would boost them up the standings somewhat. I think as it stands, what is the gap between them actually, Andrew? You've got that in front of you. It is 32 points, right.
Classification.
So 32 points with 6th place currently, the championship leading car of Nico Grundle. That would score 10 points. Hizzy would score 20 points on behalf of himself and Elmans. That would actually only shrink the gap down to 26, and that would end the championship. So at the moment, Grundle, in fact, only needs to finish to win the Pro-Am category. So that's worth noting as well. Of course, Joachim Bolting has been at times the only flyer of the AM flag. So he's on the way to his championship already within the AM class. Cayman Trophy we've already somewhat covered. Cedric Fuchs needs to get a good result here, and just to, if he wins the class, and he's currently leading the class, that will be that for that championship. However, Luisa Carla, I must say a word to her. She was down, what, in the teens on the grid, I think about 16th, 17th, and she's moved up to 11th place. She wasn't feeling quite so comfortable with the wet conditions at Motorland Aragon, and was the first to admit that. Doesn't quite have the experience in the wet in the car, but she has moved up the order, and she's actually only got Gonzalo Araujo between herself and the Cayman Trophy leader, Cedric Fuchs. Of course, Gonzalo Araujo might be one to watch here as well. Pro-Am class car, running 10th overall at the moment. Araujo, who has done a lot in motorsport, including flying the flag for his country in A1GP, FIA Motorsport Games before it was cool, kids, if you're not aware. The driver who runs the team, of course, along with his father, he is very quick and very handy in conditions like these. So we'll keep an eye on Gonzalo Araujo as well, down in 10th place. But for now, as you said, Mackenzie is in a good position. For JMO Hartling, it's not quite, is it, the comfortable position that he would like?
No, not at the moment, and this will be a frustrating period of the race for JMO Hartling, because whilst we're under safety car, he can't make any progress, he can't gain any more either class championship points or those overall championship points. The overall championship points are the standard FIA top 10 distribution of 25, 18, 15, etc., etc. Safety car is in this lap, though. That is a good big piece of news for J-Mo Hartling, because we're about to go racing once again, Adam, as long as there's no other moments on track. And he'll be looking to move up from where he's at the moment, 8th place in the overall field.
Yes, that's where he started. He hasn't made any headway just yet. So as the safety car is due in, I remind you the top 3 are all there together. You've then got some lap traffic in the form of Max Huber, who unfortunately had to withdraw from the second formation lap to switch from slicks to wets. Owen Hizzy, therefore, is 4th in that Ginetta, the grey and gold machine from WNS for SVG Motorsport. Pro-Am leader. He'll be keen for an overall podium if he could possibly score it, up against a stacked field, of course, in the GT4 Win Series this weekend. Our biggest entry numbers of the year, 27, took the start. It is now Denny Burnt who will manage the restart, as we have 16.5 minutes left on the clock. Mackenzie Cresswell looms large in the rear-view mirrors of Denny Burnt. He is currently on the path to a championship in the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, he's had a couple of different teammates, so he's doing it selfishly, all for himself, to try and win the overall championship. But of course, he wants the team's title for his elite motorsport cohorts as well. Looks like a good run out of the last corner, incidentally, for him, as we get back to racing. And let's see if he's close enough against Denny Burnt for a challenge for the race lead. Doesn't look like he will be, but he is sometimes quite brave on the brakes. Burnt holds on to the lead for the time being. Second is still Cresswell. Goodbye. And then Hizzy in 4th place has managed to dispatch the Mercedes that is displaced. Luciano Schneider there runs off the circuit. He rejoins for WNS Motorsport in that Pro-Am entry. Everybody else seems to have fairly smooth sailing through the first couple of corners. Cresswell holding position, holding fort, although he will be keeping his eye on Alan Gabay behind, because of course we saw last week at Motorland Aragon quite how good Alan is in conditions much like these.
Much like these, and able to go for an overtake as well. Very brave on the brakes 7 days ago. Mackenzie Cresswell takes that wider line through turn number 5. And again, this is okay. Nice steady run into the top 3. He's got a bit of a buffer over his minimum requirement to wrap up the overall driver's title at the moment. And that's before you even consider that J-Mo Hartling still at the moment stranded down in 8th place overall, in conditions that don't tend to favour the Mercedes AMG GT4. Out of turn 9, Denny Burnt, very calm start there, didn't look ruffled. Took that nice centre line down the middle of the road into turn 1. No real big opportunity for Mackenzie Cresswell to have a go into turn 1, which, given Cresswell's got a lot more to lose in this race than the others around him, it's a good strategy from Denny Burnt. Keep an eye on Owen Hizzy, as the number 88 having a bit of a slow run out of turn 10, but I think that's that's Max Huber just moving out of the way, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because he's a lap down, so that's good driving from Max Huber, not wanting to get involved in anybody else's races after the problems. The strategy not going their way on the formation laps as the rain continues to beat down here at Barcelona, and it just gets worse for the number 88, because there you just saw on the digital board over start-finish, drive-through penalty for Max Huber for an incorrect grid procedure. I wonder when the number 88 came in and whether it just broke out of line a little bit early. Bit of progress for J-Mo Hartling there, getting into a good scrap with one of the Porsches. He's up to 7th place now, but needs a lot more, Adam.
Yes, he needs plenty more than that. No mean feat getting past Luciano Schneider, incidentally. He wouldn't thank me if I didn't tell you that he took a clean sweep of the GT4 Club Sport class in last year's Motorsports Cup Germany. 12 races, 12 wins. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that therefore he was champion, but yes, he was champion. The number 17 car going rally crossing. Not the first time we've seen Anton Abbe more than a little bit off the racing circuit, but he manages to rejoin. He will, however, have dropped way down from 10th. Cedric Fuchs was ahead of him previously. Luis Acala will therefore move up again closer to Cedric Fuchs, although she still has a car between in the form of Gonzalo Araujo. In fact, it looks like Schneider, yes, has gotten back past J-Mo Hartling. I said it was difficult to get past him. Clearly, it's difficult to keep him behind as well. J-Mo, therefore, then is back down into 7th place, having briefly had his 6th position. And now the Jamaican liveried car, usually driven by Tommy Gore, who is Jamaican, is under pressure again.
Indeed, and they've not got the attentions of Joachim Bolton completely gone from this situation as well. 12 minutes remaining on the clock then. Denny Byrne looking comfortable at the front of the field, 1.2 seconds to the nearest 10th clear of Mackenzie Cresswell. Alan Gabai in 3rd place. Bit of a further run down the order of the classes. So Burnt leading in Pro, Owen Hizzy for SVG Motorsports heading up Pro-Am at the moment. Joachim Bolting has already got enough points to have the Am class standing sewn up, but he's looking to get another podium visit onto his record this year. He's leading the Am class comfortably. Cedric Fuchs, as mentioned, in that tight battle in the Cayman Trophy class, is leading that one again. As through goes Bolting. This is a very strange race at the moment for J-Mo Hartling, Adam. It's we'd expect to see that car going forward. It's doing the bang opposite right now.
He was so slow between apexes there that I thought the car had slowed down. I thought he had an issue for a moment there. That was my concern momentarily. Bolting, therefore, then is up into 7th place. J-Mo Hartling down to 8th. He again now has his SR Motorsport cohort, Cedric Fuchs, on the back of him, the Cayman Trophy class leader. Hartling seesawing away at the wheel. Of course, we've seen the Mercedes be a little bit of a challenge in the wet. Nico Grundle off the circuit. That will drop him out from 5th position in the Pro-Am class, may even drop him down to 7th in the Pro-Am class, and if so, it still would be enough for him to win the championship in Pro-Am for he and Tim Horrell, but certainly maybe not the race they would have wanted to win it in, or the circumstances that they wanted the Pro-Am title in. They're fairly safe there so long as they get to the flag. Fewer incidents like that, I'm sure, would help Tim calm his nerves down there in the garage.
Indeed, 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go. The rain continuing to beat down. Different lines being taken through turn 10 just to find some grip out there. It's a very tricky part of the circuit to get your line correct because it's a bit tighter, it's a bit more narrow. At some point, you've got to go across the rubbered in dry line, and that's where there's no grip at all in these conditions. Change for 2nd place overall. Alon Gabai has got through past Mackenzie Cresswell. Now again, this isn't a problem in terms of overall Drivers' Championship for Mackenzie Cresswell. Minimum required to avoid any tiebreakers or any of that situation is 3rd anyway, and the number 11 is not winning this race at the moment, so there's even more margin for error. But still, that'll be something to capture the attention of Cresswell, particularly with Owen Hizzy not too far behind, and that 812 McLaren, again, as we saw yesterday, Adam, looking a lot better, looking a lot more composed than we saw 7 days ago. I do feel like the Rafa Racing team have made a breakthrough in terms of setup, and Callum Davies doing a nice job there in 5th.
And Owen Hizzy lurks large just before Callum Davis. Let's see what the Ginetta can do. Owen likes these conditions. The team covets his abilities in these conditions. And some people favour a front-engine car in the wet, of course. A little easier on traction and balance through the mid-corner, perhaps. So Owen Hizzy perhaps in a good position here. The only front-engine car in the top 5, as a matter of fact. Of course, J-Mo down in 8th, but the Mercedes always seems to struggle a little bit in this weather. All the same, it is now a Porsche 1-2. Denny Byrne leads, Alan Gabai 2nd. And Mackenzie Cresswell, as you said, in 3rd place, more than safe. And he can afford to drop, well, much, much further down than that with J-Mo down in 8th position. As long as J-Mo isn't up there in the podium places, it doesn't matter. The championship will go to the Elite Motorsport car in this race. So Cresswell just doing what he needs to do here and stay in it. He doesn't have to fight too hard for these places. However, we've seen Mackenzie and indeed Callum Davis McKenzie and Charlie Hart as well. The Cresswell versus Rafa Racing by Racelab story arc has gone on all year. If those two end up side by side, I'm sure the fights will continue as they have all year.
Absolutely. Change further down the order. Luisa Carla, we mentioned Luisa's performance earlier, and is just going from strength to strength. He's up to 10th place overall and is now 1.6 seconds behind fellow class runner in Cayman Trophy, Cedric Fuchs. It's still looking good, of course, for Cedric Fuchs. There's a good advantage for the 110 over the 111 in terms of class championship. Got to give it. This is a big step up for Luisa Carla in terms of wet race pace for Luisa Carla. It's looking pretty good. They're both, those two Cayman Trophies, in the mid 2 minutes 6 second lap times.
And again, if you're just joining us for the first time this season, those Cayman Trophy cars are just slightly sub GT4 spec, the Club Sport spec Porsche Cayman GT4, which is marginally different in areas of suspension and engine. So it's, should we say, 95% of the way to a GT4 car. For Cedric and Luisa are rather outperforming their machinery at times this season in the GT4 Winter Series, as Callum Davis finds out firsthand why wet tyres, wet paint and traction don't necessarily all go together.
Good control there from Callum Davies. Pretty used to these conditions, of course. And one of the times that we commentated on him before was back at a very wet Cadwell Park a couple of summers ago. I'll keep pressing on. There's your race leader, Denny Byrne for Razoon More Than Racing. 2 seconds clear of this quartet right now. Owen Hizzy getting the front end of that Ginetta G56 into the corners, and this again is a really good performance from Owen Hizzy. Can he break onto or into that overall top three? He's more than comfortably looking at a class podium visit right now. But I think he wants a little bit more. He wants to put some overtakes on some of these other pro cars. Oh, a little bit loose out of turn 13 though, and Callum Davies maybe having a think now about an opportunity into turn 1, round to complete another lap. And you can really see now this is the rain that we've been expecting about 25 minutes ago on the radar. This is the peak of what hopefully is just going to be a bit of a shower for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yes, so big gap then between 5th place and Schneider still in 6th. Hartling up into 7th place. I think Gonzalo Araujo just dropped a couple of places. He's down to 12th position. Was running quite nicely prior to that. Joachim Bulting is the big loser, though, on the previous lap. Someone had dropped down, and it was Joachim. He's now 15th behind Max Kronberg in the AM standings. Bulting was running well within the top 10. He's now down to P15 as the rain increases, and that is a blow to him, I'm sure. Ooh, Callum really is confident on the paint, isn't he? I'm not liking it as a spectator, but he seems to be doing just fine. So he's now past Owen Hizzy. I was going to mention, actually, of course, I alluded to the fact that sometimes front engine is better in these wet conditions, but of course the other thing to consider is the stiffness of a car, and while the G56 is available from Ginetta as a road car, it is a lot more of a bespoke race car in reality than the McLarens and the Porsches, and a stiff chassis isn't necessarily what you want in the wet.
No, you need a bit more compliance, preferably in these conditions, but particularly with the rain continuing to beat down. A few of the changes in position. Gonzalo Araujo has lost some positions out there. Charlie Robertson, experienced Charlie Robertson, has gone through for 11th place overall for Century Motorsport. Kronberg passed Bolting, as we mentioned earlier on. This is the discussion over 9th place overall. Luisa Carla there in the 111. And the 99 of Florian Bauer for East Racing Motorsport, who we've not talked too much about in this race, had a face full of Barouin Detu in the early stages when the Aston Martin was spinning around. I didn't note the bright yellow Porsche going very well round the outside and making sure that there weren't any further incidents there. It's been a decent run for Florian so far in this race.
Florian Bauer, who performed his first ever motor race at the Nordschleife. So he's certainly a bold competitor, has only been racing since 2023. Looking to the inside there of Luisa Carla. But Bauer, we saw him last year as well, of course, in the GT4 Wind Series. First time we've seen the East Racing team with Florian at the wheel this year, and great to welcome them back for the finale of the 2025 GT4 Winter Series. Well, having dispatched Owen Hizzy, Andrew, Callum Davis is now right on the back of his fellow McLaren.
He is indeed, and I think we're going to get a resumption of the battle that we saw yesterday in the latter stages between these two cars. The different drivers, of course. It was Tom Leben in the Elite Motorsport number 77 and Charlie Hart in the 812 Rafa Racing by Race Lab McLaren. They got into very close proximity round this very corner here on the last lap. See Mackenzie using that almost karting wet line round the outside to find the necessary grip through turn number 9. Once again, as we get into the latter stages here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, it's that 812 McLaren that's looking a touch quicker at the moment than the 77. Here goes Callum Davies, and he's through. Beautifully done by Callum Davies on the exit of turn number 10. Breezes past Mackenzie Cresswell. Still not a problem for Mackenzie Cresswell in terms of overall drivers' championship points. He's beating the number 11 of J-Mo Hartling. That is the key there, but that's a beautiful move from Callum Davies to move up onto the pro podium.
He set a 204.523 last time around the circuit. There's only one other driver in the 204s, and it's Alon Gabai. He just set a 204.276. A gap that was 1.4 seconds for the race lead is now 0.6 of a second. So while Mackenzie Cresswell is attempting to fire back at Callum Davis, we also need to watch the Porsches ahead of them, because Alon Gabai is challenging Denny Burnt for the race lead at the same time. Two battles simultaneously in the top 4. Let's see where Gabai is. He gained a second near as makes no difference on the previous lap. So I think that is now the danger man, the number 31 Porsche. Again, we've seen this car perform well in these conditions. Denny Burnt is a bit more of an X factor, having not seen him in the GT4 Winter Series this year. We know him well, though, as a race winner from last year's ADAC GT4 Germany, as well as in the German GTC race category, so we know he's quick. But Alon Gabai has already shown his cards a couple of times this year in the wet conditions on our grid.
Exactly 7 days ago, he did take a race victory in the second race at Aragon. He's not got the best of exits, though, out of the turn 7 and 8 complex, and I think he's going to be a little bit too far back from Denny Burnt to really have a go into turn 10. Denny Burnt's going to need to get the braking right, though, and on the lights, Alon Gabai trying every trick in the book as we get to the end of this one. Time is up. This will be the final lap for everybody out there, but Denny Burnt through turn 10, that's where we saw the switch in positions between the two McLarens 1 lap ago. It's looking good at the moment for another Razoon More Than Racing victory.
I think Denny had some inspiration when he looked into the mirrors there. A much quicker looking lap this than the previous, and it will be Razoon More Than Racing's Denny Burnt that comes around the final corner now to win the GT4 Winter Series. We've not seen Razoon in this category this year, and on their first weekend in the GT4 Wind Series for 2025, they are winners with Denny Burnt. Alon Gabai takes second, Davis secures third, and Mackenzie Cresswell with 4th position will win the GT4 Winter Series overall standings, and of course Elite will also take the team title. So huge congratulations to Cresswell and to Elite Motorsport. They have done it with that 4th place. Owen Hizzy winning Pro-Am in 5th, Schneider in 6th, taking the 2nd place in Pro-Am. J-Mo Hartling 7th position. Their title bid is over, and they are now going to have to worry just slightly maybe about Race Lab. In fact, I think Race Lab are out of contention, so that shouldn't be too much of a drama for 2nd place from here. But a disappointing race, I think, for J-Mo. Would have wanted to do some more ascending than he did. Cedric Fuchs winning in Cayman Trophy ahead of Luisa Carla. They ran 8th and 9th overall. Our AM winner was Max Kronberg. We saw Joachim Bolting drop down the order a little earlier on, and I heard there in my ears during the final lap that he also, I think, ran wide on the final lap of the race too. So he had a a difficult conclusion to the race. Joachim Bolting ultimately finished 18th and 2nd in AM, but there is your provisional drivers' champion, your overall champion, Mackenzie Cresswell. This result will also put him beyond reach in the pro class standings, which are slightly separate in how they're scored from the overall standings. So the pro title, the overall title, and the team's title going to Mackenzie Cresswell. Of course, the teams to Elite Motorsport as a whole. He started the year with Josh Rattigan as his teammate, and of course Tom Leben has stepped in from Valencia onwards, and he will be as delighted as anyone for his team and indeed for his teammate down here at Elite Motorsport. Leben, incidentally, on 112 points coming into this weekend, claimed 2nd place yesterday, which would have bumped him up to 130. I think he could be still a contender for at least 4th in the championship against Gabay and Schreier, although of course they just took 2nd place, which will help them in that pursuit as well. But top 5 in the title for someone who only has done half the season would be no mean feat, and that is currently what Tom Leben is on for. Well, Denny Berndt has taken a race victory in his first ever weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. We didn't see Denny here last year, but we do know what he's capable of. The combination of he and Daniel Drexel certainly turned some heads in the GT4 Winter Series paddock coming into this weekend. Drexel is a known commodity in the paddock, and Denny Berndt has been seen by many of the teams in his winning ways in other categories. And the driver with the roulette wheel on his helmet hasn't done much of a gamble in this race. He's just done everything he needs to do. Not many risks. Keep the gap just comfortable. And it was a very, very strong result for Resoon. Simon Birch and some of the other drivers from the Resoon stable congratulating Denny. You might be getting a taste for this whole GT4 Winter Series lark. I wouldn't mind betting we see more of him and more of Resoon in the GT4s next year. Of course, they've got one more race to come this afternoon, and it is going to be the 60-minute pit stop race where both drivers, if it's a 2-driver car, will have an impact. But the biggest impact of all came from Mackenzie Cresswell in that race. He did everything he needed to do. He didn't fight excessively when people found their way around him. Of course, he did start on the front row, but 4th place with Förderer and Hartling's SR Motorsport number 11 far behind him. That was going to be enough for the championship, and so it has proven to be. We do have a provisional champion in the GT4 Winter Series with Elite Motorsport. Also a word to Cedric Fuchs, who I believe with his 1st place result in today's race in the Cayman Trophy, I think he will have wrapped up the Cayman Trophy class now on countback up against Luis Acala and Mikael Sander. So Cedric Fuchs and Wilhelm Kuhner, I believe, are our Cayman Trophy champions now in the GT4 Winter Series. Also, Nico Grundl crossing the line 7th in Pro-Am, scoring 8 points on the way there. That will wrap up the title for he and Tim Horrell within the Pro-Am standings. Of course, the Am category, we know that's already going to Joachim Bolting. However, down in the pit lane, we can get some reaction from that race. Izzy Browning is down onto the podium.
We can indeed. I am with our race winner, Denny Berndt, alongside me. Denny, congratulations. A first weekend in the Winter Series paddock and a first win, so pretty good way to start. Looked pretty comfortable. Of course, you had the other Porsche behind you towards the end, getting closer, but it looked like you were just kind of cruising out there and keeping things comfortable.
Yeah, of course it's not so easy in the wet, because there's always a wet part where you have to be careful, but in the end I was able to just build a gap, and it was of course a nice feeling when crossing the line.
Yeah, and of course, as you say, when you're out front, you're the first to discover the conditions. Just tell us what the conditions are like around the circuit at the moment.
Okay, just drive it.
Okay, fair enough, simple as. And one more race later, do you think you can go for the win again?
I'm trying, absolutely.
Okay, we'll let you get up to the podium and enjoy the podium. Congratulations, our winner, Denny Berndt.
It's always worth asking a driver if they're going to go for the win, but we always know their answer, don't we? So then Denny Berndt is out of his car, and he is going to go up to the podium. And we will, I think, be able to collar Mackenzie Cresswell in a minute or two as well before he makes his way back to the garage. Of course, he hasn't got a podium to attend since he was 4th in the pro class, so he should have time for a quick media commitment while they get ready with the trophies upstairs. Mackenzie, our provisional champion in the GT4 Winter Series, along with the Elite Motorsport team, who will have taken that classification in that race as well. And we can go down there now to Izzy.
We can indeed. I'm with our provisional GT4 Winter Series champion, Mackenzie Cresswell. Mackenzie, congratulations. I know that's got to feel really, really special to do it with this team.
Yeah, it feels good. I've been with this team for years now. I know them really well, so huge thanks to Elite. They've allowed me to come racing in this GT4 Winter Series, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Hopefully we can do the full year, but yeah, who knows. But yeah, I'm really pleased to be champion. Didn't really finish the race how we wanted to. Really struggling there a little bit at the end, but yeah, ultimately we came out as champion, and that's what we were aiming for coming into today.
Yeah, exactly. Still done the job that you needed to do. At certain points in the season, it got pretty close. I think back to Valencia, when obviously your closest competitor won all 3 races, and you guys were struggling with some issues throughout the weekend. But you've just kept your head down and just done everything you needed to, and actually done a lot of the work that you needed to in the first couple of rounds to keep consistent and just keep where you needed to be.
Yeah, exactly. The way you win these championships is just consistency. This is what I've been having to learn, because it's all quite new to me. But yeah, as you said, we had a really strong start to the year, and then it's just about sort of racking up the podiums from there. And yeah, as you said, in Valencia, the Schnitzel car had a very good weekend, and we had a very bad weekend. So yeah, it's those days where you maximise your losses. That's how you win championships.
Yeah, absolutely. And a word on Tom and Josh as well, because I know they've helped you win this championship. And started the season with Josh, ending the season with Tom. I know some guys that you know pretty well, and that must feel special as well. And you must be incredibly grateful for the work that they've done as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't have been able to do it without them, for sure. Not necessarily just how quick they are and how they can go get results in the race, is just how much they've helped me to learn about the car, about the championship, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, huge thanks to them. Yeah, Tom this weekend, Josh at the start, so yeah, big thanks to them too.
Not bad for a first go in GT4s, hey?
It could be worse.
And you got one more race later. Pressure's off now, so just go out there and have some fun?
Yeah, I suppose so. Obviously we want to win. We want to end the championship well. I'm not too happy about how that race went, so yeah. I want to go and get a good result to make up for it. Yeah,
you seem very reserved, given that you are the champion. I know you're not happy with how the race went, but you can go and celebrate now knowing that you are the champion. So big congratulations, our GT4 provisional champion, Mackenzie Cresswell.
There you go, another championship decided on a very busy Sunday morning at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Race 2 in the books for the GT4s. The heavens opened on the formation lap for the GT4 Winter Series. A few brave souls were on slicks. They had to very quickly change their tyres as the race got underway. Alan Gabay fancied his luck to the inside at the first corner from the second row of the grid. Anton Abey also decided to go to the inside. He found standing water and grass for his troubles. At the front of the order then, it was Denny Berndt that led the race side by side on the first lap as well, between Mackenzie Cresswell and Alan Gabay. Badouin Detu had a difficult end to his first lap, having a full 360 spin. One of the BMWs going rally crossing, and unfortunately for Badouin Detu, his luck wasn't improving. He managed to have contact with Ravi Ramid, and that would take him out of the race. It would trigger a brief safety car. As he went back to green flag conditions, it was Denny Berndt from Mackenzie Cresswell in second place. Cresswell, of course, looking to try and win the championship in this race. Luis Acala and Cedric Fuchs were both moving up through the order. That was Cedric in the 110 car, fighting well within the overall top 10 all race long. Anton Abey found the gravel in the 17 car a couple of laps after the safety car came back in. Luciano Schneider was proving to be quite the thorn in the side of J-Mo Hartling, as we saw him defending against the number 11 SR Mercedes, the 32 car that was on slicks at one time. Daniel Blickler working his way back through the pack after that slight wrong footage. In fact, Max Krumberg in the car for this race, I should say, and they would recover, of course, to an AM victory. So good going for Blickler and Krumberg's car in that race. Callum Davis got himself past the Mackenzie Cresswell car. Some of the Porsches were fighting further back, and while Cresswell had the other McLaren in his sights, he was largely just deciding to take discretionary action and get himself to the checkered flag. Denny Berndt got himself to the checkered flag first. Fourth across the line was Mackenzie Cresswell, and that was enough to win him the championship. Denny Berndt is a race winner then in the GT4 Winter Series. In second position, it was Alan Gabai, who was surging towards the Razoon Porsche at the end. Callum Davis taking third ahead of Mackenzie Cresswell and Elite Motorsport, our new teams champions, our new drivers champion. Owen Hizzy wins the Pro-Am standings and will, I think, cement himself second in the points for SVG Motorsport, along with Mark Ellman in Pro-Am. Luciano Schneider taking 6th overall ahead of J-Mo Hartling in 7th place. Cedric Fuchs wins the Cayman Trophy class, and I believe he will also, with that, net himself the Cayman Trophy Championship. Luis Acala taking 9th place, and Florian Bauer rounding out the overall top 10. Charlie Robertson in 11th position, Anton Abey in 12th, Max Krumberg winning AM in 13th, 14th for Burving, Araujo in 15th, Luis Moser in 16th, Joseph Ellerin in 17th place, Joachim Balting second in AM after some off-track moments, Daniel Drexel and Nico Grundle taking us down to 20th. Grundle has won the Pro-Am title for himself and Tim Horrell. Jakob Twarog in 21st, Richard Andermark in 22nd, the Hofer BMW, the 127 car in 23rd, Franz Linden, Jonathan Curry and Max Huber rounding out the finishing order. Badouin Detu, unfortunately, back in the pit lane after that off-track moment and the recovery of the 39 Aston. Well, that is the second race in the books for the GT4 Win Series this weekend, and it's our second occasion for these drivers on the podium with Andrew.
Thank you very much, Adam, for passing things down, and we're ready for our second podium ceremony of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We start with Cayman Trophy. Please, first of all, welcome out onto the podium your third place driver for GEDLICH Racing, Jakob Twarog. In second place in Cayman Trophy in half of an SR Motorsport 1-2, please welcome your runner-up, Luis Acala. And your winner in Cayman Trophy 4 SR Motorsport driving the 110, please welcome Cedric Fuchs. And to present the trophies, the third place trophy from Pirelli, it's Florencio Carso. The second place trophy from the directorship of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, Jose Luis Santa Maria. And from the directorship of the FIRA Circuit Company, Ignacy Armengol with the winner's trophy. Congratulations, drivers. We will see you again later on this afternoon. We next move to the AM category, the top three drivers receiving trophies for their efforts this morning. First up, in third place for Willico Motorsport, please welcome Richard Andermark. In second place for the Plus Line team in the number 38, please welcome Joachim Balting. And your AM-Class winner for W&S Motorsport in the number 32, please welcome Max Kronberg. The trophies once again presented by Florenzi Carter from Pirelli, Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and Ignasi Armengol for the FIRA circuit organisation. Congratulations once again, drivers. We'll see you later on this afternoon for the third race of the weekend. Next up, the Pro-Am category. Please give a big hand for your third place driver from East Racing in the number 99, Florian Bauer. In second place for W&S Motorsport, please welcome Luciano Schneider. And your Pro-Am category winner, a great drive for SVG Motorsport in the Ginetto G56. Please welcome Owen Hizzy. The trophies once again to be presented to the drivers. The third place driver from Florenzi Carter from Pirelli. The second place trophy from Jose Luis Santamaria for the directorship of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. And the winner's trophy, Ignasi Armengol from the directorship of the FIRA circuit organisation. Big well done once again to our top three in Pro-Am, and we will move to our final podium as part of this part of the programme. It is, of course, the Pro category. Great drives by all of our top three. First of all, in third place for Rafa Racing by Racelab, please welcome Callum Davies. In second place, please welcome for W&S Motorsport on the podium in race 2 again, it's Alon Gabai. And your race winner for Verzun Northern Racing, please welcome Danny Burnt. And the trophies, once again, presented to the drivers. Third place from Florenzi Carter from Pirelli, second place from Jose Luis Santamaria, and in first place, the first place trophy from Ignasi Armengol. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your support. More racing to come here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. The Prototype Winter Series season finale is next.
It's the only category racing today that has a champion coming into race 2. Danny Sufi has secured the Prototype Winter Series Championship. he's also secured himself 4th on the grid for this race. So he's got some work to do if he wants to make it 7 from 8 victories in this year's Prototype Winter Series. It is Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen on pole position for this race. The young Dane has put himself up very nicely going into this race. He's on pole alongside Lawrence Herr, beating the gold-rated multi-time Le Mans starting driver. That is a very good appearance for Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen in quali. Let's see how he does in the race. It is Zino Ferret-Falke on row 2 alongside Danny Sufi, so all Conrad in row 2. Philipp Limburg lining up 5th, David Drew 6th, Nogales and Jochen Schäfer rounding us down to 8th position on the grid. A very interesting race that we had yesterday, and a race that closed up the battle for 2nd in the championship points, because CLX Motorsports' David Drew and Quentin Joseph finished in a lower position than DKR Engineering's Lawrence Herr and John Brownson, and the net result of all that is Lawrence Herr and John Brownson being just 3 points away from CLX Motorsport in the championship. So CLX are running 2nd in the points for now. Let's see if they remain there. For now, though, let's go down to the grid with Izzy.
Yes, indeed. Welcome down to the grid for the final Prototype Winter Series race of the season. Of course, they only get the 2 races per weekend, so that means that this is the final race of the season. And I've decided to start at the back of the grid this time, so you can have a little look down of all the cars. But the reason that I've decided to do so is because we are next to the number 44 machine of Jochen Schäfer. And the reason being that Jochen was actually one of the first drivers that GEDLICH Racing founder Markus Giedlich ever coached. So we wanted to come and have a bit of a chat with him to see how he's doing. Jochen, great to see you. As I've just said, you were one of the first drivers that Markus Giedlich ever coached. So how is it to be in a GEDLICH Racing paddock?
It's just amazing how this product developed. I have to say a great thank you to the mastermind behind, my friend Markus and his whole team. They made a fantastic job to create such a platform for us drivers, teams, to enjoy the day. And I'm so happy to be back after 10 years or 11 years after my last race. I'm a bit rusty. Next year I will be driving on a different position. Right now I just make myself a happy day and try not to crash into the guys.
Yeah, you stepped away from racing, as you said, but back now. How much did you enjoy the race yesterday?
It was amazing, really. Even if I was not at top speed and I'm not into the car yet, but I mean the whole atmosphere and the race itself and the guys around me, I mean they're all professional. Yeah. So it's such a high level of racing. It's just amazing.
Perfect. We wish you best of luck in this race. Have a very fun time out there, and I'm sure that Marcus will be cheering you on at home. Right, we'll continue down the grid. The number 51 of Daniel Nogales alongside him. We've already had the 3-minute board. I'm quite keen to run down and show you the number 12 Racing Experience, a first pole position for the number 12 of the Racing Experience, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, starting in that car, and then he will hand over to Wolfgang Peyer, of course, after the pit stops. This race having pit stops where there will be a driver change in most of the cars, not all of the cars, of course, because this number 20 alongside you now, Philipp Limburg, is a solo driver, Danny Sufi also a solo driver, and the other Conrad Carvzino Ferre-Falca also a solo driver. We are gonna, I think we may, if I run a little bit, have time to get a quick word with Matthias, but right at the very front, and they are just now closing the door, so no, we aren't going to get a chance to have a word with our pole sitter. But of course they took a first podium last weekend in Aragon and now a first pole position, so fantastic job from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, and great for us to see for the final race of the Prototype Winter Series a different front row, because of course Lawrence Herr is alongside him. Lawrence giving us a little bit of a wave. Of course he took a solo win last weekend. John Brownson back in that car this weekend, so great to welcome him back, and we're going to have our final race coming up now.
So always 2 formation laps in the Prototype Winter Series. Of course, in these conditions, that's normally the protocol anyway. The drivers will get a couple of laps to get their eye in as we get ready for the final Prototype Winter Series race of the 2025 season, and it is an all-Duquesne front row of the grid. Mathias Bjerre-Jacobsen from Racing Experience, their junior shootout winner, managed to win himself into the seat. He might win himself some favour by leading the race early on here. Lawrence Herr second on the grid in the DKR engineering car. He will certainly be an immense challenge for Jacobsen. Ditto the drivers on row 2, the 2 Conrad Motorsport Ligiers of Zino Fellet-Falke and Danny Sufi, our new and 2-time now Prototype Winter Series champion. He lines up 4th on the grid. In 5th position, Philip Lindberg, the high-class racing car, the number 20 machine for high-class, the Danish driver, the Danish squad. And then it is a Swiss driver with a Swiss squad in 6th position. David Drew in 6th position. In at number 87, he will want to move up the order here in the early going. They only have a 3-point margin over DKR's Lawrence Herr coming into this race. Daniel Nogales in 7th position. That's the number 51 Team Virage car, a new addition to the grid. Jochen Schäfer at the back of the field as well. The KC2 racing car joining the grid for this weekend. We heard from him earlier on with Izzy, of course, a former student, one of the inaugural students of Marcus GEDLICH, back when the GEDLICH Racing organisation was, well, Marcus and his computer. Things have moved on somewhat since then, and now, as he said, the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series going from strength to strength. I'm delighted to see Jochen Schäfer at the wheel once again in motor racing. 11-year absence, as he said. We'll see how he does in these wet conditions. Wet conditions always a challenge in a carbon chassis prototype. The big 5.6 litre V8 in these cars also making this a particular challenge. I think if you were to ask me to join any of these grids in the wet conditions, I would probably pick the prototypes last, out of fear.
I'd go the other way.
Really?
This is the one I'd want to be on, just to get in there.
But to be fair, I couldn't fit in the formula, so maybe that would be last. Really
intriguing race this yesterday. For if you missed it, you can watch it back over on the Alpha Live YouTube platform, as with all of the races from the entirety of this this winter series. And I think we're going to get the same again. Yes, we're going to be talking about those mandatory pit stops, those handicaps for those teams with the stronger graded driver lineups. That's going to be the attention of things in this this first part of the race. And then you've also got this battle for the runners-up spot in the championship standings. Only 3 points standing between the number 87 CLX Motorsport entry that's being started by David Drew. So it's going to be very, very key for David Drew to firstly move through the field. I think they've got to do that. They've got to get themselves up into at least the top 4, because Lawrence Herr and all of his experience in the DKR Engineering number 3 that won this race 7 days ago, when it was a solo run for Lawrence at Aragon. You know, only 3 points behind. They've got the early advantage starting on that front row of the grid. So, yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on that. I'm also quite looking to see how Danny Sufi tackles this race, because no pressure now. He's got the championship won. He's retained his title. He can have a bit of fun out there, particularly starting alongside his teammates on that second row.
Yeah, absolutely. So to highlight the issue for David Drew in this race, if he were to close in on Lawrence Herr, finish the race, well, if he were to hand over to Quentin Joseph, and Quentin finished the race in 3rd behind Lawrence Herr's co-driver John Brownson, they would tie on points. But because Lawrence won that race, that would mean count back. 2nd place in the championship goes to Lawrence Herr of DKR Engineering. So for David Drew and for Quentin Joseph, it is about, at least while that number 3 car is in 2nd place, beating DKR Engineering. It doesn't become quite such an issue if they drop out of the podium places because there are fewer points, of course, between positions there. But it is quite the difficult situation that David Drew finds himself in there in 6th position. It's all Ligiers from row 2 to 4, and that's because the Duquesnes have taken the front row for this race. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen on pole position, Lawrence Herr in 2nd place. It's an all Luxembourger team front row of the grid as well. And let's see if Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, the Dane, can hold off the vastly experienced Lawrence Herr. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, the 18-year-old driver, was brave in the tricky conditions earlier on in the weekend on Saturday in qualifying. That's how he's ended up on pole position. But Lawrence Herr is a wily veteran, has seen it all twice and done it at least once. Let's see. The lights go out. We are underway. 50 minutes of racing in the Prototype Winter Series. Mandatory pit stops to come. We'll get to them later, but for now it is Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen that leads down to the first corner. Around the outside, though, goes Lawrence Herr. He was braver on the brakes. He's swept around the outside there, of course, the sometimes favoured outside line, but then he's gone off the circuit. He rejoins in the lead, and it's side by side there between one of the Conrad cars and Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. One of the other Conrad machines has fallen through the order, but it's Danny Sufi who has moved up. He's now challenging and passing for 2nd place. So Zino Ferret-Falca has fallen through the pack a little bit. Your top 4 is Lawrence Herr from Danny Sufi from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, and David Drew has already moved himself up to 4th.
Has indeed, so that's what he needed to do. Cleared Philip Lindbergh in the high-class racing, number 20, and Daniel Nogales as well in the Team Virage, number 51. Now to settle into a rhythm with the other drivers with a bit more pace in their respective squads. The other interesting aspect, I think, in this battle for 2nd place is I think this is going to come down to the gentleman drivers, which in a way is how it should be in this category, as everyone's trying to get a bit of heat into the tyres. Here, side by side, Drew trying to go around the outside of Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen there. That's going to get tight on the exit of turn number 10 through 11 and then into 12. Good defence once again from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, and we saw him do this 1 week ago in Aragon. He held Lawrence Herr off in the first race, the Saturday race, 8 days ago. A driver who's come through his karting career, a lot of experience in the Rotax racing ladder for the day, and has raced internationally in that, but this is going to be a tough run now across the course of the next 48 minutes here in LMP3.
David Drew will not have thanked him for squeezing the 87 car onto the paint there coming out of turn 10. That would have been traction critical, let's say that. 3 two-car battles then on screen, as Philip Lindbergh there has lost out to Daniel Nogales, who's surging in the early stages. So Nogales up to 5th place for Virage. But Danny Sufi wants to get one over on Lawrence Herr. Of course, Lawrence Herr is the only driver to have beaten Danny Sufi across a race distance this year. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen there, right on the paint, right on the standing water, just about manages to hold on. Sufi wants to get past Herr, wants to get that 7th win of the season. And of course, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen needs to hand over in as good of a position as possible to his teammate Wolfgang Peyer. Philip Lindbergh has gone off the circuit into the gravel trap. I don't think he would have been assisted there. Danny Sufi has the door open as they approach turn 7. Is it a move for the lead? Not quite. The inside line that usually proves to be favourable, of course. In the wet conditions, maybe not quite so good.
Good stuff there from both Herr and Sufi through turn number 7, and Lawrence Herr still trying to get a bit more heat into his tyres there in the DKR Engineering number 3. That battle between the top 2 has allowed Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen in the Racing Experience number 12 and David Drew in that CLX Motorsport number 87 just to close back in a little bit. So if it stays this way, I think the top 4 are going to be covered by just over a second. That off for Philip Lindbergh has dropped him down to 7th place, so Team Virage are now up into the top 5. The relatively local team to the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya here, with Daniel Nogales driving for them at the moment, looking pretty good there in that number 51. And they were a little bit unlucky, I thought, yesterday. Adam, we're in that debate for whether they could be on the podium in these tricky conditions. I think they've got another good chance here today.
Very good chance for sure. I'm liking this top four though. 2 of the manufacturers represented, 2 from each manufacturer represented. Duquesne from Ligier, Duquesne from Ligier at the front 4. And it is Lawrence Hurt that leads them for the time being. Of course, Lawrence referred to it last week when we were talking about John Brownson's absence, how much John likes this track, and I think we saw that materialised yesterday in his performance in the first half of the race. Going into the second half, John Brownson might have cause for some optimism here around this circuit. We'll see how he gels with the track in the wet conditions. Of course, Danny Soufi will be held for 144 seconds in the pit lane as a silver driver competing solo. Daniel Nogales will also have a 144-second pit stop, and that's going to be more costly as he goes off onto the gravel. Just to cover the other 144-second stops, Lindbergh having that, and Zeno Ferret-Falca also with 144 seconds pit in to pit out delta. 30 seconds or so, well, 29 seconds less for the likes of Brownson and Her, and 31 seconds less for the likes of Pyer and Jakobsen. Of course, David Drew as another driver with 115 seconds pit in to pit out for he and Quentin Joseph, since David is a gold-rated driver. Really fascinating to see all of these cars twitching away through the corners. Quite a treat, I would say, to see them in such close proximity with such rapid drivers at the wheel.
I'd say it's already building up to be a similar one to yesterday, in that this is what I call a proper race. One mistake could make the difference across the course of these 50 minutes plus 1 lap between being on the podium today and watching the rostrum ceremony from down there in pit lane. 6 minutes gone. Lawrence Her is your race leader, ahead of Danny Soufi at that last count by just over 0.6 of a second. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen currently holds the fastest lap. There in third place, as wide goes Lawrence Her there, searching for a little bit of grip. No opportunity on this occasion for Danny Soufi to get through. Just to confirm, Daniel Nogales did get back on the road after that off-track excursion at turn 5. He's dropped down to 7th place. Down the inside looks David Drew. No grip there though. Good line from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen round the outside to hold there in 3rd.
Yeah, very good stuff from Bjerre-Jacobsen. That inside beckons, and every instinct a racing driver has says, oh, overtaking opportunity. But in these conditions with the rubber still down from the slicks earlier on in the weekend, the favoured normal racing line, of course, that can be exceedingly treacherous. The outside favoured by many. Danny Soufi has gone from attacking Lawrence Her to now being pursued and harangued a little bit by Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. Jacobsen, who holds the fastest lap of the race, is the only driver so far to get a 1:51. But here, around the outside of him, comes David Drew. Oh, how the turntables from corner to corner. And, well, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen just about holds on to all of the opposite lock, or does he? Here comes David Drew again, though the outside line will help Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, and David Drew will have been seesawing away at the steering wheel there.
He will have been. I think that the eagerness for Drew at this stage is because he can see Lawrence Hurst just starting to build a bit of a gap and building confidence as well out there. As I say, this is a race, this is a championship battle for 2nd place in the standings that ultimately will be decided by the gentleman drivers here today. But for David Drew, he's trying to reduce the arrears and reduce the amount of work that Quentin Joseph will have to do as much as possible. Jacobsen runs wide there out of turn 3, but no opportunity for Drew to find a way through. And that gap between 2nd and 3rd is starting to grow here. Danny Soufi there in the teal and black number 1 for Conrad Motorsport after those initial early attacks on Lawrence Her. He's got into a rhythm now, just happy to sit there in 2nd place, knowing that there will potentially be opportunities later on. Yes, they'll have that longer pit stop, but on the form that we've seen so far this season, the thinking would be that when we get to the second half of the race, the pace for the number 1 will be better than the number 3, and they'll see if they can overhaul that 30 seconds or so deficit from those pit stops.
David Drew again looking feisty on the back of Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, this time taking to the outside line through T10 and 11, but that will of course possibly beckon the inside for the following corner, but Bjerre-Jacobsen covers that off. Again, outside line for David Drew. He'll get a surge of traction out of the corner, but he'll find a Duquesne in his way, or will he? Because he's cut to the inside at turn 13, side by side through the corner. Jacobsen forced onto the paint. He just holds on. Dogged defensive driving there. He will have been closing his eyes almost, putting the power down on all of that paint. He remains third for now, but Drew has a run.
Yeah, Drew's got a really good run out of turn 14. Here's his opportunity to take third place and make a bit of progress in this battle for second in the championship. Down the inside into turn 1 goes David Drew. Job done, or is it? Because Jacobsen's going to get a good exit out of turn number 2 here, and it's been pretty strong through turn 3. He's going to look down the inside. 2 drivers right through turn number 3. Has David Drew been able to hold on to the position? Yes, he has. Big lap now for David Drew. He's got the job done. Up into third place. Just needs to settle in now and potentially see if there's an opportunity to get past Danny Soufi. 1 week ago in slippery conditions, David Drew had a bit more pace at times than Danny Soufi. Now, of course, Danny Soufi was taking care of championship bids, was not needing to necessarily push flat out in those races at Aragon, but it's going to be intriguing to see what David Drew can do here. Right now, if the result was to stay, as you can see on screen, it would be Lawrence Herr and John Brownson. Well, Lawrence Herr on his own, because of course it's that different in the points from John Brownson not racing in Aragon last week. It would be her taking second place in the championship.
It would be, and the reason why, of course, if you watch the GT Win series, you'll see drivers not competing at all in the sprints, but of course here they have to race in both races to be registered for points for both races, because there is a mandatory driver change if you have a second driver. David Drew might need a second set of draws after that one. That was a little bit too wide for my liking and his liking, going through turn 12. For now, he remains in third place, but even for the highly experienced David Drew, these conditions are quite the challenge, and these LMP3 cars aren't the nicest of dancing partners. In fact, it's not dancing, it's sparring, and you've got to get your blocks in.
You have indeed. Jacobsen just moving over to maybe to try and cool the tyres down a little bit, because you think the rain is at least dissipated as Drew's looking around the outside. He's going to have the inside for turn number 2. Close there with Danny Soufi, and a little bit of a contact there. I think one of the dive planes, one of the pieces of aero just came off either one of the cars. It'd be good to see if we can get a little replay of that one, but David Drew does look like he's got a bit more pace than Danny Soufi at this stage of proceedings, and is clearly in a mood to get on with things pretty quickly at this stage of the race. 38 minutes to go in this one. Lawrence Herr is your race leader by 2.3 seconds from Danny Soufi. David Drew immediately behind. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen still there in 4th place. Zeno Falkers through into 5th place. He's doing a solid job at the moment, about 10 seconds behind this front quartet for the second of the Conrad Motorsport entries. Philip Lindbergh, after that moment in the gravel earlier on, has recovered. Is there in 6th place. Nogales 14th, Virage 7th, and Jochen Schaefer still running there in 8th. But here goes David Drew again to the outside into turn number 10. He'll try and switch it back perhaps as they run towards turn 11. Good defence from Danny Soufi. Now slightly uphill. This is where David Drew had his moment 1 lap ago. He's out wide again, but not as wide as he was 1 lap before. I'll say it again, I do think David Drew's got a bit more pace than Danny Soufi at this stage of the race, but the problem is Lawrence Herr disappearing down the road. He's probably going to be more than 2.5 seconds clear at the end of this lap.
Yeah, Lawrence has had a solid lap with nothing going on in the rear view mirrors. That can't be said for anyone else just behind him. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all much of a muchness. Here comes David Drew, shifting any way he can to try and maybe just force Danny into a block, but Soufi knew there that David Drew was too far back. David was trying to bait him into going defensive, wasn't going to happen on this occasion. Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen, of course, now an interested observer, just a few car lengths back, pushing on as best he can there in 4th position. Still has the fastest lap of the race to his credit as he runs out wide there. Can't do track limits too often. He has been wide there a little bit coming out of turn 3 on several occasions now, so he has to be a little bit careful with that. Of course, Wolfgang Peyer won't thank him if he hands the car over with a litany of warnings for track limits issues. Wolfgang Peyer will take the car over.
Well, indeed, that'll be another performance that we'll keep an eye on from one of the gentleman drivers. Just looking at pace out there, so the best lap time so far in this race, 151s and 152s. Everyone's in the 153s and 154s for those drivers in the top 5 right now. And if the track does start to dry out, there will be an element of tyre management to do here, because that's another thing that the drivers, your Lance Hers, your David Drews, will need to think about. They need to take care of the car, build the gaps for their gentleman drivers later on in this race. They also don't want to take too much out of the tyres for their teammates when we get into the latter stages of this one. 35 minutes to go. Still at the moment no way through for David Drews. Very close there, but turn 14 would be a bit of an unorthodox place to go for an overtake. More orthodox is the run down towards turn 1, and Danny Soufi knows it, goes over to driver's right to defend the inside line, and the long run now down towards turn 1. Can David Drew find a way through? Is there a way round the outside, perhaps? We've seen quite a few moves round the outside into turn 1 so far this weekend, and this may be another. Through goes David Drew. Beautiful stuff from CLX Motorsports team leader here this weekend. Now the race really begins for CLX Motorsport. They now know what the deficit to DKR Engineering is. It's going to be about 3 seconds. This is where I expect to see David Drew to continue to push on to try and reduce the rears, make the job for Quentin Joseph a little bit easier when you have that gentleman drivers battle versus John Brownson later in this race.
We can have a little look back here, have a replay of some first corner shenanigans. Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen looked a bit feisty on Danny Soufi there, and this is, yeah, that nibble of contact that we saw a couple of laps ago. Tiny bit of carbon fibre coming out of one of the cars, but both seem to be continuing on unabated. Soufi still ahead of Bjerre-Jacobsen, while the young Dane looks fairly menacing on the rear of Soufi. But so for David Drew, he has now got the carrot in front of him in the form of Lawrence Her. Of course, 3 points of advantage for CLX Motorsport, but 7 points between victory and second place. So currently, Her would take second in the championship by 4 points if things stay as they are. John Brownson, of course, while he missed the Aragon race number 2 and therefore won't share in that second place, I'm sure that Lawrence will be more than happy to bestow mutually shared second place on him. And John, of course, would love to make it work for Lawrence on his end when he takes the car over. The pit window, incidentally, will open in 2 3/4 minutes, but a lot of these drivers at the front here, these silver-rated drivers, these gold-rated drivers, should stay in the car for a while. Around the outside goes Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen. Danny Soufi says, not that easy, but Jacobsen may well rejoin in 30, drifts out wide there onto the runoff area as he took the exit lane. Hopefully the car is still there when we rejoin the camera. Yes, it is, and Danny Soufi retains third place there, having absolutely none of it down at turn 1.
No, it's a good attempt there from Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen, but just lost the grip from across the front tyres there to bite and get round the corner. But looking pretty quick again is Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen through turn number 6. Which even in these conditions is pretty much a flat-out corner for our LMP3 drivers. Danny Soufi having a bit of a wobble there through turn number 7, not looking totally at home in the number 1 Conrad Motorsport entry, which is something we haven't said a lot across the course of this season. With Danny Soufi and his experience and drifting knowledge, he's quite happy to have a car that's a bit more mobile underneath him and have a tendency to slide, but that tends to be in a way that he gets off of the corners. That doesn't seem to really be the case at the moment for the now two-time prototype Winter Series champion. Back at the front of the order, well, David Drew closing in now on the race leader, Lawrence Hurt. The gap is down to 1.9 seconds. David Drew on this lap so far has set a personal best through sector number 1. So this is a proper battle now for second place in the championship and the lead of this race. The gap now down to half a second, Adam.
Yeah, that gap has come down incredibly quickly. 1.4 seconds taken out of her on the previous lap. Pierre Jakobsen is again going to find himself on the outside of Danny Sufi. Does the result change in the slightest? Yes, it does, because, oh, no, not quite. Jakobsen this time at least stays on the circuit, but he didn't get the traction there on the paint between turn 1 and turn 2. Sufi remains in third place, steadfastly refusing to allow the racing experience car through.
Indeed. So we're going towards the pit window opening in the next 20 seconds or so. I don't think anyone's going to be in on this particular lap. Everybody is, well, we might see Jochen Schroeder come in on this lap. Because at the moment, I think the number 44 is either towards the end of sector number 2 or in sector number 3. The pit window is now open for the 10-minute window for everybody to come in and do their mandatory pit stops. Again, though, you would expect to see the likes of her and Drew stay out to maximise their driver time. In the meanwhile, Drew's going to have a go here at Lawrence Hurt, try and do another one of his moves around the outside through turn number 10. Lawrence Hurt wise to that, though. Good apex control from Lawrence Hurt. And again through turn number 11, but this is an astonishing run from David Drew, who's got a lot of grip round the outside and has taken the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff from David Drew, who found the grip. He's been trialling that outside line for a good few laps now through turn number 12. Nearly got it wrong a few laps ago, but such confidence from David Drew to take the lead of this race, and right now in the live points, Adam, also takes second place in the championship.
Yeah, that's the really critical note there, isn't it? That will bump a 3-point lead up to 10 points if they finish 1-2 in this order. David Drew's CLX car and Lawrence Hurt and John Brownson in the DKR Engineering Duquesne. Into the pits comes Danny Sufi. He's had enough of defending from Matthias Pierre Jakobsen. 144 seconds then, 2 minutes and 24 seconds from pit in to pit out for Sufi. That will also be the case for the cars behind him, like Philip Lindberg and Zino Ferret-Falke. But of course, for the cars he was just fighting, they have about 30 seconds, 29 and 31 seconds, depending on which lineup you're discussing, less than Danny Sufi. So he's going to have to now push on in the second phase of the race to catch back up to the cars that he's just been dicing with.
He will indeed. I just wonder if the Conrad Motorsport team have taken the option to come in as early as possible. A little bit of work, just checking of the tyre pressures on the front axle. You know, try and make some minor setup changes if they can to aid Danny Sufi for his pace in the second half of this one, because he's not quite looked at 100% so far in this race. Again, the pressure is off. He won the championship and got the necessary points to mathematically seal things yesterday, of course, but a driver of Danny Sufi's standard and competitiveness, he's going to want to take his 7th win of the year if possible. Past the number 44 of Jochen Schäfer goes the race leader to put a lap on the KC2 Racing entry. In the meantime, in the pit still is Danny Sufi, serving his mandatory pit stop time of those 144 seconds, so no problems by the looks of things there. Will go off the lead lap during this pit window. There is David Drew, now with a 1.7 second lead, Adam, over Lawrence Hurt, and looking pretty good right now.
Looking very good at the moment, out there at the front. As you said, 1.7 seconds, 6 seconds as well, of course, to Jakobsen who will hand over with due course to the driver Wolfgang Peyer. One Conrad in, one Conrad out down there on the pit. Zeno Ferret-Falke, Cameron not in position to give many winking opportunities on this day. Well, no, he's shaking his head. No winks on this occasion. Was very flamboyant while serving his pit stop earlier on, but he's in the zone today, and justifiably so, of course, because he knows he needs to find some more pace in the second half. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen is into the gravel, and that car is more than likely beached. Now, normally, during these pit windows, if there's a situation like this, they'll either try and control it under local yellows or indeed full course yellow, I believe, is an option in these LMP3s specifically as well. So I wouldn't expect a safety car to intervene on this occasion. But for Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, all of that hard work, all of that defending against that man, Danny Soufi, is sadly for naught, and it was just so easily done. A bit of a twitch on corner entry, slightly too much speed on corner turn-in, and off onto the gravel. Easy to do, but it looks very clumsy on camera.
Yeah, it's another one of those tricky downhill runs into turn 5, where the front end of the car just got unloaded, locked the rears ever so slightly, and it's a pretty tight bit of runoff there before touching the wall. So we'll see if Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen can get that car back out. He might need to try and engage reverse gear if he can, to just weave that number 12 back onto the racing surface. But that is going to be the end, realistically, of podium hopes for the second of the Duquesnes. Here's your race leader, though, David Drew, circulating on a 1:53.4 last time around, and extends his lead by another 1.2 seconds over Lawrence Herr in second place, down through the part of the circuit where the racing experience number 12 is now stranded. Into the pits as well has come the Team Virage number 51. Daniel Nogales will hand the car over to Geronimo Gomez, who was pretty impressive yesterday in the dry conditions. Full course yellow has been applied, so spot on there, Adam. A bit more help for the safety crews down at turn 5 is required to help the number 12 out of that sticky spot. We don't go full safety car, so we don't see the field close up, which is good news for everybody in terms of their strategies and fairness of the race. But everyone now down to full course yellow speed, and I do wonder now, will we see Drew and Herr perhaps come in a little bit earlier than they would earlier plan?
Quite possibly. We'll have to wait and see on that front, of course, with the pit windows and the difference of up to 60 seconds between people's pit stops. The last thing we want to do is put everyone behind a safety car and effectively null and void the entire point of the handicap system. So that is why the full course yellow is out there right now. The pit window is also closed during this phase of the race as well. So it's not an issue for the drivers that have not yet done it. They'll simply extend the window. Obviously, they're not going to punish the drivers for the fact that someone else has had an off. But it is not currently okay to serve your stop. So while I'm sure the instinct for Drew and Herr there was to dive into the pit lane, as would normally be the case in scenarios like this, not right now. They have to continue and wait on. They'll add however long the safety car, however long the full course yellow is to the pit window time here. So we'll probably end up with a good 2 or 3 minutes extra worth of full course yellow. You can see there then on screen in vision the gap between David Drew and Lawrence Herr, 3 seconds at the line, but of course that was at 80 kilometers an hour. In reality, it's a little bit closer than that. FCY out on the circuit. Danny Soufi, of course, has served his stop. Everyone except for David Drew and Lawrence Herr have served their pit stops.
So effectively, in terms of how long through the pit window Drew and Herr pit, I think it's still going to be pretty similar, either on the last lap of opportunity or the one before it, for these two. But a bit of a breather, a bit of a break for Drew and Herr to maybe discuss things with the team, if everything's working well on the radios, as to how they're going to approach this part of the race. There is the number 12 back out on circuit. Shower of gravel out of the side pods and the aero that the other drivers won't thank Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen for this this stage of the race. I think Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen is still being scored as in 4th place, but we should remember that that car hasn't come in yet. Let's have a look at another replay of some of the events out there on circuit whilst we're under this full course yellow. This is the number 44 of Jochen Schäfer for KC2 Racing. It's currently in 8th place.
And the windscreen wiper there was doing a better job of wiping the front bodywork than the windscreen. So that is not ideal in these conditions. We're back to green flag. Whether they actually extend the window or not, I'm not sure, because these two drivers that have not pitted yet can both dive in before 20 minutes comes up, so they'll be there in time. I would probably, just for safety's sake, if I were David Drew or Lawrence Herr, just pit in this time and get it over with, which I suspect they both will. In fact, pit window is open for 4 minutes, just confirmed. So CLX and DKL could extend if they wished. Only by 1 lap. Let's see whether either of them does decide to leave it out there for a bit longer. Just getting slightly hindered there, Lawrence Herr. Both drivers continue on, maximising their time. I think both Quentin Joseph and John Brownson would have said, I can do a lap less. I've had plenty of free practice track time. I don't need the extra lap right now.
Yeah, I think that's the right call from both CLX Motorsport and DKR Engineering. I'd say it's still going to be decided by the gentleman drivers ultimately in this race, but why not? Why not maximise a bit more time with David Drew and Lawrence Herr respectively for those two teams. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen's Duqueine DR8 for racing experience is in the pits. That's not a surprise. Car will be being checked over for a bit of any potential damage to the car. I think the worst they'll probably have is a bit of gravel rash on the under tray, but they'll also change driver, get Wolfgang Peyer in for his time for the remaining 90 minutes or so, plus that 1 lap. There is your race leader though, David Drew, and out of that full course yellow, once again the lead for CLX at the moment, 2.7 seconds.
Yeah, not a bad lead at all for David Drew. I think he maybe was just slightly quicker on the trigger as the green flags were put back out there onto the circuit. Of course, minimal disadvantage, yes, but of course having that coasting round on full course yellow, they would have had to struggle to get the tyres back up to temp. I'm wondering if Lawrence Herr had some temp out of his rears, because I've seen him sliding a little bit. We saw a little step out there at turn 9 for him in the back of shot. The number 87 continues to lead then. I suspect they'll both be pitting this time by. They both have pit stops of 115 seconds, so theoretically they should come out identically in terms of gap compared to what they have now. Ooh, okay. David continues on. Lawrence Herr continues on, I think, as well. Yes, they both do. That's going to be very narrow against the 4-minute window there, because the 4 minutes was established about 2.5 minutes ago. That's very close indeed. I'm not sure. That's pushing the envelope quite far for both parties.
Indeed, as there is Quentin Joseph. I'm just going for a last-minute briefing with his engineers. I think they'll be okay. I think they'll just be all right to get this one in. But I agree with you, Adam, because it's always that case of, but what if? What if something happens if you have a problem on that last lap of the stint? But when you've got second place in the championship on the line between these two teams, I think it's understandable that they are pushing it all the way to maximise their respective chances. Through turn number 5 goes the race leader. Pace at the moment immediately back into the 153s, so that's come back a bit. We had dropped into the 154s before the full course yellow. Still not at the best pace that we've seen so far in this race. A 152.0 as there's a spin for Jochen Schäfer in the number 44. Hopefully he's not lost the engine in that Ligier LMP3 car and can get it going again. Pit window still open, but surely at this stage, Drew and Her are both going to be in on this lap.
Yeah, they have to be in this time by for sure. The pit window still displayed as open. We haven't had pit window closed show up on our timing screens just yet, but I am watching my timing screens out of fear, and the pit stop window has closed. I didn't think it was quite going to work in their favour, and as David Drew and Lawrence Her make their way in, the pit window has already been displayed as closed, and that is a huge development for the race, of course. They were fighting for first and second. That's also going to change the permutations of the championship as Quentin Joseph and John Brownson take these cars over. There's a lot of question marks overhead.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one now. In a strange way, it might not have too much bearing because they're both going to have exactly the same scenario. When we saw this last week for high-class racing, I think I'm right in saying it was a drive-through penalty was the result for the number 20. That was as a result of their radio issues. They pitted way after the pit window had closed in race 1 at Aragon, but there'll be a little bit of talk, I think, now between these drivers getting in, and there's the small matter of what they're going to do out on track. Quentin Joseph for the number 87 CLX Motorsport entry, and of course John Brownson for the number 3 of DKR Engineering. 15 minutes of this race remaining. This will all cycle Danny Sufi back towards the front of the order. Might not necessarily take the race lead because of course these pit stops for CLX Motorsport and for DKR Engineering are shorter. Here is a squabble on track, and I think this has been a change for 5th place in the standings. As around, unfortunately, is Jochen Schaefer once again in the
Still
number 44. That's the same incident, hasn't moved from the first spin. But Lindbergh has gone through there into 5th place, and could this be the day? Could this be the moment that Philip Lindbergh, who came so close to a podium 1 week ago at Aragon, lost it as a result of a drive-through penalty, having not served his pit stop in the pit window? Somewhat ironically, he could have an opportunity to get that first podium as a result of somebody else's pit stop window infringements.
Would be second podium of the season because he got a podium in Estoril, but your stint of the season for sure.
He hasn't had one so far.
CLX and DKR are both out there onto the racing circuit. The gap has, I think, slightly grown by maybe 2 or 3 car lengths in favour of Quentin Joseph, who has now taken over the 87. John Brownson there in the number 3 car. The bronzes have taken the helm, and the next question is, we saw the pit window closed bulletin come up on screen before either car was in the pits. One would assume that means there's an action to come.
Yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. 1.2 seconds between. Round has gone John Brownson. John Brownson has had a spin out of turn number 3 on his outlap. I was about to say that it was good work from DKR Engineering to close the gap out of the pits. Well, that's gone all the other way now, and that could be the key moment in the battle for second place in the championship, Adam.
Yes, it could. That is a big blow for the hopes of Lawrence Her, who again is on a slightly different score from John Brownson since Brownson sat out race 2 last week at Aragon. The DKR Engineering car needed to be ahead of CLX for there to be any hope of second in the championship for Lawrence Her, and that mistake from John Brownson could be key. The car was looking twitchy before he took it over, John Brownson. I just wonder whether it's starting to become a bit imbalanced. It also looked like there was quite a lot of camber on the rear right of that car, an unnatural amount of camber, I thought, potentially on the rear right of that car. I just wonder whether maybe something's a little bit amiss in the rear.
12.5 minutes of this race to go then. Quentin Joseph is your race leader, but with a bit of a cloud hanging over that number 87, and not just the rain clouds here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. No further notifications on our monitors in the box yet, but if you're just joining us, the 87 and the 3, after a full course yellow period, both pitted and crossed the timing beam line for pit entry, which is how all of these things are defined. after, and it was a good 4 or 5 seconds after the notification of pit stop window closed appeared on our screens. That's no bother at the moment, though, to Danny Soufi. Danny Soufi's going to find out what the job entails, at least on track, for the gap to pull back to the number 3 and the number 87. This is almost one of his races, his performances in reverse here today.
Yeah.
He's now got to catch the gentleman drivers as opposed to pull away from them, and the gap is 45 seconds to up to the number 87.
That is a big ask even for Danny Soufi. Quentin Joseph is not a bad driver by any means, and he has gotten better and better as he's become more used to the LMP3s. This is his first full-time campaign in an LMP3 car this season in the Prototype Winter Series, and he has been pretty solid. I think Danny's going to have his work cut out here. Of course, he will be quicker for sure. He will be closing. You might even get a little bit of Jaws music from the inside of the number 87 car, but it is quite a gap that he has to try and make up. It's worth noting as well, Zino Ferret-Falca, 8.7 seconds back from Soufi, and that gap has gone down by 1.7 seconds on the last lap alone.
Good to point that out. I just spotted that myself as well, and we should remember back to Quali 1 yesterday, where in similar conditions to these, Zino Ferret-Falca was very strong indeed, nearly took a bit of a scalp away from Danny Soufi. Last time around, although the pace has started to come back now, 1 minute 57.1 for Soufi, 1 minute 55.4 for Falca. So we may see a bit of a battle here in the last 10 minutes or so between the two Conrad Motorsport entries. This would be a great return from Zino Ferret-Falca, who was strong in the first part of yesterday's race, but maybe a bit of inexperience, a bit of race rust crept in. He had a disastrous lap in where he lost 2 positions and then got a penalty as well, a drive-through penalty for an infringement coming out of the pits. Just crossed over the separation line running down towards turn 1. So if Falca can work his way here onto the podium, that would be a very good result indeed. Difference in terms of the times, 2 minutes 7.0 for Quentin Joseph, 2 minute 3.8 for John Brownson. So yes, the gap is 20.3 seconds, but that battle isn't done yet. And you were absolutely right earlier on, Adam, to point out that John Brownson likes this circuit. It seems like he's more comfortable with this track versus what we saw 1 week ago. But not done for Danny Soufi either, 1:57.2, so nearly 10 seconds quicker than Quentin Joseph last time around. It's still a tall order. It's a big ask for Danny Soufi, and he's being caught by Zino Ferret-Falca as well. Right now, as these times are trending, we could have a 4-way battle for the race lead. However, more news, as we suspected. Pit stop procedures under investigation for cars 3 and 87. That's John Brownson, DKR Engineering, and Quentin Joseph and the CLX Motorsport number 87. If previous events are anything to go by, Adam, I think we know what's coming.
We do. If either team wants my CV for race management, I saw that one coming from a mile off, so, you know, just get in touch. Quentin Joseph will once again cross the line. He does cross the line with a quicker lap time, a 2:04.834, so only a second off of the previous lap from this man, John Brownson. Let's see what Brownson's lap is this time by. Again, taking it easy through the final corner there, staying within the limits. The gap again comes down, 18.7 seconds now from first to second place. But more alarmingly for Brownson, Danny Soufi is now only 8 seconds back. And Danny has actually shrunk that gap down from 44 to 26 seconds in, what, 2 laps? As Quentin Joseph is struggling more so than I anticipated. Soufi may yet managed to do another classic Danny Soufi performance. It's either driving away from the field or surging back through with Danny, and he is currently doing the latter.
He is indeed. The good news for Quentin Joseph, though, is that the delta between his home pace and John Brownson, while still to the advantage of John Brownson, was much better on that last lap. 2 minute 4.8 for Joseph, 2 minute 3.3 for Brownson. So Joseph can afford, with the time and laps remaining in this race, to keep losing 1.52 seconds a lap, and he'd still be comfortably clear of John Brownson, and that would mean second in the championship for the CLX Motorsport duo.
Yes, it would. So currently on course for that second position. Let's see how this unfolds. Of course, Quentin Joseph has the not insignificant task of keeping the car underneath him in these tricky conditions, so anything's possible from here in the battle for second in the points. Reigning champion, now confirmed two-time champion, Danny Soufi is hunting down John Brownson. The gap was 8 seconds. It's going to be maybe 2 at best as they come across the line this time by. There's the delta on screen between them. Soufi will be a lot more confident and fast through turn 13 and 14. And within the next few corners, Andrew, the Conrad Motorsport Ligier is going to be on the back of Brownson.
It is indeed. And also just pull our attention to the current fastest car on the track, which is Philip Lindbergh. Philip Lindbergh's doing 155s, but he's a second and a half quicker than the Conrad Motorsport duo. So I'm going to say it again. I don't think a podium is out of the question for High Class Racing. A long overdue podium for High Class Racing in their number 20. They've got about 23 seconds to find to get into that region where everyone's converging in on the same part of track in the last 5 minutes of this race. And just to be clear, we've not had any further notifications on our timing screens regards the pit stop procedure investigation for the cars number 3 and 87. 156.7 last time around. As around goes Wolfgang Peyer in the number 12. Can he keep the engine running? He's going to have a bit of a difficult recovery there because he's facing into the gravel. Sensible choice. Bangs it into reverse. As round is Brownson. John Brownson is round. That will be the easiest second place gain that Danny Soufi's had this season, and I think Falca may have gone through as well. He has. So 2 Conrad Motorsport entries onto the podium now, but what a shame there for John Brownson, pushing on, trying to keep things going. That's very good news for CLX Motorsport in their battle for second place in the championship. Upcoming penalty or no penalty, beating the number 3 is the number 1 priority of the day, and John Brownson losing things there. And I think it's turn 5 again. Turn 5 is so treacherous here today, Adam.
It is, yeah. Turn 5 has been catching people out all weekend. It was usually during practice, turn 5 yellow flag, then a red flag, and it was all on his own. John Brownson just in the mid-corner, over-rotating the rear. Easily done, and he's had compounding news on the timing screen now, because both he and the number 87 car we see here of Quentin Joseph have 20-second stop and go penalties for incorrect pit stop timings. They were in after the window closed. That will hand the lead to Danny Soufi, but will it be a definitive lead? Because that gap that was 10 seconds post window between himself and Zino Ferret-Falca is now 2.7.
It is indeed. It continues to come down. 1 minute 59.9 for Danny Soufi last time around, but we should consider that was he probably had to back off quite a bit through turn 5 to avoid the spinning John Brownson. 156 rather, 0.2 for Zino Ferret-Falca. That penalty, or those penalties for the 3 and the 87, I think will be more than enough to hand third place in the last spot on the podium to Philip Lindbergh and High Class Racing, and that's a super story for them after the disappointment of 1 week ago. They've been licking their wounds since the Aragon meeting. We mentioned yesterday, didn't we, Adam, about the training, Anders Fjordbach being involved, not in a racing capacity this weekend, but using his experience and his knowledge, not just of these cars, but also at High Class Racing as a team. Thanks must go to him from Philip Lindbergh for the training that he's received in recent times. Still not got it absolutely done yet. There's still the professional job of getting the number 20 around here. But Philip Lindbergh looking pretty good now. There is Quentin Joseph going past pit lane, so hasn't elected to go in to serve the penalty yet. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And over the line to complete yet another lap.
Yeah, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the pit-in, pit-out delta here is 22 seconds. So if they don't serve the stop-go, they might just end up with the 20 seconds plus the pit-in, pit-out delta added to their race time. This will be the penultimate lap of the race then for all of our drivers, and for Zino Felett-Falke. Opportunity knocks 2.2 seconds, gap down another half second. He needs to catch a bit more than that in the last 2 laps of the race in order to close in on Danny Soufi. Danny's a well-measured driver, has thousands of kilometers at this point racing wheel to wheel in LMP3 competition, so Zino's going to do well to shake Danny Soufi, but he is doing very well on the timing screen. Zino Felett-Falke in his first weekend in an LMP3, his racing experience, to the best of my knowledge, down purely to Volkswagen Ups and go-karts so far. He's taken to the big V8 prototypes very well.
He has indeed, and this would be a great way to finish the season for Conrad Motorsport. Already won the championship, of course, in the hands of Danny Soufi, and could be on for a 1-2 finish here. Here is your leader on track, and the number 12 of Wolfgang Peyer, which is some laps off the overall lead, of course. That was mainly down to the problem that Matthias Pierre Jakobsen had down at turn 5, which was the full course yellow that really did turn this race on its head and caused that confusion with the pit stop windows for CLX Motorsport and for DKR Engineering. Time is up. Final lap board will be out on this occasion. I think you're right, Adam, as Zino Felett-Falke tries to find a way through past Wolfgang Peyer, that CLX Motorsport are either going to take this as a time penalty at the end of this race, or pit at the very end of this one.
I don't think they can't serve a stop-go on the final lap of the race. Lap, no. That's not possible. So yes, I think they'll be doing 20 seconds plus pit delta added to their times as Zino Felett-Falke there turns in, swings the car into the first corner. He'll be hoping Quentin Joseph puts up a fight here, of course. Danny Soufi is still second in the race. Quentin Joseph leads, or does he? Because here comes Danny to the inside at turn 4. Gets it done fairly easy in controlled fashion, moves into the race lead, so even without the stop-go penalty being served by Quentin Joseph, it is going to be Soufi at the front of the field. He now just has to get to the checkered flag, and of course we've been talking at length about the second place fight in the championship with Joseph ahead of Brownson, with both of them serving penalties. It will be CLX Motorsport that take the runners-up spot in this year's Prototype Winter Series. Great driving, I think, from all parties in these conditions. But at the end of it all, even when it maybe didn't feel like it a few laps ago, Andrew, it's going to be another Soufi masterclass.
Very key words there being masterclass, as Falke is going to move through past Joseph for second on the road, and Conrad Motorsport are going to see their cars come over the line 1-2 here to finish the season at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. But what words can we use for Danny Soufi's season? It's going to be 7 wins out of 8. The only time he didn't win this season was when he was going up against the solo run against Lawrence Herr. A brilliant performance from Danny Soufi throughout the season. He won the title yesterday and he makes it a clean sweep at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. It's a Conrad Motorsports 1-2 with Zino Felett-Falke on the podium as well. Quentin Joseph over the line in third. That is provisional, of course, with the penalties to be applied. But the key thing being that the number 87 CLX Motorsport entry comes over the finish line ahead of the number 3 of John Brownson and Lawrence Herr, which per our understanding means that CLX Motorsport will secure second place in the championship. Philip Lindbergh over the line, 4th on the road, and may well inherit, and should inherit once the penalties have been applied, 3rd place and on the podium provisionally, of course. What a brilliant response after a difficult run at Aragon last week from High Class Racing.
Well, there you go. What a finish for Conrad Motorsport. 1-2 in that race. Rather nice image there for the Conrad Motorsport garage. They've had many, of course, massive results in sports car racing previously. 1-2 finish for them on this occasion. What a debut in LMP3s for Zino Ferret-Falca. He's done some testing, he's had some mileage with the car, but this is a great performance. The marshals are happy with that as well as they cheer on the Conrad Motorsport cars. Of course, our morning, quote-unquote, of racing is not done yet. The GT Winter Series will be out on circuit yet, so they'll have to return to post at least once more before we get to the lunch break for our marshals, as well as, of course, our drivers, who will get the opportunity to kick their feet back a little bit. Danny Sufi and Zino Ferret-Falca with some tandem drifting. Oh, Danny. Old habits die hard, huh? Former drifter over in the United States in his Corvette. And, well, I think his dad now plays with the Corvette a bit more than him. He is still one to go sideways when the opportunity allows for it. Sufi and Falca with a Conrad 1-2 to end a perfect season for the Austrian team. Team's title, driver's title, and of course for Sufi it is 7 wins from 8 in the Prototype Winter Series. Sufi pulls up to the podium. Ferret-Falca joins, as does Quentin Joseph, although one would expect that Joseph is ultimately demoted behind Philip Lindbergh, who, to Andrew Mather's point, will inherit 3rd position most likely, since the Quentin Joseph car had a stop-and-go penalty it did not serve. That will be converted into an equivalent time penalty for the CLX Motorsport team, which has now happened, incidentally. So the order is Lindbergh 3rd, Quentin Joseph 4th. But all the same, Joseph and David Drew have done enough to become runners-up in this year's Prototype Winter Series, and that will be a good result, I'm sure, for Quentin and for David. Quentin Joseph in his first full season effort in an LMP3, heading into the summer, where I believe he's intending to do a lot more racing in the prototypes. And his winter outings have gone very well by and large. They never quite got to that top step of the podium, of course, but they were consistent all year and fast all year. And sometimes that is all you can ever really ask for. Danny Sufi has, of course, been consistently winning all season long. Only Lawrence Herr could stop him from the 100% record. That came, of course, at Aragon on Sunday last week. But still, the championship went to Sufi with a race to spare. And a perfect year will conclude with one last visit to the podium. There will, of course, be a championship podium here as well for our Prototype Winter Series teams. So you'll see visual confirmation of the top 3 in the standings there. And that will, of course, be DKR Engineering, CLX Motorsport, and Danny Sufi of Conrad on the podium there. Congratulations go out to Conrad Motorsport and Danny Sufi. As part of the partnership between Ultimate Cup and Prototype Winter Series, there will be a prize given there as well. They will get the opportunity to potentially join the Ultimate Cup Series as a prize for winning the Prototype Winter Series down at Conrad. Let's go down now to the podium, or at least under the podium, with Izzy and Danny Sufi.
Well, I was with Danny Sufi, but just as happened yesterday, Franz Conrad just coming in to congratulate him right as we come down to the pit lane. Danny, the final winners interview that we will do this season, and at points it didn't look like you would be here next to me, but just, as always, masterclass, picked your way through, and 7 of 8 wins this season.
What was the question?
That's okay, thinking of other things. 7 of 8 wins this season. The final winners interview we'll do. Just picked your way through, as always, and have ended it. How you have 7 of 8 times this season.
Yeah, honestly, this was really tricky. I had a really good start, and I was really stoked on that. And honestly, I think I had the pace to be in P1 from there. I just couldn't get around Lawrence, and then suddenly just kept getting less and less grip, which was quite frustrating. So we'll have to go back and figure out why the car's doing that. But you know, I'm glad to be standing here. I wasn't quite sure if I was going to make it, but I quite lucked out. So.
Yeah, and of course for Zeno as well, the first weekend in LMP3 is a 1-2 to end the season for the team as well. That must mean a lot.
Absolutely, for sure. Franz is extremely happy about that. It's been great for the team. He's done quite well, and looking forward to seeing him in more races.
Final thoughts then, as the season has now come to an end for the prototypes. Of course, you'll be back up on the podium as you have been every time, of course. So final thoughts then for the final race.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed this championship, and it's a pleasure to be here. Hopefully, we can carry this momentum forward for the rest of the season in the other championships that we run.
Well, go enjoy the final podium. Congratulations this season, of course, our champion once again, and also our race winner, Danny Soufi.
7 from 8. Not bad, mate. Danny Soufi with another victory in the 2025 Prototype Winter Series to conclude the 2025 season. The second race of the weekend began in 2x2 formation in the spray of the wet conditions, and there was immediately some shuffling going on through the order. Philip Lindberg standing his ground against the Nogales-driven Virage Ligier. And speaking of standing his ground, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, who lost 2 places in the first few corners of the race from pole. He was doing everything he could to hold off David Drew. Lindberg maybe getting a bit enthusiastic, trying to carry speed through turn 4, while Danny Soufi was trying to get back past Lawrence Herr for the race lead. Some other issues further back, Nogales drifting out wide. David Drew was on a mission though. He was in 4th position. He knew the target for that 87 crew was the number 3 car in the lead, but Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, a wayward and sometimes very, very staunch defensive adversary for the 87. Side by side on several occasions, and finally down into the first corner, David Drew did manage to get it done, but it wasn't for want of trying from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen. He fought that hard. Danny Soufi would do much the same. Once David Drew was into 3rd place, they would fight, they would collide a little bit, and David Drew would have to really chip away to get around the driver of the number 1 car. 44 having some windscreen issues. Jochen Schäfer nonetheless managed to reach the flag in 7th place. The 87 looking a little bit twitchy in the hands of David Drew as he applied the pressure, applied the throttle as best he could coming out of corners, and eventually he moved into 2nd place at the expense of Danny Soufi, and it really wasn't long at all before he was on the back of Lawrence Herr. Lawrence Herr was all on his own out there for a while, saw David Drew sail around his outside. As we got into the conclusion of that first stint of the race, Drew looked to be untouchable at the wheel of the number 87. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen unfortunately made a late error in the racing experience car. Ooh, nice burnout there, Zeno, as the pit stops were served. The pit window, of course, interrupted by a full course yellow, and that slightly extended the window for everybody. Unfortunately, our top 2 would try and extend it too far. The 44 car ended up stranded for a while after a spin. That was the 87 into the pits just there, and unfortunately it was into the pits too late. John Brownson also pitted at the same time. Both of them would get a penalty for pitting outside of the window. There's a variety of spins as well from Brownson, from Wolfgang Peyer in these difficult conditions. Everyone was struggling for traction, but not Quentin Joseph, who put in a very good shift at the front of the order. But on the very final lap of the race, it was Danny Soufi that got past, and Zeno Verret-Falke followed him through for second place as well. Of course, Quentin Joseph would eventually have a time penalty added since he did not serve the stop-go that fell to them for missing the pit window. Ultimately demoted to 4th place was the 87, but that was still enough for second in the championship. Danny Soufi, the champion, continues to set the Prototype Win Series alight with his final performance of the season, winning the race ahead of Zeno Ferret-Falca, formation flying and formation drifting for Conrad Motorsport. Philip Lindbergh taking 3rd position behind those two. Quentin Joseph eventually in 4th place after the penalty was applied. Geronimo Gomez taking 5th ahead of John Brownson, who also had a penalty, of course, for missing the window. Jochen Schäfer taking 7th place, and Wolfgang Peyer ultimately finishing at the back of the order in 8th place for racing experience. We are waiting the drivers up there on the podium. Of course, it will be a podium for the races. It will also be a podium for the championships up there in the Prototype Winter Series. And what a race it was to conclude the season. Lots of ups and downs, much like the Autodrome Internacional de Algarve. Of course, we will be back there in 2026. Very much looking forward again to winter time next year to see all of the cars back out on the circuit. Speaking of cars on the circuit, the GT Wind Series heading out there at the moment, and we will see them up next around the track. They're making their way out on the sighting lap for now as the LMP3 teams, the Prototype Wind Series teams, ready up for their podium. Short, sharp bursts of brake and window for the marshals. The marshals who have had to no doubt get the brushes out and get some of the gravel off the corner exits of some of these turns. Turn 5 comes to mind immediately for that particular task, and we will hopefully have a nice clear track for everybody. A track that does look to be drying out a little bit at least out there. I don't think it's going to be the situation we had earlier on where some decide to gamble for slicks, but we will keep our beady eyes out on that, whether it's our series photographer Daniel Björgen or Robin Selbach or some of the other GEDLICH Racing crew that keep an eye on the situation. I'm sure they will feed us back information, as of course will Izzy down on the grid as to what's going on with tyres. I would think everyone stays married to the wets in these conditions, but stranger things have happened in the Winter Series this year when it comes to tyre choices. And as Renault Motorsport proved in the formulas, sometimes the strange things pay off. Cars heading out onto the circuit then for the GTs. Some may have gone out on slicks as an exploratory endeavour, and will then switch to the wets maybe on the grid, get the car up on the jacks. That is a possibility. That is something we've seen a few teams do so far, just to make definitively sure that they're making the right call. So the prototypes are, I think, still just, rather the drivers of the prototypes are still just navigating their way up towards Andrew Mather and the crew down at GEDLICH Racing, just making sure, of course, that they in particular hand the championship trophies out to the right provisional order, and see how that one pans out. Of course, the GTs already pretty much arriving on the grid at the moment. Hopefully we do get a chance to go down to Izzy before their formation lap kicks into life. But the cars are very quickly readying up for that 30-minute GT Wind Series sprint race. The last sprint race of the season for any of our classes. It will be all endurance races for the GTs in the afternoon. Of course, the formulas have their standard half-hour plus one lap to conclude their season and conclude the title fight for second place between Leo Robinson and Finn McLaughlin. We know already two champions today. Mackenzie Cresswell earlier on winning in the Elite Motorsport car, but we'll talk about those again a bit later, because we can now go down to the podium.
Thank you very much, Adam. Time for the podium for the second race of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. And of course, our first championship podium as well. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. First of all, though, let's welcome out our driver in third place in the second race today. Please welcome for High Class Racing, Denmark's Philip Lindberg. In second place for Conrad Motorsport, it's Zino Vertfalke. And your race winner for the 7th time this season for Conrad Motorsport, and your champion as well, please welcome Danny Sufi. And to present the trophies, please welcome Jan from the GEDLICH organisation team, Jose Luis Santamaria from the directorship here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and Ignati Armengol from the FIRA Circuit organisation. The trophies for third place, second place, and our winner's trophy. And as it's the last race of the weekend, last race of the championship, the champagne supplied by Quinta de Sarcas as well flies for our top three. Brilliant stuff for Philip Lindberg, Zino Vertfalke, and for Danny Sufi. Good celebrations there between the Conrad boys. We're not quite done yet, though, with the Prototype Winter Series. We'll ask for the drivers to clear the podium so we can commence with the championship, the final championship standings podium, and the awards for third, second, and first in the championship. We'll see in a couple of moments' time, Danny. So we'll get going with the championship podiums over the 8 races held this season for the Prototype Winter Series. Please, first of all, welcome onto the podium, third place in the championship for DKR Engineering, it's Lawrence Herr. Lawrence will be with us in a short moment's time, accompanied by his teammate John Brownson as well. John, unfortunately, wasn't able to race in the second race at Aragon, but was a big part of the championship effort for DKR Engineering this year. And great to see both drivers. Here they are, Lawrence Herr and John Brownson. In second place in the championship, decided here today for CLX Motorsport, it's Quinton Joseph and David Drew. But your champion for 2025 in the Prototype Winter Series, defending his title in style for Conrad Motorsport, it's Danny Sufi. And of course as well for the Teams Championship, please welcome out onto the podium, a great day for Conrad Motorsport and Franz Conrad. The trophies will be presented once again by Jan from the GEDLICH team, Jose Luis Santamaria, and Ignati Armengol. Fantastic stuff, big energy, drivers and teams, to conclude what has been a fantastic Prototype Winter Series for 2025. Well-earned trophies aloft, please, drivers, for our photographers for the final time this season. We do very much look forward to all of our drivers and teams prototype racing seasons, and best of luck for all of your future endeavours and your plans across the course of 2025. For now, though, more racing here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. GT Winter Series is next.
The second race of the weekend, the second and final sprint of the weekend for the GT, Winter Series. A little bit ahead of myself on that one. And it is going to be, I think, one of the most thrilling races of the weekend, if not the most thrilling race of the weekend in this category. Not just because of the conditions out there, not just because of the potential for a champion to be crowned or champions to be crowned in the classes, which is a distinct possibility, but because of the lineup out there on circuit, the grid out there, the drivers in the cars are of a very high quality. Simon Birch will line up on the front row of the grid for this one on pole position, but he will be alongside none other than Luca Engstler. So it is a young driver who's about to move into the ADAC GT Masters after this weekend, who is joined by a DTM race winner in Luca Engstler on the front row of the grid. A bit of an all-stars clash there on the front row. Razoon and Engstler Motorsport going head-to-head. Matisse Lismont is third on the grid in the number 700 Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3. That, of course, belonging to Com2U Racing, the car that won yesterday in the hands of Cobra Powell's. No pressure, Matisse. Carrie Schreiner for Conrad Motorsport lining up fourth on the grid. She'll be looking to build upon a positive day yesterday. Kenneth Heyer is fifth place in the SR Motorsport number 1. And in sixth position, Simon Orange, who was getting really in amongst it with some of those silver grade youngsters yesterday. Another good starting place, row 3 for him. 2 formation laps for this race, incidentally, so we can chill a little bit on that. Sandro Holtzum starting from 7th on the grid in the number 56 car, the BMW, the Invitational Quasi Evo spec car. One of the Ferraris there was coming out of the pits late. Not sure who that was. Jerzy Spinkovic is 8th on the grid, the first of the Cup 4 cars for this race. Doesn't look like we're doing the separate grids for this one, because the GT3s are mixed in a little bit with some of the others. Gonzalo Araujo lines up 9th on the grid. He is ahead of Shota Abkazava. So Araujo, the first of the Cup 1 machines. Andreas Sorensen is next on the grid alongside Danilo Del Favero. Again, just trying to see which of those Ferraris at the back of the field joined the field late. We need to see that. John Dillon, 13th on the grid. I understand it might have been Eric Chung who's joined late. If that is Eric Chung, that is a big story. To see. 15th on the grid is Cristiano Mathiel in the number 50 car, 148.1 for him. Manuel Lau in the number 15 is next on row 8. Row 9 of the grid is Alfredo Hernandez of BDR Competition. In 18th, Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury. 19th place for Jakob Twarog. 20th for Darren Howell in the Cup 5 car, the 2488 challenge out there on circuit. Fabian Di Bianca in 21st. Hubert Darmetko 22nd. Alessia Raffini in 23rd. Calais Bergman in 24th position in the car that leads the Cup 2 standings. Fabienne Volvend in 25th position. She's in the GT3 Aston. Mark Kempster in 26th position, rounding out our order in his Cup 3 McLaren, although at the back of the field it is the 198 of Eric Chung. So Chung, rather than being on row 7, will be at the back of the field as the race now begins under safety car. We're expecting 2 laps behind the safety car, of which this is the second. When this race does get underway, though, Andrew, I'm expecting something of a thriller, especially up there at the sharp end. Birch, Engstler, Lismont, Carrie Schreiner among those who could challenge Kenneth Heyer if he's got the bit between his teeth, certainly. We've seen Simon Orange, of course, having some good performances. And then you've got the former DTM driver Sandra Holtzum, who raced in DTM in that BMW M4 GT3 previously. Big car knowledge, plenty of GT3 racing generally for Sandra Holtzum. All of those drivers at the sharp end in GT3 cars, I think, could be a factor for the overall podium.
I know I've said this a lot over the last 2 weekends, but I really do mean it here. I'm really looking forward to this one. You've got championship scenarios up and down the order. You've also got at the very front of the field the battle which we were robbed of 7 days ago, were we not, between Simon Birch and Luca Engstler. The number 8 Liqui Moly Team Engstler Lamborghini never took the start proper back at Aragon, and we were waiting for that battle between Birch and Engstler in the second race last week. We now get to see that battle between those two, and a really big opportunity for Simon Birch to prove himself against some very strong opposition. I'm looking forward to see what the Continue Racing Aston Martin can do. It looked fantastic yesterday. It sounded fantastic as well. Let's see what Mathis Lismont can do at the wheel of the 700. And as you say, there's various other runners in that GT3 category that we're going to be keeping an eye on. I'm also looking forward to see how the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos can do this ongoing and developing battle, not for a championship, but still very entertaining nonetheless, between Jerzy Spinkovic, you can see him in the bright orange Lamborghini going through your screens now, and the bright blue Lamborghini of Shota Alcazava, looking for a big response after some bad luck yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely right. Alcazava with that late puncture, he would have been very disappointed with that. It's like some are hesitating towards going 2x2, but that's not the directive, of course, with a safety car start. Luca Engstler will have to line up behind the Simon Birch Porsche 992 GT3R. He's pulled the pin, so we are underway with racing conditions in the GT Wind Series, their second sprint of the weekend. Simon wasting little time to get the hammer down in his Porsche. And look at that, he has built himself a little bit of an advantage there. I think Luca Engstler got rather wrong-footed there, and maybe may have made a slight error through the last couple of corners as well, because Mathis Lismont is right on his rear for second place. The number 8 car's transponder is playing tricks again. It hasn't quite caught up with everything yet, but we can see the car there in second place. Everybody else streaming through, including critically that car, the number 50, Cristiano Mathiel, who leads the championship. The points deficit, to my maths, is still going to be, I make it 8 points between them, as it would have been at the conclusion of Aragon weekend as well. Them being this car, the other party involved in that, the number 1 of Kenneth Heyer. Heyer, who of course drives the SR Motorsport car, drove it last year to championship glory in the GT Winter Series, but with Heyer up in 4th in the GT3 class, Maciel also in 4th in Cup 1 at this juncture. Let's see what happens. Here is Sandro Holtzum challenging Simon Orange. And this time around, the Schubert BMW gets past Orange quite quickly. Giuliano, twin brother to Sandro, had a bit more trouble getting past Simon Orange yesterday. But in these conditions, the BMW coming alive early doors.
Yeah, good stuff there from the Invitational team. 25 minutes of this one to go. Some drivers still trying to get some heat into their tyres. Right now, Simon Birch leads this one by 1.3 seconds, and a hit there and round, and Jerzy Spinkovic looks to have made contact with Simon Orange down at turn 10. That was a fair old hit to the rear left of the McLaren 720S, and off. Oh, there's multiple cars off here. The number 15 Mercedes is heavily into the wall between turns 10 and 11. There was one of the Aston Martins off as well. 3 separate incidents round the circuit, Adam, and I would not be surprised to see if we're going to see the race neutralised shortly.
Oh, absolutely has to be. Safety car is out. Fabian Volvend has had a moment there. Looks like that was coming out of turn 8 for the Aston Martin. We saw Jerzy Spinkovic into the rear of Simon Orange. and then we saw the traction braking on Manel Lau in the number 15 NM Racing Mercedes-AMG GT2, and Darren Howell coming out of turn 12 has also had an off. Now, we didn't get to hear from Izzy down on the grid. I'm just wondering how many of these cars might be on slick tyres, because the number of moments out there on the circuit suggests to me that we might not be on the right rubber. It doesn't look too wet on our camera shots, but I'd have thought everyone would have gone wet, but I'm not sure. I'm not convinced with that many moments, that much traction hindrance going on around the circuit. I just wonder if there's a common thread there. Of course, for Simon Orange, it was, well, this car that really caused the issue more so than anything. Jerzy Spinkovic into the side of the McLaren, and what that does is hands a comfortable Cup 4 lead, of course, to Shota Abkazava, and it hands second place to Alessio Ruffini in that Cup 4 class as well, which will mean Ruffini getting 12 points in the championship standings. He will, as it stands, continue to lose ground to Kenneth Heyer and indeed Cristiano Mathiel, just on the basis of the greater competition in the GT3 and the Cup 1 classes. Unique Racing going to work on their orange and black Lamborghini, but Simon Birch leading the way in this race under safety car conditions. Of course, the cars had just gone past pit exit at the point of the safety car coming out. That's what happened to Fabien Volve then. The rear just breaking away from after turn 8. I think again looking very, very slippery. But I'm just getting confirmation as we see some of these incidents. Manel Lau, we saw also there Simon Orange and Jerzy Spinkovic's incident. All the concrete displaced there as well, I think, by the slam from the Mercedes-AMG GT2, of course. Then Darren Howell had an off as well. But Izzy Browning confirming to me that everyone she saw on the grid was on slicks. So I think my hypothesis might be accurate, that perhaps the greasy conditions and the slick tyres not making great bedfellows for some of our competitors.
And I wonder if that's why we had a safety car start, to hopefully try and keep the incidents to a minimum. Unfortunately, on this occasion, it didn't quite work. So quite a bit of clean-up to do here. There is the number 25 for Jerzy Spinkovic. That's not going anywhere in a hurry. It doesn't look like there's too much bodywork damage to that car, but I just wonder how are the outboards, how's the suspension on the front right of that car, because that's where the contact with Simon Orange's McLaren was made. This is, I think, a good situation in a way if you're one of those championship runners still in. You just kind of get through this one. I think there's going to be quite a few cars that don't take to the track in race number 3 now, particularly the Mercedes, the number 15 NM car, NM racing car in GT2. That was a hefty old hit into the concrete wall on driver's left. Radiator's going to be pretty much destroyed, and I'd be worried if there's any subframe and chassis damage on the front end of that car as well.
Yeah, that's likely a weekend ender for them, day ender for them, as we're now into Sunday. Now, the Cup 4 championship has, in fact, just been decided effectively by Jerzy Spinkovic coming into the pit lane, because Jerzy was still within range, possibly, of the leading car, Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic coming into this race. But the Cup 4 title has basically been decided by Jerzy Spinkovic having his moment. Even if there was still a non-score for Ruffini and Pavlovic, the gap 26 points, too much to make up in one race with the GT Win Series point scoring system. So Cup 4 looks definitively like it will go to the number 333, the 333 team down at Autosport Racing. Darren Howell being towed around the Rallycross circuit at the moment. Unfortunately, not the race that he would have wanted. And yeah, the NM Racing team Mercedes getting another look at it here is a sorry sight as they tow it away. looks fairly straight beyond the bodywork, but there's always the potential for a little bit of, as you said, Andrew, subframe damage on these cars when they hit a wall in that fashion. Of course, Mons Stallen and Kalle Bergman are a factor in the overall point standings, but they are well clear in Cup 2. They've already won the Cup 2 category for 2025 in the GT Winter Series. For my money, though, the real interest here is between Kenneth Heyer, who would be, to my understanding, 8 points back in the championship right now, from the number 50 Ferrari 296 challenge of Cristiano Mathiel. So Mathiel still keeping that advantage for himself and Rui Aguas, of course, both of them being 4th place in a class with a good number of cars does mean that they'll score effectively the same things. 14 points difference, you make it, Andrew, as of the start of the weekend.
Yeah,
I thought it was 8 coming into this weekend.
It's 8 the difference between AF Corsa and Autosport Racing, so that gap's gone out.
Yes.
Because Cup 4's only got 3 entries this weekend, the potential points for winning in that class is less than in both the Cup 1 class with its 6 entries and GT3 with its 7 entries. Now, with the removal effectively of one of those Cup 4 runners, Alessio Ruffini would be on for 2nd place in Cup 4 right now, would be another 12 points. It would be the same as what Alessio Ruffini and the Milos Pavlovic car had yesterday, so it moved them on to 174. For the Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas car, 2nd place yesterday, that was 18 points. Where are they at the moment within their class? Well, P4. If they were to stay there, that would turn into 14 points, wouldn't it? So that would keep them ticking and growing the gap over Ruffini and Pavlovic. You're right to say, though, the Vizkershinen and Heyer car, that's the one that is the real threat to the number 50. It's in a big class, so there's more points to potentially be won in that one.
Not more points, strictly, because for 6 cars in the class, 7 cars in the class, it is still 20 for a win
points,
either way. But there is, of course, the potential for them to move up the order. They're both 4th in class at the moment, so they'll do the same thing. As it stands, they'll both score 14 points at the end of this race if things stay as they are. We'll see whether there's any shifting, moving and shaking left to do, though. Certainly, Sandro Holtzum is doing that at the moment, but red flag has been called around the circuit. So we've gone to a red flag, and that, I think, will be for the damage to the concrete wall. Yes, you can see there the concrete is firmly displaced in the wall there, and that is not what we would like to see, but unfortunately that is the situation we've been presented with. A red flag out around the circuit in this GT Wind Series race. The race control going to confirm here that work can be done on these cars. Now the clock is still ticking, but we have had it before where this has happened and then they've reset the clock later on, so I won't take any great heed into that at the moment. They will attempt to get this race restarted, I'm sure, depending on how long that barrier damage is going to take. Since it is concrete blocks, it shouldn't be that hard to simply reposition segments of the wall, replace segments of the wall, a bit easier than taking a chainsaw, or not a chainsaw, but a saw and an angle grinder to Armco barriers. It shouldn't be as long of a repair as Armco.
To speculate, though, it could be Armco. It could be, well, I mean, obviously the most evident spot of a problem is there at the run from turn 10, 11, 12, but this wasn't the only incident. We did see Fabian Velvend having her problem. I'd be questioning how hard of a hit the number 17 had into the barriers on the exit of turn 7 as well.
It was the only incident that hit Armco, so that hit
barriers.
Yes, there were no. So nothing hit Armco is what I'm trying to say. There were only one that actually did any damage to a straight-up wall was Manel Lau. It was tyres for Fabian. It was obviously a Lamborghini and a McLaren, the only things that got hit, unfortunately, for Simon Orange and Jerzy Spinkovic and Darren Howe. I think he might have glanced some concrete as well, but the barriers weren't displaced there. So I believe it will just be that one spot that the marshal was already diligently removing and perhaps taking stock of the Mercedes-AMG parts that he might be able to salvage for future reference. You know, you never know.
Future mementos.
Yes, of course, exactly right. That's a very high yes. I do apologise. We've seen a few mementos this year, be it halved brake discs or, of course, Formula Winter Series front wings at various points this year. So the race is paused for the time being, and Simon Birch led them in as the race leader. The Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche 992 GT3 are leading the way. We haven't really got to see that that thriller that we've been itching to see between Birch and Enxler, of course. We were meant to see it last time at Motorland Aragon, and then Enxler's car suffered a brake issue on the way to the pre-grid, the sighting lap, and that was the conclusion of the weekend. So then, yes, that is the situation there. We hope we'll get to see the battle between Birch and Enxler, but the repair's still going on.
Yeah, so the crews will be given the time needed to get the circuit safe and ready for racing once again. If you're just joining us, Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary duties for you. We're under red flag conditions in the second race of the GT Winter Series here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya for incidents on the first lap on a drying circuit with pretty much all runners on dry tyres, damp conditions after a safety car restart. So the work being done to replace that concrete bollard. I do believe, though, Adam, that we can head down into pit lane. I do believe that Izzy Browning has Simon Orange.
We do indeed have Simon with us. Simon, I know you came into the pit lane not in the dramatic incident, but did have a little bit of an incident there at the start.
Yeah, we was just trying to find the grip, and it was around, I think it's about turn 10, is it? It's very slippy down there, so I was coming in, and the guy behind me just hit me at quite a pace. So I think if I wasn't there, he'd have gone straight off into the gravel. But he very kindly used me to stop himself, and then carried on. Very nice.
Yeah, not the ideal start to the race. Obviously, everyone's on slick tyres. You're saying it's quite tricky out there. Which parts of the circuit are looking the trickiest at the moment?
Yeah, so the turn 10 and round the back there is very slippy, and then the rest of it's just a normal amount. You've just got to try and find the places early on to see where the car sticks, basically, where the grip is. But yeah, round the back, turn 10 and 10, 11, 12, I think is probably the worst. And going into, I think it's about turn 6, where it's the slow gear, turning 90 degrees left or slightly more. It's pretty slippy there as well.
Well, great to have your insight, as of course we're not the ones in the car, so we can't get to feel the grips and the conditions out there. Obviously, we're in a red flag now. How do you kind of reset and keep yourself calm before we get this race back underway eventually?
Yeah, you've just got to take what comes. We're here practicing anyway, so I'd probably be probably a little more irate if it was in British GT and the points mattered. But this is just really testing, so. I'll see if I can get past a few of the cars in front and try and enjoy myself.
All right, well, we've had some great battles so far, so wish you best of luck when this gets back underway, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Brilliant, thanks very much.
Always one who's up for an interview, Simon. I got to sit in the rather plush JMH truck and have a chat with him earlier in the week. A very friendly individual is Simon Orange. You can see there the situation down at the at the barriers down at turn 12. That doesn't look like it's going to be immediately sorted. Although actually that bit of concrete has held up a little better than I thought. I don't know why I thought Mercedes would beat concrete, actually. Thinking about it, it does make sense that the concrete has stayed relatively intact. That said, it is still going to be a little while before it is, of course, sufficiently repaired. And they never give an ETA on anything like this because, of course, the last thing you want to do is say estimate 20 minutes or something like that and then put pressure on the marshals. They need to make sure, the marshals, the crew here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, they need to be sure that they're sending cars back out onto a circuit that is made perfectly safe.
Absolutely. The news that is potentially good for one team out there is that this time will give a bit more opportunity for Jerzy Spinkovic, or his GEDLICH Racing number 25 Lamborghini, to be worked upon. Now they are off the lead lap, but you never know. Get that car back in the race. If there are problems for other teams and other drivers within their class, they could still benefit from some big points. Remember, to score points, it's 75% race distance that a team or driver need to complete to be classified and therefore pick up those championship points, Adam.
Yes, and while we are awaiting this resumption of racing, we will dig back into our files a little bit. We have had some great chats this weekend with numerous drivers, and one of them, before race one, I grant you, was the race one winner, Corbett Powles from Com2U Racing, a driver with a lot of history at this circuit and with the Com2U team. We're delighted to welcome Com2U Racing into the paddock for the second time this year. Also means we get to welcome Corbett Powles back into the paddock for a second weekend with us in Spain. Firstly, I guess we'll look back a little bit to Valencia. How did you feel about that first weekend with us in the GT Win Series?
Yeah, obviously it was a great opportunity to prepare ourselves of what's coming ahead this year. GT World Challenge was my first time there, so I really enjoyed it. It's a good championship to just get familiar with the track and get a race format going. Unfortunately, we missed out on the win due to a puncture, and in the last race of the weekend, we lost the victory by a 5-second time penalty. That's very unfortunate, but that's why we are here to bounce back and try to get that victory.
And of course, your relationship with the team has been quite long-standing. You were doing touring cars with them before you came GT racing. It seems like a really good group of guys. It seems like there's a lot of camaraderie in this garage.
Yeah, for sure. I know the guys now for a long time. I did the first test back then in 2022, and since then we never separated. It's really a good team of people. I really enjoy it here. That's why I'm still racing under the Com2U banner. The mechanics, engineers, everything fits me well. So let's see if we can make it a winning combination.
Obviously, the team had a very exciting 2024, being the first team to win Spa 24 Hours in Aston Martin since 1948. As someone who's been a part of the team for a while, how exciting was that to see that moment happen?
Yeah, it was amazing, you know. We know the start of the season was difficult, which is always the case with a new car, but the team never gave up. And to win then immediately in your first year with combination of team and car, the biggest GT race in the world was amazing. You know, even though it was not my car, we were all so much over the moon. We really enjoyed that, and hopefully we can carry on that experience from what we learned last year to try and copy it this year.
And lastly, I don't know if you know this, but the fastest ever racing lap in a TCR car on this layout is from you. So if we get some dry conditions, fairly low ambient temperatures, are you looking to maybe get another circuit lap record at a GT3?
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. But the lap times last year in GT World Challenge were super quick. Conditions were ideal. This weekend I have a doubt it will be possible with rain ahead in the skies. But who knows? Would be cool to have a track record in TCR and in GT3.
That would be good to see. It's great to have you back in the paddock. We look forward to seeing what you can do in the Aston Martin this weekend. And thank you for chatting to us.
No problem. Thank you.
Good to chat there with Kobe Powles before the start of competitive action here this weekend. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions for the second race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series, and here is our reason why. The damage to the concrete barrier on the exit of turn 11 and the run towards turn 12 continuing to be worked upon. Bit of news to cover whilst we were having that catch-up with Kobe. Incident between cars 25 and 67 at turn 10 is under investigation. That's not a surprise to see that on our screens, Adam. That was the moment between Jerzy Spinkovic and Simon Orange on the first full flying lap of that race, which promptly had those incidents bringing out the red flag. So that is being looked at by the race officials. This one less important because this is one of the cars that is currently out of this race, the number 5 AF Corsa. That's the single car in Cup 5 class, Darren Howell's Ferrari 488 Challenge car. That is under investigation for a start procedure, but as I say, is one of 3 cars that took the start that are no longer running. The other 2, of course, being the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage with Fabian Volvend. That had the incident out of turn 7, and Manel allows Mercedes-AMG GT2, the NM racing car, that had the issue down with the concrete barrier. That's your latest for now. For now, though, let's head once again down to Izzy Browning.
Yes, welcome down to the pit lane. Once again, quick weather update. It's actually now beautifully sunny in the pit lane. So a real turn of events from earlier when we had those ominous black clouds. Now, I've spoken to Simon Orange in the number 67, who had, of course, that incident with the number 25 of Jerzy Spinkovic. And I'm now in front of that garage, down at garage 20, in front of the number 25 car. Now, I just spoke to the team. I said, what's the verdict? What do we think for how much damage and how whether they're going to get back out into this race? They said, you know, we're 2 laps down, we're not going to rush it, we're going to make sure that we fix everything and get back out for race 3. So we will not see them rejoin this race when it eventually gets back underway, but they are hopeful that they will get back into race 3 and finish this season on a high.
So there's an update then from Jerzy Spinkovic's team, the Unique Racing Squad. One of those relationships between driver and team that has been ongoing for decades. In fact, almost literally decades. I did hesitate to say that, but he has been karting with them since he was a very young man. 5 minutes to restart is the verdict now from the race control. We saw there the last moments of barrier replacement going on there. Forklift and manpower is a good combination, and they've got the work done down there quite quickly to replace the concrete that Manel displaced. Quite impressed there, I think, with the work of the marshals down here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya.
Yeah, they've been superb all weekend, and it's what we come to expect from a Grade 1 circuit. A little bit more confirmation and news to confirm how long we will have on the clock once we get things going. Well, it's just changed on our screens, but I did just see that it was 17 minutes and 6 seconds remaining on the clock when the clock was stopped, but we'll update you with that in due course. We are now seeing that it may be 10 minutes this race once we get going again. We are under 5 minutes now to the restart. Tyres to be fitted at 3 minutes to the restart to get this one going again. If you're just joining us, the race order with 5 laps scored on our timing, that is open to change by our timekeepers. What we know for certain is that Simon Birch is your race leader in number 14 from pole position. Luca Engsler in the number 8 team. Engsler, that's the Liqui Moly team, Engsler Lamborghini. That's the single car in GT3 Pro. Leads in class and is second overall. Then a few of the GT3s, the Matisse Le Mans Continue Racing Aston Martin, third on the road, second in GT3 class. Kari Schreiner currently locking out the rest of the podium positions in GT3, fourth overall in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. They've already had a fantastic day. If you missed it earlier, spoiler alert to close your ears for the Prototype Winter Series, but a 1-2 finish for them in that championship season. and a Drivers' Championship and a Teams' Championship. They're looking pretty good right now for a bit more success here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Kenneth Hyatt, that's going to be a car that we will definitely be keeping an eye on for the restart, Adam, because that's one of our championship contenders. They're 5th overall and 4th in class. Other key cars in terms of championship, keep an eye on the number 54, Cristiano Maciel. Same story for them in their Cup 1 category. For now, though, let's head down once again to Izzy Browning, who I believe has tyre news for us.
I do indeed. Everybody loves a bit of tyre news, don't they? The 2-minute board's just gone up at the end of the pit lane, so we'll be getting this race underway very shortly. But just to keep you boys updated, everybody on slick tyres, apart from one car, and that is the 170 Greystone GT McLaren. So they are the only ones still on the wet tyres in this field.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Yeah, that's the single car in Cup 3, so a bit of a roll of the dice there for Mark Kempster and the Greystone GT team, and worth a go, I think, Adam. As I say, they're the only car in their class. Why not have a run on something a little bit different? Currently 20th in the order for some overall glory.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bid, isn't it? And certainly, as we have probably seen before in the world of circuit commentary, sometimes you end up with championships merging together on a clubby event in the UK. Some on slicks, some on road tyres, per the regulations of 2 different championships. And at least early on, those road tyres, those treaded tyres, yield little more grip. While it's still slippery and difficult out there, of course, Mark Kempster might have a little bit of an advantage, and of course, it might eventually get too hot, but for the first few corners, he'll have temperature that maybe the slicks don't going through the first turns.
Indeed. We've seen that in other races across the Winter Series so far this year. Engines have fired down there in pit lane, and we'll await the instruction from the officials to get this one back underway. Do stick with us. More racing to go here this afternoon, and the culminations of the GT Winter Series, their 3rd race later on this afternoon, and more racing from the Formula Winter Series and the GT4 Winter Series. And if the conditions continue to brighten here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, there's going to be plenty to get our team into. Clock has restarted. It is ticking down from 10 minutes. We have gone back to safety car procedure, safety car restart. The normal single file restart will follow.
Absolutely right. So then the cars heading back out onto the circuit, and if anyone was a little bit spooked by those first couple of laps, they've now got to get their heads back into the game, figure out quite how much grip and adhesion is underneath them heading out onto the circuit. Lest we forget, talking about Cristiano Maciel, of course, a few minutes ago, his 2nd ever motor race was an overall race win at the Estoril season opener for the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series in slippery conditions. It was fully wet out there then. Alessio Ruffini's had a moment in the 333 car. I think he might have clipped the wall as well. There was something down by the wall, and it looked to me like maybe his rear was a bit askew on that car. We'll keep our eye on that developing situation. But to finish my Maciel point, we know he's good when the conditions aren't necessarily favourable, and while it is slick tyre weather, it is slippery weather, and I think we will see whether or not the Cristiano Maciel car could yet be a factor. Keep an eye on the 50. I expect Maciel to move up, and of course if he does within the Cup 1 and indeed therefore in the overall points, that will be critical.
It will be indeed. Bad news, the 170 I've just heard in my ear is out of this race, so we won't get to see how Mark Kempster was going to do on those treaded wet tyres. That difference in the strategy, gravel in the radiator is what we're hearing, so that McLaren Artura Trophy, the single car in Cup 3, has been retired. Joins Jerzy Spinkovic's Unique Racing Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo in Cup 4, Manuel Lau's NM Racing Mercedes AMG in GT2, Darren Howell's AF Corsa Ferrari 488 in Cup 5, and Fabian Volven's Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage AMR in GT3. Those are all the cars that will watch the remainder of this race from the sidelines. For now, though, over to Simon Birch to get us back to green. He's already done this once today. He's gone early, and once again, it's got a bit of a march, not as much as last time on Luca Engsler, but it's going to be the Porsche 992 GT3 from Resume More Than Racing that has a nice cushion as we go back to green.
We are back to green with a slightly different character of track and sky overhead. 7 minutes of racing left on the clock. Simon Birch with challenges coming from Luca Engsler and Mathis Lismont directly behind. Kenneth Heyer is going to have his eyes on his wing mirrors, and Sandro Holtzum. Holtzum is an invitational car, won't take points away from Kenneth Heyer, but it will still be a point of consideration as the rest of the field makes their way through. 3 wide there in the Cup 2 class. De Bianca, Kalle Bergman, and I think that was Hubert Darmetko involved in that. Looks like we've got sunshine on one half of the circuit and still grey clouds over the other. It's a track of 2 halves right now here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. But as you can see, the top 3 breaking away from this battle for 4th place. Looks like Carrie's car is a little bit unsettled. The Conrad number 11 unsettled, and Kenneth Heyer looking to take advantage.
And could this be the kind of opportunity that the Mercedes runners have been looking for the last couple of weeks? We've been saying how that platform struggles in the wetter and cooler conditions. Now things are coming up to temperature. This is an opportunity. Sandro Holtzum having a look there towards turn number 9. Remember, this move for Heyer, if he can get past China, would equate into championship points. At the moment, though, he's having to go side by side with Sandro Holtzum into turn 10. The big BMW trying to go round the outside for 5th place overall. That's a super move from Sandro Holtzum, and that brand new BMW M4 GT3 Evo is looking pretty quick here, Adam.
Yes, it is. So we'll keep an eye on both of these battles, the top 3 and 4th and 5th. But it is Sandro Holtzum who looks like the danger man for now. It is entered as an M4 GT3 Evo. Some of the bodywork is still pre-Evo on this car, but Schubert held their hands up and said, look, before we go through scrutineering, it's an Evo. Just use this as an invitational car. And they are running in that invitational category. Gonzalo Araujo right on the back of the GT3s, as well as the Cup 1 class leader, which is an exciting development for him. He's, of course, doubling up in the GTs and the GT4s this weekend. So a busy man, the well, partial team boss of the Araujo Competición team, along with his father. There's your top 3 then. Resun, Engsler, Comptiou, our top 3. 3 very well decorated GT3 teams, 3 different manufacturers and 3 different nationalities represented as well. Denmark, Germany and Belgium among the drivers. And it is Resun's young Dane, the Rocket, as I've heard him called, the young Rocket, Simon Birch, that leads the way with Luca Engsler on his tail.
Changes further down the order. Kalle Bergman's had a really good run from this restart. Has taken 12th place overall away from Cristiano Maciel, and crucially put a car between himself and the rest of the Porsche 992 Cup 2 runners. So Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury, Fabian De Bianca and the aforementioned Jakob Twarog are all looking at the back of each other, and Maciel's Ferrari 296 Challenge. Now, talking of that car, that's still in 4th place within its category. So in terms of the wider championship picture, it would still be the same haul of points from this race for both the number 50 and for the number 1. Retrospectively in GT3. Confirmed as through and into 4th place. There is Sandro Holtzum now through past Kari Schreiner. So that is good news for Kenneth Heyer. Big 3 minutes now. Big 3 minutes for Kenneth Heyer. If they're going to win this title, they're going to have to do it from behind. That 14-point deficit needs to start coming down in this race, you'd feel, Adam. But there's a good opportunity for Kenneth Heyer and SR Motorsport to do that if they can find a way through past that number 11 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini.
Yeah, it's going to take huge shifts from this point onwards for Kenneth Hire to win a second consecutive GT Winter Series title, and a move for third in class would certainly assist, would bring that gap down to 12 points between the two of them after it was at 14 at the start of this race. There is Kalle Bergman, then our Cup 2 class leader. Of course, Kalle well up there in the overall standings as well. I think they were fourth coming into this weekend, and still running well. As you can see, Sandro Holtzem has disappeared away somewhat from Carey, so Schreiner is going to be doing some driving through the mirrors as Kenneth Hire, late on the brakes there, Kenneth, into turn 10. Late, but managed to get it stopped very nicely indeed. The driver of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, of course, last year it was Jamo Hartling that he shared the car with in the GT Winter Series. And this time with Moritz Viskirchen, he'd love to try and get another title. It's going to be a long shot from here as they come out onto the penultimate lap of the race. And Luca Engstler, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.574, less than half a second away from Simon Birch. I would say that those sleeves have been rolled up.
Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for the best part of 2 races, when it's been Birch versus Engstler, and Engstler's having a go out of turn number 3 into turn 4. Simon Birch driving on the mirrors right now. There's surely going to be an opportunity down into turn 5 for the number 8 Lamborghini, but it's a good exit out of turn 4 for Simon Birch. Engstler's going to have to be patient now for the next few corners. Next best opportunity to overtake Adam is surely going to be turn 10.
That would be the next one, wouldn't it? It's not the deepest braking zone anymore since the reconfigurations a couple of years ago, but it is still a good passing place if you get a good run out of turn 9. Let's see if Engstler has succeeded at that. He has, but Simon Birch also with a good run down the back straight towards turn 10. Engstler with a little speculative look to the inside line as they go through 10 and now turn 11. 35 seconds left on the clock. One more lap to go then. After this one, they'll start the final lap of the race with Simon Birch in the lead. What can Luca Engstler do in response?
I'm going to find out across the course of the next 2 minutes. Out of turn number 14, exit speed will be key here for Birch. Down the longest part of this circuit, a bit of gravel kicked up by Luca Engstler there, who wants this overall race victory. 6 seconds on the clock. So we head on to the final lap now, and still keep an eye on that British Racing Green Belgian run Aston Martin Vantage in the hands of Mathis Le Mans, who's just waiting for a moment perhaps, sitting in third. Still an outside opportunity of a second race win of the weekend for that car. Quick update on the battle off your screens between Schreiner and Hire. Hire is dropping off the back of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, so I think fourth in class is about as good as it's going to get for the reigning champions in this one, and that's good news if you're Cristiano Maciel, also in fourth place in their respective class. That would lead us to believe that the gap going into the final race is still going to be 14 points. Big final lap coming in here from Simon Birch, though, Adam. Simon Birch, after that attack from Luca Engstler, has got the bit between his teeth and is edging away from the Lamborghini.
It does look as though the Razoon Porsche driver has it just about in check. Engstler will do everything he can within reason in the Lamborghini that he has had loaned to Team Engstler from his Grasser DTM outfit. It is a loan car, much like the car you get from your rental desk. You don't want to push it too hard. Engstler having a little sniff again at the apex of turn 12, clearly pressing on, but Simon Birch has the measure of the DTM race winner on this occasion. Simon Birch is once again going to cross the line first in the GT Winter Series. Birch does it by 0.6 of a second over Luca Engstler. Mathis Le Mans rounds out the podium and also takes second in the GT3 class, since Luca Engstler is a GT3 Pro entry. Sandro Holtzem takes fourth position in the Schubert BMW. Carey Schreiner in fifth. Kenneth Hire in sixth. Gonzalo Araujo rounding out the top 7. We don't usually round to 7, but my apologies. Cup 1 winner for the Araujo Competición team, Shota Abkavaza. In Cup 4 is your winner in that class. John Dillon and Andreas Sorensen round out the top 10 and the podium in the Cup 1 class. 4th across the line, just going through our shot there in the Cup 1 class was Cristiano Mathiel, which means both Mathiel and Haya score 14 points apiece. Therefore, no change in the overall points battle, and 14 points with 20 left to score. Basically, at this stage, if Aguas and Maciel make it to the checkered flag in race number 3, they are champions. The worst they can do if they finish the race is 8 points. So it is now finish and become champions for Aguas and Maciel in race number 3. They just have to keep their noses clean. In Cup 2, it was Kalle Bergman who won the category 11th overall for Villeco Motorsport, the Cup 2 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. The number 44 Villeco car again winning that category and again consolidating their already dominant lead in that Cup 2 class, have long since been declared champions in that class. But Simon Birch, quite apart from any of the points discussions, has had another fabulous race for Razun More Than Racing in the GT Winter Series, the team that came into the GT Winter Series at Portimao with a clean slate. They'd not run a GT3 car in competitive outings prior. They are looking to enter the ADAC GT Masters in the summertime with this car and its current lineup of Leo Pichler and Simon Birch. And between the performances we've seen from the team and the drives we've seen from its 2 custodians for this weekend, I think it's safe to say that the German season and the regular teams in the ADAC GT Masters should watch these GT Winter Series races back and see what that young man, Simon Birch, can do in the Porsche 992. The team greet him. Leo Pichler is among those looking to give his congratulations. He does so there. Of course, Leo will be back in the car sharing with Simon Birch going into the 3rd race of the weekend, the 55-minute mandatory pit stop race. That will be our grand finale to the GT Win Series and, of course, the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series as a whole in terms of the points scoring championships, the 4 championships of the GT Win Series, though of course we will have more GT racing action after the conclusion of Sunday. Next weekend on the Sunday we will have the GT cars in the Portimao 6 hour, and that will be very exciting. But of course we have an afternoon of action still to come here today at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We still have the GT Win Series title to decide. However, as I just alluded to, it is now a matter of the only way Haya and Viskirchen can win the title is via a problem for Mathiel and for Aguas. If they get to the flag, they are the champions. A Cup 1 class car will win the championship for the first time if they can just get to the flag. Of course, Mathiel and Aguas running that Ferrari 296 Challenge, the all-Portuguese pairing, just a little bit west. Or east, I should say, at the moment in Spain. Let's go down to the pits, though, because Simon Birch is with Izzy Browning.
He is indeed, and he's definitely making a bit of a habit of winning these races, isn't he? Simon, another win. Congratulations. I know a very, very interrupted race with the long red flag, but towards the end there, a feisty battle between you and Luca, and you've obviously come out on top. A lot of pressure in your rear view.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good battle with Luca in the end. On the last lap also, I played it a bit safe just to defend it a bit. Still, I had a small gap, but yeah, in the end it was good. And coming over the finish line on top is always amazing.
Yeah, the two of you, incredibly talented drivers as well, put on a great show. We've got the endurance race later on. I know that you and Leo are going to be competing in the GT Masters together. So a first chance to kind of show us what you've got together. Leo had a great race yesterday, great battling, and I'm sure that this afternoon you guys are going to put on a show for us.
Yeah, for sure, it's going to be amazing in the afternoon. Weather forecast also seems a bit more easy than now. It was a bit tricky out there in these conditions. But yeah, we will see, and yeah, it's really good. Now we can have our first race together, and for sure it will be good. I'm not even in doubt.
Yeah, as you say, the conditions looking a little bit more favourable. How tricky was it out there just then in these conditions?
Yeah, it was really tricky towards the end. It was just way easier. We had the red flag, so the track was easier in the end. But yeah, in the start and the first lap was not easy, I would say. But yeah, I managed to get a good start from the first lap on, and then I could get a good feeling on the first lap on how the track was. So I had room to play with.
Yeah, good learning, of course, for this season and for later on as well. Another win, though, so we'll let you go and enjoy the podium. And I have a feeling we might be seeing you again at some point. Simon Birch, our winner once again.
Simon Birch, indeed, is a GT Winter Series winner once more. And Resume More Than Racing will be happy with how race 2 unfolded. Let's take a look back at the highlights then of this race. Started after a couple of laps under safety car, a precautionary measure because the field was on slicks and the conditions were still a wee bit greasy out there. People struggling for grip in the early stages of the race. We saw drivers experimenting a little bit with their lines. We saw some battling early on as well. Sandro Holzer made quick work of getting around Simon Orange. And then, unfortunately, Fabien Volven had a moment coming out of turn 8, sent the Pro Sport Aston Martin into the wall. Simon Orange was collected by Jerzy Spinkovic, who took himself out of Cup 4 contention with that moment. A rather rude clonk to the side of the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo there, unfortunately. Menelau lost control of the GT2 spec Mercedes AMG. That car unfortunately retired. Darren Howe also found the concrete in his Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. Red flags were out because there were some barrier repairs to be done. Alessio Ruffini, oh, he did clonk the wall. I thought he might have done. Did finish the race, finished second in the Cup 2 category, but a bit of a hit there to the 333 Autosport Racing Lambo, easily done on cold tyres as the circuit was just getting out of being slippery. The race resumed with less than 10 minutes left on the clock. We saw Sandro Holzer get around Kenneth Ayer and then also around Kari Schreiner, but it did take a little bit of work. The Schubert BMW in amongst it with the SR Motorsport and Conrad Motorsport crews. Cup 2 leader Kalle Bergman had a very good start. He distanced himself away from the rest of the Cup 2 class runners, including this man Hubert Darmetko, who was racing with Eric Chung. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury there getting a bit of a tag as he tried to defend third in the class. And this was the number 33 car of Fabien Dibionka there, just getting through into the Cup 2 second place spot. And while that was going on, it was a great battle between Engstler and Birch, which Simon Birch would come out on top of. Hubert Darmetko would go a bit wayward towards the end of the race, losing a couple of overall spots to a sideways moment. But Simon Birch and Resume More Than Racing had a very, very good performance in the disrupted race. 0.6 of a second clear of Liqui Team Engstler. Luca Engstler at the wheel of that car. Mathis Lismont in third place. In fourth position, Sandro Holzer. Kari Schreiner in fifth place. Kenneth Ayer in P6, fourth in the GT3s, critically scoring 14 points there. Gonzalo Araujo in seventh overall and winning Cup 1 ahead of Cup 4 winner Shota Abkazada. John Dillon and Andreas Sorensen bringing us down to 10th and also rounding out the podium in the Cup 1 categorization. In 11th, it was Kalle Bergman and Villeco Motorsport. Of course, they were the Cup 2 winners. Mons Stalin and Kalle will be looking for more of the same in the race later on. Alfredo Hernandez in 12th, and then critically 4th in class for Cristiano Mathiel of AF Corsa. That means it's still 14 points between Mathiel and Aguath and Haya and Viskirchen. And that means that effectively, as long as that number 50 AF Corsa car reaches the flag, that is their overall championship. Fabien Dibionka taking 14th, Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury in 15th, Hubert Darmetko in P16, Jakob Twarog in 17th place. A bit of a skirmish going on there among the Cup 2 cars. Eric Chung in 18th place. Alessio Ruffini did get to the flag in the 333 Lamborghini despite that collision with the barriers coming out of the pits. Simon Orange in 20th place, a couple of laps down after his collision with Jerzy Spinkovic. Mark Kempster was withdrawn as he was on the wrong tyres as the race resumed. Jerzy Spinkovic not reaching the flag, nor did Manel Lau, Darren Howell or Fabian Volvind. A dramatic race in the GT Winter Series. So then, the cars are going to be silent for a little while here around the circuit because the lunch break is coming up next, although we are technically about 20 minutes into the scheduled lunch break right now. Of course, the schedule has slightly suffered for some of the delays with that red flag in the previous race, so it might be quite a svelte lunch break that we end up here with, especially after the podiums are completed. We'll see what goes on there. Simon Birch will, of course, be on that GT3 podium, the overall race winner, taking the class honours as well in the GT3 class. Such a great variety of GT3s that we have here this weekend, whether it is the newcomers to GT3 like Razzoon, or indeed the established names like the Spa 24 Hours winners at ComTU Racing. A really interesting breadth of talent, teams and metal in the GT3 ranks this weekend. Of course, we do have Invitational and GT3 Pro cars in the equation as well, but we can kind of all lump them in as GT3s, can't we? The Ferrari 296 Challenge of Gonzalo Araujo was the winner in the Cup 1 category this time around. Of course, we've seen Araujo put in some good performances previously. We will see him up on the podium, and the podiums are ready to go. So let's go down to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Adam. It is time for our podium ceremonies for race 2 of the GT Winter Series for the final round of the season here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Let's begin with Cup 4 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo runners. 2 finishers in that race. Let's welcome our runner-up for Autosport Racing in the number 333, Alessio Ruffini. And your Cup 4 winner for Art Line in the number 12. Please welcome Shota Abkazava. Bringing out the trophies, got Stefan and Anna from the GEDLICH Racing team. Congratulations to our drivers. Let's move to the Cup 2 category for the Porsche Cup runners. First of all, welcoming our third place driver for A-Works. Please welcome Ahmed Al-Khoury. In second place for PTT Racing in the number 33, please welcome Fabian Di Bianca. And your Cup 2 Porsche Cup winner for Willico Motorsport in the number 44, please welcome Kalle Bergman. And the trophies to be presented to our top 3 once again, also now joined by Jose Luis Santa Maria. Congratulations to all our drivers. Best of luck to the Cup 2 drivers as they prepare for race 3. Let's move to Cup 1, the Ferrari Challenge 296 runners. First of all, for AF Corsa, in third place, it's Andreas Sorensen. In second place, also for AF Corsa, please welcome the driver of the 151, John Dillon. And your winner for the Santagal team for Portugal, please welcome Gonçalo Araújo. And the trophies, once again, to be presented by Stefan and Anna from the GEDLICH Racing team, and Jose Luis Santamaria, part of the directorship here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. On to GT Pro, and time to welcome out our second place driver overall, and a real good go at the end of that one for Liqui Moly Team Engsler. In the number 8 Lamborghini, please welcome your GT3 Pro winner, Luca Engsler. And the trophy to be presented to Luca for winning in GT3 Pro. Please welcome once again Juan Luis Santamaria. Our last podium of the morning and early afternoon session is, of course, for GT3. First of all, let's welcome our third place driver in the number 11 Conrad Lamborghini. It's Kari Schreiner. In second place, continuing their great weekend, it's the Comte Aston Martin, piloted by Mathis Limon. And your class winner, also overall winner for Razun More Than Racing. He takes it again in the number 14 Porsche. Please give a big hand for Simon Birch. And the trophies to be presented to the top 3 by Stefan and Anna from the GEDLICH Racing team and Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Congratulations to all of our drivers on the podium. We look forward to seeing them back out on circuit for the endurance race later on this afternoon, as well as the third races for the Formula Winter Series and GT4 Winter Series. We're heading to the lunch break now. Racing due to recommence at around 2:20 local time here in Spain. Keep it locked here on your Alpha Live broadcast. We've got plenty from the paddock coming right up.
Stefan, great to see you. First of all, can you believe that we're already at the end of the Winter Series season?
To be honest, I can't. It feels just like yesterday that we were in Estoril starting the season, setting up, and now we're already here. Time flew really fast.
Yeah, it's gone so quickly, but it has been such a fantastic season. We've had so much action out on track. How proud are you of the work that your team have done behind the scenes to make all of this happen?
I'm incredibly proud about every single one of us. Everyone is putting up all his energy and time into this Winter Series. But to be honest, it's not just our team that is putting a lot of effort in it, also the teams and drivers having so many events in such a short period of time. Also for them, it's very demanding, and I'm happy that we're doing all that.
Yeah, definitely. I spoke to Marcus Giedlich back in Valencia, and he was very keen to emphasise how much work goes on behind the scenes with your team. Very long days, I'm sure, and a lot of travelling, as always, is expected in motorsport. So a lot that has really gone in to make all of this happen.
Definitely. I mean, we're preparing it the whole summer, but then during winter, it's a whole other world. As you said, long days in the office, and also even if there's no event, the weekends are just there to prepare the next event.
Well, we are at the end of the season, so have you got a highlight from the Winter Series?
it's hard to choose. There have been so many great moments and so many great circuits and races that, to be honest, I can't pick one favorite.
Fair enough. Of course, one of the things that's very special about the Winter Series is that we've got so many different types of cars. We're just having the prototypes come out on track now. So many different types of cars, so many different teams, so many different drivers. How special is it to see all of those different cars come together on a weekend, every single weekend?
It's just great, but this variety is also what makes it so challenging for us. Every single team, every single car, every single driver has different demands, and to bring all that into one event, and not just into one event, but in the GT Winter Series, also into one single racing series, with the regulation, with the timetable, it's very challenging, but that's what makes it special, and for me it's absolutely worth it.
So worth it, and of course, coming to the end of the season, we now start to look to next year. So what are you hoping for next year, and what are you excited about next year's Winter Series season for?
Well, during the season, there are so many topics and points coming up that we want to improve or change. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we can implement these changes and how they will affect the championships. But then also I'm looking forward to welcoming new teams and drivers next year. I hope that we can attract more customers.
Well, we hope that as well, and we can't wait to get started once again next season. Thank you so much for all your work this season, and thank you for always being up for speaking to us as well.
Thank you.
Oh, it was great to catch up with Stefan earlier in the weekend. We are in the lunch break here now, our final lunch break of the season, and I'm delighted to say that I'm going to be joined by a couple of drivers, and the first of those drivers is Emily Cotty, stood right next to me. Emily, your first weekend in the Formula Winter Series paddock. First of all, it's great to have you. Welcome. We haven't had a chance to speak before this. How have you been enjoying being in the Formula Winter Series paddock so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great experience with High Tech and everybody else involved, and the track's really nice. I mean, it's been some mixed conditions and stuff, but yeah, it's been a really good weekend so far.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky one to come into, really, because of course these drivers that you're racing against have raced in the Formula Winter Series all season long, the majority of them. Tricky always to come in on the final round of a championship, but you have been racing out in the Middle East, so you're into the season already. You just spoke about High Tech there. Obviously, High Tech, a very, very strong team, and you're representing them this weekend. How much have they been able to help you to prepare for this weekend?
Yeah, they've been a great help, and the car's been good in all sessions, and they've used their knowledge about the track and stuff to help me along the way.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. And of course, yesterday you took the female trophy win. You just said to me, I know that what's important for you is getting points and getting up there. But of course, to start the weekend with the female trophy win is a great accolade to have, nonetheless. So it has been a strong start to the weekend. How much have you enjoyed this track in particular? Because you've just also said to me that you haven't been here before.
Yeah, it's a great track. I mean, it's a mixture of like high speed and low speed, which is quite different from the UAE tracks that we've been racing in. And it's great to get some experience before the Italian F4.
Yeah, and one race coming up later, so going for it in this race this afternoon?
Yeah, it should be a good race. I'm hoping to improve a lot. So.
All right, well, thank you very much for speaking to us. I've got one of Emily's teammates behind the camera, so I'm going to swap the drivers over. And you'll recognise him because we've spoken to him quite a bit this morning. But Leo, I want to talk to you about a different aspect of things than just the winning that we've seen you've been doing, which is the preparation in the off-season. How much preparation goes into a championship? I know, of course, that your summer championship is coming up very quickly, but to be able to come and do a winter championship, you will have had to be preparing for this at the back end of last year, really.
Yeah, we've been preparing it for a long time. We've been out testing since about November, but the best about winter championships is it gets you prepped so much more. You already come into the summer series with 4 rounds under your belt. And last year, when I didn't do any winter series, you turn up to the first race, it's like, oh, we're missing something here. Yeah. But it's nice to finally have the edge. And then also when we go out to testing, we have like another 15 days of testing before the first round as well. So just the feeling of being able to know what we're doing and coming over here, and hopefully we'll get all 3 races this weekend. Just hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, always good to have a bit of racing. There is really no better testing than racing. And of course, you have had a strong weekend. You sound very confident that you're going to be able to get all three this weekend. It definitely feels like you've relaxed into it this weekend, perhaps more than other weekends.
Yeah, I was feeling this weekend in race 1 we're struggling a bit with the vibrations from the cast, so maybe it grained our tyres a bit more. But then in race 2, when that was sorted, it was like, oh, we're pretty good here. But I think the main thing for race 3 is just we're on the other side of the grid, not as clean, and just have to get going and just get a good launch like I always have done and just get to the front.
Yeah, well, we'll see what you can do later on. You definitely sound confident, as I said. I just spoke to Emily there about being with the high-tech team and just how much support they give you. Now, interestingly enough, and I don't want to put pressure on your shoulders, but Deegan Fairclough, the most recent winner of the British F4 Championship, switched from JHR to high-tech and won the championship. Now, as we are in the final round of the season, we're looking into the summer season. That's obviously the goal for you, isn't it, to follow in his footsteps?
Yeah, 100% that's the goal. I think at the end of last year, we knew High-Tech was the best team and there wasn't really another option.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what you can do in British F4. As I said, we've spoken to you quite a lot over the course of this weekend, and you sound very confident that we're going to be speaking to you once again after race 3. But one more race. We'll let you and Emily go and enjoy your lunch and the rest of the lunch break. Thank you very much for speaking to me. I'll let you go off. And earlier in the weekend, I spoke to Callum and Charlie, the Race Lab duo in the GT4s. Well, boys, you've spoken to me quite a lot this season, as I'm sure you've enjoyed. Coming to the end of the season now, of course, we have to start the weekend the way that we started the weekend in Estoril, which is to come and chat to you both. Of course, we've had 12 races over the course of the last 2 months. Very, very packed schedule. Charlie, you stepped into GT4 at the beginning of this season, and Callum, you already had a year of British GT under your belt. How do you reflect on how things have gone this season?
Yeah, I think both of us shown great pace. Obviously, Callum helped me out with a bit of his experience in the first few races as I was getting used to it. And yeah, I've picked it up from there, and yeah, it's going brilliant.
Callum, what about you?
Yeah, definitely. We're both still learning. Obviously, I've had 1 year. Charlie's brand new to this car, but we're still pushing each other. You know, Charlie's quick already, so I'm pushing him, he's pushing me, but we've definitely got more to learn for this season. So no, we're definitely looking forward to getting more grips with the car.
And in terms of the winter series, I mean, you've had a podium at every round so far. Of course, with any season, there's ups and downs, but it really feels like every single time there has been a down, you guys have brought it back and come back fighting.
Yeah, we've had a few ups and downs from Charlie's gearbox issue, but yeah, we definitely fight back strong. You know, we've had a win together, which was brilliant. But no, we're definitely looking to finish this series on a high. Hopefully, we can get a few more wins and podiums.
Yeah, you've had some real highs as well. I mean, Charlie, one that stands out to me is, of course, last weekend in Aragon during race 3, fighting with J-Mo Hartling, and that was one of the battles of the season, really.
Yeah, he was fast, to be fair. I had to work hard to keep him behind, just let it slip with 2 laps to go. But yeah, I'm pleased with the performance and hopefully bring it into this weekend and beyond.
And how much do you feel like you've learned over the course of the last 2 months?
Oh, like so much. It's been great. Yeah, even like last week in race 2, I left the wipers on. And I don't know how to use wipers because I don't even have a road car yet. So yeah, definitely a lot there. I couldn't really see much out my windscreen.
Great insight.
Yeah.
Won't make the same mistake again, though, I'm sure.
No, definitely not. I couldn't see, seriously.
And of course, the highlight of the season has to be the win. I mean, we can't not talk about that. Of course, Callum, you pulled out, I think it was a 10-second lead and then handed the car over to Charlie to finish the job. And that must have felt so special, especially to bring it home for the team as well.
Yeah, definitely. That was a brilliant weekend. The start was good. The race was good. I could see I was on the pace. I was pulling away from the pack and got into first. And yeah, just kind of got into the right mind space and focused in, locked in, and yeah, pulled away, gave it to Charlie, and he finished off the job. It was a mega weekend for us.
So final weekend of the season then. I know you guys have done some testing here before. I've been pretty quick here before you were P1 this morning, I believe, in the session. So you must come into this track feeling probably the most confident that you have all season, I imagine.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we we like to learn as much as we can on the test days. Obviously, 2 great test days before every qualifying and races. So we pick everything up. Obviously, a bit more added bonus that we did a couple of days there in December. So yeah, we're both confident, we're both fast. Let's see what we can do.
Final question then. Of course, we have to talk a little bit about the championship. You guys are currently sitting P3 in the championship, but just 5 points ahead of your closest competitor. A little bit of pressure then coming into this weekend, but how confident are you that you can finish the job and take P3 in the championship? And also, how much would that mean to you to be able to secure that?
Yeah, we're definitely confident. You know, like you said, we've been to this track before. We're quick on pace, straight out the box, and yeah, we're confident. You know, we know what we're doing, and hopefully, yeah, finish P3, and that would be really good for us, especially with Charlie's first season in this car. That would mean a lot for us going ahead to the season in the summer.
Well, you've been fabulous all season. It's been great to chat to you. You two have massively helped me out all season by always being willing to chat. So we wish you the best of luck this weekend and have a fun final weekend. Oh, it's been fantastic to catch up with some of our drivers coming into this final round, and delighted to say that we are going to do the same thing now with Peyton Westcott alongside me. Peyton and I caught up at the first round of the Formula Winter Series where she was making her debut in car racing, and now of course we have to come and see how things have gone. Peyton, great to see you once again. Of course, as I just said, you were making your debut in car racing back in Portimao. We've come to the end of the season now. How much have you learned in this first season?
Well, I've definitely learned a lot. We've improved a lot of things over the series. It's been great for my development as a driver and as a person as well. It's truly, I've learned a lot from this series, and I'm looking forward to bringing that into the following series that I'm doing.
Yeah, you've had some fantastic tracks to race on as well. I mean, Portimao is obviously a bit of a baptism of fire for young drivers, but incredible tracks. Which one has been your favourite?
My favourite, I would say, probably Portimao, just because of the elevation changes. I did love Aragon because of the turn 15, where you could go in from so far back and make moves. That was fun.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a lot of fun out there. As you said, so much development over the course of the season, and it really does feel like every weekend you've been building and building with the team and in your own confidence as well. Highlight of the season, I guess, maybe last weekend in Aragon. That was your highest finishing places, took the female trophy win, and there was a big cheer for you under the podium as well, which was always great to see.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, it was definitely a step towards improvement. We learned a lot from that race, and I got to run up front with the fast guys, so that was great.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see all the development of the Formula Winter Series drivers, but especially your development throughout the season. Your mum's standing just off camera. You said she's your biggest fan. She's always watching every single session, and she's always here to support you. How much does that support mean?
It means the world to me. I mean, coming from America and being here, I don't have a lot of people who watch out for me or recognize me, so it means a lot to have my family watching me back from America, even in the middle of the night.
Yes, even in the middle of the night. Peyton was just telling me that her mum watches every single session, whether it's 2 in the morning or 6 at night. You know, she's always there, she's always watching. Peyton, we've got one more race coming up later, and as you can see, beautiful sun coming out for us. You've just said to me that you're excited for this dry race. What are you hoping for to top this season on a high?
Well, I'm hoping for obviously one of my best results. I'm excited to race this track in the dry. I've never been here until the test days on Thursday. So definitely looking forward to seeing how well I can do.
And it being a Formula One track, I know a lot of the Formula Winter Series drivers have said to me that that's quite special in itself. Obviously, that's being in the single-seater ladder, that's the goal, ultimately. How special has that been for you to race around a track that is, you know, the pinnacle of motorsport is using it?
I think it's amazing because once I get to higher levels, I'll know all the tracks. And I even have friends texting me from back home saying, oh, you're in Barcelona, that's so cool. I think that's awesome. And yes, it's amazing.
Well, it's very cool. As I've said, one race later to go for Peyton. Thank you so much for speaking to me. It's been fantastic to see your development throughout the season. I know your mum's beaming over there. I can see her over your shoulder watching you on camera. So fantastic. And we wish you the very best of luck for this race and also the races later in the season when you do your full campaign.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I spoke to some other drivers earlier in the weekend, but also so did Adam Weller, and he spoke to Bruno Pereira.
We have many new additions to the GT4 Win Series this weekend, be that teams or indeed drivers. Down at Arroyo competition, we have Bruno Pereira with us for the first time in the GT4 Winter Series. Bruno, by the sounds of it, it's a bit of, well, trial by fire or trial by rain, because you've got a lot of new experiences going on at once.
Exactly. It's the first time on this track. It's an amazing track. I had a lot of fun in the dry, and it's also my first time in the wet. So, you know, it's trial by fire, really. And I'm enjoying it, but I have a lot to learn, especially in the wet. In the wet, super tricky. You know, I got to look for the dirty parts of the track. I'm still learning, but it's super fun. It's a lot of fun. And these guys know what they're doing. They're really fast. So there's strong competition here, which is good.
Strong competition, but also a strong team with you, of course. Gonzalo really knows what he's doing, and I imagine he's probably quite a good brain to pick on a day like this.
Yes, he is. He's a mentor. He's also a really great engineer, so he understands what the car's doing. He can guide me and help me. So he's been great. He's been more than a mentor. He's been really a teacher, and I'm glad to have him in the car with me so I don't make a fool out of myself.
And of course, some familiar faces to you in this paddock, because the Race Ready organisation who put together the Iberian Supercars also help us out here in the GEDLICH Racing Win Series paddock. I know that's what you're striving to do again in 2025, to compete in Iberian Supercars. But this is a really good opportunity, I suppose, in this series to see how you stack up internationally against teams from all over Europe.
It's amazing for us to be able to do this. We're training for our tournament, our championship, but it's super good to be here so we can see at what level we're at compared to the European drivers. And hopefully, if we continue doing the Winter Series next year, which we might do, it'll be good so we can do the European Championship. Why not? I mean, now that I'm learning on the, learning how to drive in the rain, if everything goes well, hopefully next year we can do something better. It'll be good.
And lastly, I mean, you're in a 007 Aston Martin. Is there a part of you that was a young boy who wanted to be James Bond that's rather liking that?
When I was very young, my favorite car was the DBS. Aston Martin and 007 was clearly an idol. Now I'm a bit older. I'm trying to, we were lucky to keep the 007 number on our car, which is from a previous driver. So we just kept it for the Aston Martin's sake. Why not? So we're enjoying it. We're clearly not doing the times of the 007, but hopefully we'll work to get there. We'll work to get there.
Well, I do hope for this weekend you don't deploy any smoke screens out on the circuit, but I do hope that you have a good weekend out there, and good luck on your first weekend in the GT4 Win Series.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's amazing being here, so let's just all have fun. That's the most important thing. Cheers.
One of the most exciting performances of the Motorland Aragon weekend in GT4 Win Series came from this man, Alan Gabay. Finally a race winner of the GT4 Win Series. There have been times where it looks like the car has been pretty much there, but things haven't quite worked. Now that you're a race winner in the series, how do you feel?
Great. I was waiting for this win. I think we deserved it. Yeah, the season started not in the best way, and we were still looking for the best performance we can take out of the car. And in Aragon, we managed to do it in wet conditions, and I'm super happy to achieve this win.
And of course, you've done quite a lot of racing in a Porsche Cayman at this point over the last couple of years. I guess that experience really came to help you when we were in the wet conditions, tricky stuff at a very difficult circuit. That was your time to shine, wasn't it?
Yeah, actually, I really love the rain. I love the wet conditions, so it was perfect for me to wake up on Sunday morning and to see that it's wet outside and just jump in the car, start the race, and go for the win.
Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya now for you. We might have more rain. Do you have much experience of this circuit?
Actually, yeah, I think I was doing some race 2 years ago, but it was in the beginning of my GT4 career, so I don't really remember, but I'm happy to be here again, and this track is amazing. I think the testing was quite fine until now, also in wet conditions. and looking forward for the race. I think we will have a good weekend this time.
Of course, yourself and your teammate Maximilian Schreier are from different backgrounds racing-wise, let's say, because of course he's come straight in from karting. Have you been impressed with the young man and what he's been doing?
He's doing a great job. Yeah, I'm sure he will manage to be much faster in the future, and he's faster now. Like, he's really fast. So I trust him 100%, and yeah, he's going on the right steps. It will be fine. He will be super fast in the future. So yeah, it will be perfect.
It's a really good driver combination. It's been a great one to watch in the GT4 Win Series. I hope you managed to get some more successes under your belt this weekend at Catalonia.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope so too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the pit lane for the final time on the final lunch break of our season here in the Winter Series. And I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all of our drivers who have helped me out, come and had a chat during the lunch break all throughout the season. Of course, a lot of them keen to go and get their lunch during this lunch break. That is why it's called a lunch break after all. But a lot of them have given up their time to come and chat to us and share their stories throughout the season. And it has been so fabulous to speak to so many of them. Of course, one of the very special things about this Winter Series paddock is that we have so many different drivers, so many different teams, and so many different cars. So there are so many different stories to get our teeth stuck into. So a very, very big thank you to all of our drivers for coming and speaking to me during the lunch break. And we are just about to get the final races of the season underway very, very shortly. But before all of that, of course, we are known as the GEDLICH Racing paddock. The GEDLICH Racing guys are the ones behind this series. And their founder, Marcus GEDLICH, is a former racing driver. And he has shared with us some incredible footage of his on-track accolades that we can have a little look back at now.
GEDLICH Racing's founder and CEO, Marcus GEDLICH, is often seen in the Winter Series paddock, as well as at endless summer track days and race test events. But a great many in the paddock, spectating or watching at home, may not be aware of how Marcus arrived into motorsport. First and foremost, the man from Nauheim is a driver. And perhaps this should not be a surprise, as Marcus's father, Wolfgang GEDLICH, was a renowned motorcycle pilot who proved competitive in the World Championship aboard his self-developed Kreidler machinery. While the younger GEDLICH competed in the Nürburgring 24 Hours on many occasions, as well as winning a 6-hour race with Getrag in their famed E46 M3 GTR, it was the Deutsche Tourenwagen Challenge where the greatest successes came. In both 1995 and 1999, GEDLICH was the runner-up in the championship, which catered to 2-litre touring car machinery built to the near-stock super production rule set. Heading into 2001, GEDLICH formed a new partnership with Schubert Motorsport, a familiar team today, but a new name to the motorsport scene at the time. Team boss Thorsten Schubert would taste champagne on several occasions during the season, culminating in the Ottersleben base squad winning the team's title and Marcus GEDLICH finally winning the Deutsche Tourenwagen Challenge overall. It was the first taste of championship glory for Schubert, now known as one of the top BMW teams in GT racing. While Marcus would continue to race thereafter and even set world-distant records at the wheel with Mercedes USA, the DTC is still one of his proudest achievements. However, in the present day, his passion for motorsport manifests in a new way with GEDLICH Racing, its coaching, testing and track day offerings, and of course, the Winter Series. GEDLICH Racing is truly by racers for racers. This approach forms long-standing partnerships such as the one between Marcus and Schubert Motorsport. Now, 24 years after becoming the first driver to win a championship for Thorsten Schubert, the team is a regular presence in the GT Winter Series. One can never say never to a driver putting on the helmet again. One day, Marcus GEDLICH may choose to make another appearance behind the wheel, maybe even in the series bearing his name. That was a bit of a gauntlet laid down for Marcus GEDLICH. I know he's watching. Come on, one more race. Why not in this paddock? Great to always see Marcus here in the Winter Series, of course. This is his baby, one of many that he founds and operates in the world of motorsport. And, of course, one of the newest championships in this Winter Series paddock is the GT4s. This will be the conclusion of the second GT4 Winter Series season, race 3 of the weekend for them. 1 hour pit stop race. The middle 10 of the race, minute 25 to 35, will be our pit window for this one. Of course, we already have a champion confirmed in the GT4 Winter Series, and that is Elite Motorsport with their McLaren Artura GT4. The McLaren and Mackenzie Cresswell, the champions, Elite Motorsport and Mackenzie. Of course, Tom Leben has been providing the assist in this late stage of the season after Josh Rattican took the helm alongside Mackenzie for the first phase of the season. So a huge congratulations to them in the number 77. Rafa Racing by Racelab on the front row in the McLaren Artura. Alongside them, it is an all-McLaren front row of the grid for this GT Winter Series race. Plus line racing teams, Porsche Cayman will be up there as well, though, in the race to come, because Joachim Bolting, again, in a damp qualifying session on Saturday morning, had a brilliant run and managed to make himself third on the grid for this race. So that is going to be very interesting. Of course, he will be a solo driver. Most of the racing will be done between 2 drivers in all of these cars on a record grid in the GT4 Winter Series for this weekend. 27 cars set to take the start across our Pro, Pro-Am and Am classes, in addition to the Cayman Trophy class and, of course, the Invitationals. We have no fewer than 3 Invitational cars out on the circuit. That is BMW M4 GT4 Evos entirely. There's almost a GT4 Evo class out there. The reason those cars are run separately from GT4 is because the GT4 Evos are not yet homologated, or well, they are now actually, because it is March, but at the start of the series they were not homologated, and you have to base it on when the series started. So they'll be eligible for the European series and such, of course, when they get into the summer, but for now in the Winter Series they are Invitational class cars, and we'll see how they stack up once again. They'll have their own little kind of Evo class battle, I suppose, as well. There's your onboard look from the Elite Motorsport McLaren car, number 77, readying up. It is going to be at the start of the race. At the 77's helm will be the driver Tom Leben, who also, of course, did race number 1. Mackenzie Cresswell will take the second phase of this race. At Rafa Racing by Racelab, it'll be Charlie Hart, followed by Callum Davis in those cars. And I think in many ways, with the championship out of the window, or rather, well, not out of the window, of course, it's now firmly in the grasp of Elite Motorsport. They are provisionally already our champions. But for Rafa Racing by Racelab, I think this is a really cool thing for them, because now it is McLaren on the front row. We've seen them battling all season long, be it at Estoril and Portimao. We saw them fighting at Valencia and Aragon. We've seen them fighting wheel to wheel at least once every weekend. And now, the front row to themselves, the 2 McLarens from Elite and Racelab can kind of have their fun. And for Callum and Charlie, it's no longer that they need to kind of take a step back and think about their championship, as they maybe did a little bit in race 1 and 2, even though they were still making contact. But the point stands, now they can really let their hair down.
Gloves are off, it's warming up out there. It's all set for what should be a very entertaining last race of the season for the GT4 Winter Series. The Elite Motorsport number 77, Tom Leben, as I say, at the wheel. Cruises down pit lane, and I know I said this back at Aragon at the similar point of the weekend. It has beautifully brightened up here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. This is what we come to Spain for at this time of year, but it's a pretty much brand new set of track conditions for the drivers in terms of today. And to be honest, most of the weekend it's either been wet or cloudy most of the weekend. So yes, it's going to be a not at full speed reconnaissance of that, but there's some potential important bits of information for last-minute decision-making to be picked up here.
Yeah, the ambient temperature won't rise too much, but of course the track temps can. When the sun is beating down on the circuit, that will put a few more degrees of temp into the track surface itself. That will change how the tyres behave, and of course the tyres in this endurance race do have to last the full 60 minutes. There is no tyre changing to be done within the mandatory pit stop in the GT4 Winter Series, so they will have to press on with the rubber they've got. Of course, if it gets extremely difficult out there, there is the option to pit and switch tyres in an additional 2-minute pit stop. However, of course, additional 2-minute pit stop, that means effectively you're giving away a lap for the sake of different tyres. So even if it does get quite wet out there, if you can control the car, perhaps you should. And there's also, of course, always the thought that, well, if it gets too bad out there and everyone's on slicks, they're only going to red flag it anyway. So I think it's very rare that you'll ever see a tyre change in the GT4 Winter Series. Cars making their way down to the grid at the moment. Of course, we allude to that big number, 27 cars taking the start for this one. WNS Motorsport have strengthened their ranks for this weekend. Resume More Than Racing have a couple of their cars, 3 of their cars out there on the circuit as well, which is a great boost to have them in the paddock. NM Racing team back in the GT4 Winter Series for the first time this year. Last year's AM Class champions, of course. It is a really good lineup of teams that we have here for this weekend, and it has been very entertaining to watch. Of course, at the sharp end of the pack, it is going to be those McLarens. There is Tom Leben, just weaving, getting some heat into the tyres while he can. He'll join the queue of supercars as they make their way down to the grid, and we'll see if there are any surprises to come from behind as well. Maximilian Schreier, I think, will feel a little bit inspired by Alan Gabai's efforts earlier on and want to do the old anything you can do, I can do better, and see what he can do about getting the car into a podium position ahead of the stint for Alan Gabai. Daniel Drexel will be one to watch as well. Enrico Ferderer in P6. Ditto him. We'll see what he can do at the helm of that car. Daniel Blickler, 7th on the grid, will be one to watch as well, the AM Class driver. He's got some good experience, of course. We touched on it last time out at Aragon. Plenty of Nürburgring Nordschleife in experience in particular for him. But we'll see what he can do. Andrew, is there anyone outside those first 4 or 5 rows that you've got your eye on?
I've got my eye on Pro-Am in particular. It should very much, in fact, it probably is going to go the way of Nico Grindel and Tim Horrell. They just need to finish and pick up some points just to avoid any kind of tiebreaker scenarios, particularly because the Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman Ginetta G56 was pretty quick earlier today and took the class victory. That they're, by my calculations, and I should stress they're very unofficial, ladies and gentlemen, they're 20 points behind. So yeah, it should just be a case of Grindel and Horrell on 154. They picked up some points earlier on this morning. You know, do the same again, and you know, we're not worrying about looking back at previous results and tiebreakers. But yeah, that's a pretty close affair for a bit of honour in that one. Further down the grid, I know we've already talked about the invitational cars. Intrigued to see how they get on, particularly in the hands of Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramneed. We've seen that Century Motorsport BMW M4 a lot so far this season, so so that should be one to watch. And whilst things are provisionally decided in Cayman Trophy, as you alluded to earlier, Adam, they've still produced some absolutely fantastic racing, particularly between those two SR Motorsport runners of the 110 and the 111. So Fuchs and Kuna, Carl and Sander set to go again.
So then we can now, I believe, go down to the grid with Izzy. She should be ready for the last GT4 grid walk.
Well, welcome down to the grid for the final race of the GT4 Winter Series in this 2025 season. And I have to say, there's a different feeling down on the grid, a little bit of a last day of school feeling, and I think that things are going to get feisty, particularly between our front row, the two McLarens, the number 77 Elite of Tom Levin and the number 812 of Charlie Hart, both incredibly exciting drivers to watch, and drivers who know how to race each other pretty well by now. We'll go to Charlie first then. Might as well get one quick word with Charlie. Well, Charlie, it's McLaren against McLaren, last dance of the season, and I know you'll be giving it absolutely everything out there.
Yeah, last one of the season, hoping for a win, so let's make it happen.
And Tom's quite a feisty driver, but as are you, so do you think you can get the better of him?
Yeah, yesterday was a good fun battle. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be going at it again. Hopefully I can get past him a bit quicker, but yeah, I'm excited.
All right, best of luck, Charlie. Have fun out there. I am going to go across to Tom because I can see that Tom has also got the little window open. Tom, all McLaren front row. You and Charlie are both some of the most exciting drivers I think I've seen to race these McLarens. Things could get pretty spicy in this one. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously, we won on the road yesterday, but then dropped a second after the penalty. Obviously not ideal, but we won it on track, so pretty happy there. Obviously, winning the championship this morning was also really good. So yeah, just looking to sort of go out on a high, I'd say. Yeah, looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Championship already tied up, and I think a little bit of redemption maybe for you for what happened yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, Charlie done a really good job yesterday, putting me under pressure, and obviously I did the track limit, so that's fair, obviously. But yeah, hoping for a good result today. Yeah, obviously for McLaren as well, hoping to come across the line 1-2 again.
All right, best of luck out there. Have fun. Final race of the season. And as I said, I think it is going to get spicy. The 1 minute board, though, has already come out, and we are going to have an exciting race coming up now.
So then the third race of the GT4 Winter Series is about to get underway. It is the final hour-long race of the season. And it will be 2 formation laps coming into this one, since the race has been officially declared wet, just because the radars are telling a few different stories depending on the providers. Tom Levin is your pole sitter for this race alongside Charlie Hart, so the duels between the McLarens will kick off once again. Joachim Bulting is third alongside Maximilian Schreier in 4th position. In 5th place, it is the Resoon Northern racing car of Daniel Drexel alongside Enrico Förderer. Förderer, of course, will be hoping to at least get a good race out of this, knowing that he's already not going to win the championship this year, along with J.M. Hartling. Daniel Blickler in 7th position, 2nd of the AMs, a lot of AMs at the sharp end for this one. Daniel Nilsson in 8th position, the number 33. In 9th place, it is Baudouin Detu in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. In 10th place, it is the Ginetta G56 GT4 Evo. In 11th place, it is FK Performance Joseph Ellerin at the wheel of that car, which Axel Bengtsson will drive a little bit later on. We'll see how far he can get up. Anton Abe in 12th position in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. Tim Horrell, who on countback will already be the Pro-Am champion in the GT4 Winter Series, along with Nico Grundl. They'll line up 13th. Florian Bauer, 14th. 7th row of the grid. In 15th position, it is Century Motorsports' Charlie Robertson. So Charlie is getting to play in the endurance race as well. We weren't sure about that earlier in the day. Bruno Pereira in 16th position. We heard from him a little earlier on during the lunch break. Villicuna in 17th position in the number 110 car. He and Cedric Fuchs, I believe, now confirmed as well on countback as champions in the Cayman Trophy class. Max Huber alongside in the 88 NM Racing car. As I said, 2 formation laps, so we can chill a little bit on this. Mikael Sander in the 111 alongside Jakob Twarog, bringing us down to row 10 of the grid. 21st and 22nd is Clemens Drexel and Joachim Walder. In 23rd place, it is another of the Porsches, Richard Andermark in his AM-class Porsche, Lorenz Ruhl alongside him in 24th place. In 25th, it's the Hofer BMW of Mikael Bonk alongside Jonathan Curry. Watch out for that car, incidentally, the 16NM Racing Team car in the second half of the race. Phil Keane is going to be sniffing around for the driver's seat in the second half of the race. Franz Linden bringing us down to 27th in the field. A deluxe entry for the GT4 Winter Series, just under 1 lap until we go racing.
So the clock has started for 60 minutes on this second formation lap. So this one does count towards the time allocated in this race. And for the drivers out there, increasing their knowledge of how the track is performing at this particular point of the day. These are pretty good conditions for everyone out there to enjoy what is the final race of the year, of the season for the GT4 Winter Series before all their attentions turn to their summer plans. And plenty still to play for, and we will have those championship podiums after this as well. And the blue skies are out, Adam, for the season finale. Can Elite Motorsport do it again?
Right, we'll see if Elite Motorsport can. The clock is already ticking, so it's going to be a 57.5-minute race, all told here. And we are now seeing the last of that heat cycling going into the tyres. And 2x2 formation. As we can see now, the 812 and the 77 cars on their left and right side doors respectively, they already have some tyre marks from some earlier battling between themselves as well. It was race 1 where they met each other, shall we say. Let's see what happens now in race number 3 of the weekend. Watch out for the 2 Porsches from behind. Joachim Bolting, I think, will be eager to stay up there this time. He's been swallowed up in race 1 at the start of the weekend in slightly drier conditions. Of course, he got there in the wet weather, moving himself up into P4. And P4 he is once again on this grid. Will there be a surprise victor to end what has been a thrilling season in the GT4 Winter Series? Or will it be a familiar story told at the sharp end of the order? Let's find out. The gloves are off one last time. We go racing in the GT4 Winter Series. It's a McLaren drag race down to the first corner. Tom Leben looks like he will lead said drag race down to the corner. However, here comes Joachim Bolting, challenging to the outside of Charlie Hart. He's later on the brakes as well. He's going all the way around the outside, even potentially for the lead, but I think Leben should hold on to that. Maximilian Schreier goes skittling across the runoff area. Joachim Bolting still around the outside. I could scarcely believe he was still there. He is going to be dropped down to 3rd position by the time they get to turn 4. In fact, it might even be 4th because Enrico Federer to his inside. The McLarens are still there, 1-2 at the front. It is Tom Leben that leads them. We ride on board with Enrico Federer now in 3rd place.
Got to give it to Joachim Bolting. That was a really good go off the start as Enrico Federer has started quickly down the inside of Charlie Hart for P2. Hart defends that nicely round the outside and will hold on to that position by the time they get to turn 7. Immediately, the Mercedes looking quicker in the early stages of this race, or looking quicker than we've seen it so far this weekend. Hart's having another look down the inside of Leben. This is where these two came to blows yesterday. during race number 1. This time roles reversed. Leben on driver's left, Hart on driver's right. They're going to be side by side once again into turn number 10. Look out for Förderer on that lower line, trying to draw alongside Hart for second place, who's still not given up his hopes for the lead. He'll have the inside for turn number 12. Leben falls down to second place. I'm loving the grit and determination this weekend, Adam Weller, of Charlie Hart. We saw it in race 1. Yes, he didn't take it on the road, but he put Tom Leben under such pressure to make that mistake in race number 1. This is a reinvigorated Rafa Racing by Race Lab team, and they lead at the end of lap 1.
Top 4 breaking away then from Joachim Bolting in 5th place, who now finds himself under pressure from Daniel Drexel for good measure. Of course, the AM driver doing a great job punching above his weight here at the moment, but he's got to be careful because after the Resoon Porsche directly behind him is Daniel Blickler, second in the AM class. So Blickler will be looking and sniffing out the potential for a top step of the podium here within the AM category. We rode on board there briefly with Tom Leben. Leben in the number 77 car. Of course, this coming into the weekend was the title fight. Leben versus Förderer, well, more accurately, Elite's Mackenzie Cresswell versus Förderer and J-Mo Hartling. Great to see it now materialising on the circuit. We've not really seen them run together at any point. Of course, we now know Mackenzie Cresswell and Elite are the teams and drivers champions respectively. But this has been the tale this year. The SR Mercedes versus the Elite McLaren. And we're getting to see them fight, albeit with Charlie Hart scuttling off in the foreground.
Yeah, Charlie Hart really starting to extend his lead. It's been a very good start to this race further back for Charlie Robertson. You just caught a quick glimpse there of the white, blue and green Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 Evo. That's one of the invitational cars. It's gained 5 places though from the very start, so now to make that 6 positions. Robertson has got through past Ellerine for 10th place. Going the opposite direction, unfortunately, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G56 of Mark Ellman. So that car is down to 15th place overall and 4th place in Pro-Am. Straight on the scene is Charlie Robertson, and all of the experience that Charlie Robertson has had in GTs and other higher levels, prototype levels as well, with a long-time runner with the Ginetta team. But here in this BMW M4 GT3 Evo, keep an eye on Robertson, because we also know that Ravi Ramyid's had some good pace recently. Robertson looking around the outside. Whoa. Another great move into turn 1. Robertson past Detu there in the green, red and white Aston Martin. That's for 8th place.
And Joachim Bolting is creating a situation where everyone from 5th to about 15th is in one long battle pack at the moment out there on the circuit. Here comes Drexel to his inside. Charlie Robertson also there, and Robertson now looking at the inside of Drexel as both of them get past Bolting. Badouin Detu also up and past, so 8th position now for Joachim Bolting. As we continue to watch this battle unfolding, Charlie Robertson to the inside, well, looking briefly to the inside at turn 7, thinks better of it. Of course, Charlie and Ravi have been here with us all season. They know a lot of this grid well, but they don't know the Resoon Porsche. Daniel Drexel, an unknown commodity for them. The Pro Sport Racing car we ride on board with at the moment. That is the 17 of Roman Fellner-Feldegg, who went great guns yesterday in the first race on his first weekend in the GT4 category as a whole, having only driven low-powered BMW saloon cars prior. But even now, with Joachim Bolting a few cars back, this huge gap, or this huge gaggle of cars, isn't really breaking away. I think Joachim is losing a little bit of time, but it's still over a dozen cars in one long queue from 4th place, 5th place back.
Here comes Robertson once again, looking for more positions. This is for 5th place, trying to get past the Resoon More Than Racing Porsche, and I think he's going to get past with ease. He's got the inside line for turn number 1 now, and we'll look to breeze into that 4.6 second gap that's ahead of the number 71 BMW now, and up towards Maximilian Schreier. Fastest lap at the moment is with your race leader, Charlie Hart. Looking a little bit further down the order, there's been some movement in the Cayman Trophy category. Billy Kuhner still in the lead of that one, but has lost overall position to Joachim Bolder in the second of those invitational BMW M4 GT4 Evos. There's been a change for second in Cayman Trophy as well, Adam. Jakob Twarog has been a very busy driver this weekend. Has got past Mikael Sander for 20th spot overall, and as we say, second in class.
Yeah, Foot Racing by Atlas Ward entering that car. And great to see them with us in both the GTs and the GT4s this weekend. But we watch on as these guys, lots of flashing of the headlights going on from Badouin Det2, and we watch on at the moment with this battle for 5th place and back. Now Charlie Robertson is going to hear some of those lap times, the likes of Charlie Hart and Tom Leben, and go, ooh, okay. He's been lapping in the 53s, the 52s in amongst this battle pack. Now he's in clear air. He needs to find a little bit more. Now we watch there as the 17 continues to pressure the 32s. That was Daniel Blickler in 10th place under pressure from Roman Fellner Feldegg. And you watch the top 4, we haven't spoken about in a few laps, go through our shot. 2.3 seconds is the gap between Charlie and Tom Leben. Charlie Hart continues to lead this race, but there is that 10th place battle we were just discussing. The AM second place car, Daniel Blickler, is, for now at least, in a very strong position. Let's ride on board with him here through the long turn 3.
Yeah, it's a long corner this. It's hard on the tyres, particularly when they've got these conditions, but down the inside goes the Pro Sport Aston Martin. Nice move there, through into 10th place.
For Charlie Hart, he'll be desperately hoping, no, don't do that to me, because he has built a very, very good gap over the rest of the field. We hear here the number 11 Enrico Ferderer Mercedes. Listen on board with him as he works his way up through the gears in the number 77, or in the number 11 car. The Tom Leben 77 just ahead of him, 77 and 11 running second and third. And interesting to hear that there are some reports from our radars.
Yes, and from the top of the heads of our camera operatives out there as well, that there's a bit of rain potential. I just saw that Enrico Ferderer had a real moment coming out of turn number 2, so some sprinkles of precipitation out there, not for the first time this weekend. Leaders go through the yellow flag zone at turns 3 and turn 4. That is for the Stricken Rilico Motorsport number 56 of Richard Andermark, and the third of those AM entries. It's a shame to see that car end its weekend in such fashion. It's run pretty well. We've seen Richard Andermark on the podium getting those race finishes in before this third race of the weekend, but in some ways, if there is some rain about to come down, maybe a driver in the AM category would go, I've had my fun for the weekend. The car's given up before the conditions do.
Yeah, maybe so. So it doesn't sound like there's anything amiss with the Mercedes. We do have yellows going on our screen at the moment. Safety car is out, so the safety car has been deployed to collect Richard Andermark's car. I think everyone up to it, including Richard, was hoping that wouldn't happen, but no one more so than Charlie Hart, who is now going to have to deal with the wrath of Tom Leben and Enrico Federer directly. Equally, Maximilian Schreier is suddenly going to go from having a clear track behind him and a clear track ahead of him in 4th place to having Charlie Robertson right on the boot lid of his Porsche.
I tell you what, Charlie Robertson's pace has been pretty good the last few laps, so that 4.5 second gap will disappear off the back of the number 71 Century Motorsport BMW just setting its personal best lap.
Oh, interesting.
Well,
lap before, yes. I was just going to say that. Oh, okay. So Mark Ellman has come to a halt out there on circuit as well. So the Ginetta G56 GT4 Evo has unfortunately come to a halt, and that will further the fact that the Pro-Am title has already been decided. Of course, we knew that on countback, but now, of course, won't even get to that weird scenario of a tiebreaker on this occasion. We get a look back at, that was a big moment for Enrico. From the onboard, the story really is told, isn't it? There, just on the curb at turn 2, tried to take far too much of the curb, and very nearly got spat into the gravel for his troubles. But, of course, pit window is set to open in about 10 minutes. So for those who have got pros in the car now, I'm thinking of Charlie Robertson here before handing over to Ravi Ramyid, among others. This is a little bit of a thorn in the side because the cushion that they may have been able to offer their co-pilots is no longer going to be a factor. One thing that will be interesting for my money is Joseph Ellerin's 187 car. Benjamin Silvesterson was searingly impressive in race 1, and he was equally so at Portimao, where they made their first appearance of the season. Now he is going to be, again, on the back of everybody else in the top 10 from his position in 9th place. So once we have that driver in the car, once we have the switch over to Silvesterson, who was a part of the Italian XGT4 Championship last year, I think he'll be one to watch. He was the vice champion in that series, and he's shown some very good pace so far in the GT4 Winter Series.
Has indeed, and we look forward to that one. So, under safety car conditions, Rafa Racing by Racelab with Charlie Hart at the wheel are your race leaders. Elite Motorsport and Tom Leben, P2. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm there in 3rd place with Enrico Federer. WNS Motorsport with Maximilian Schreier in 4th. All of those drivers and teams in the pro category. Century Motorsport, Charlie Robertson sits in 5th place overall. That's an invitational car, so he's not eligible for championship points. And I fully agree, Adam, that whilst, yes, the 4.5 second deficit to those 4 drivers ahead is gone, I think of more concern is the fact that Daniel Drexel in the Razoon Northern Racing number 14 is now back on the tail of the big BMW. Racing Spirit of Le Mans with Badouin Vertu have had a very up and down last couple of weeks in the GT4 Winter Series. They sit in 7th place overall and 6th in class. We then find in 8th overall the first of the AM entries, Joachim Bolting in the Plus Line Racing Team Porsche Cayman GT4 RSCS. That had a bit of a tough time this time 7 days ago, but it's going pretty well right now here in Barcelona. Joseph Ellerin in the BMW M4 GT4, that's the non-Evo spec runner. That's in 7th place for FK Performance Motorsport in class and 9th overall. Completing the top 10 at the moment is the orange and black Aston Martin Vantage piloted by Roman Fellner-Feldegg, 8th in class as well for Pro Sports Racing. Daniel Blickler, 2nd in AM at the moment, in the first of those WNS Motorsports Porsche Cayman GT4 RSs in the mid-pack. A Pro-Am one is directly behind, and it is the Pro-Am leader at the moment for East Racing Motorsport, Florian Bauer, currently at the wheel. Keep an eye on this Pro-Am battle, because this could get quite interesting in the middle phase of this race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pro-Am entries, all line astern now behind this safety car, with Bruno Pereira in the Santagal entry next up in his Aston Martin Vantage. The Mercedes AMG GT4 of Max Huber and NM Racing are next, and then a couple of WNS Motorsports Porsche Caymans. Daniel Nielsen's 33 is ahead of Tim Horrell in the number 30. Just to go over the CT runners as well, 1, 2, 3 line astern. At the moment, your leader in the Cayman Trophy class is the Force Racing by Atlas Ward, number 41 of Jakob Clauer.
Roman Feldeg then up into 10th, as you said, and that of course means he's got past Daniel Blickler. We saw those two fighting before the safety car came out onto the circuit. So he's moving up slowly but surely in the Pro Sport Racing number 17. Briefly touched on the fact that he hadn't raced previously in GT4 competition or indeed driven a GT4 car before arriving to the circuit on Thursday. So he's been on a little bit of a Pro Sport Racing crash course so far this weekend. Safety car lights go out, so we will go to green flag this time. Bye. Watch on, everybody. This could be very intriguing. So then 40 minutes of the race left to go means we'll have effectively 5 minutes before the pit window opens. We'll see who peels early, who decides to stay out there late, and indeed who decides to go for the nice neutral middle ground. They're dead set in the middle of the pit window. Charlie Hart is going to hold them off for a little while. I thought he was going to go there for a second, and I think Tom Levin did too. Now he punches the throttle. We are underway as they run through turn 13. No overtaking, of course, to be done before they cross the start-finish line. But as they come across the line now, we go back to green flag racing. Your top 5 now together. Charlie Robertson now looking large on the back of Maximilian Schreier. Let's see if the BMW can make a move to the inside at the first corner. Not close enough. Ultimately, towards the end of the straight, the Porsche just giving that little edge. But everybody now going through the first couple of turns. There is your Pro-Am lead battle with Bruno Pereira fighting Florian Bauer for 12th overall. Pereira, who will hand over to Gonzalo Araujo a little later on. It'll be Manuel Lauck that takes over from Florian Bauer. We'll see how they do a bit later on. Meanwhile, Joachim Bolting's race of embattlement continues on. He's getting a challenge now by the 187 of Joseph Ellerin. Ellerin has gotten through, and now the Pro Sport Aston with 2 wheels on the grass, and then a bumper into a bumper. The Porsche tagged into a spin. Joachim Bolting and his very good race to that point. One piece of contact to the bumper, then subsequent contact to the front of that car as it spun. You can see the smoke there, the telltale sign of a radiator busted. And where is the Aston Martin? The Aston is still running, but I think it also will be yielding a little bit of damage from that. Now, Bolting was partially in the gravel. We'll have to see whether he can get back underway and at least get the car out of harm's way.
Yeah, I don't think that car's going to be getting back to pit lane, and safety car has been deployed for the second time in this race. We've seen quite a few thrills and spills and incidents down into turn 5, and unfortunately that Joachim Bolting number 38 plus line racing Porsche is in a bit of a dangerous spot. So safety car drivers definitely earning their wages this afternoon, and will come back out again. This may encroach into the standard pit window, so we'll keep an eye on any information regards that. We will also let you know about some penalties to be applied at the end of the race for cars 38, 31 and 66 for unsafe returns to the circuit. We'll come back to that. This is on board with the Pro Sport Aston Martin. Just gets it wrong. One hit for good measure, and then another one there. That, I think, was the really telling one for Joachim Bolting, causing that radiator damage.
Well, that was the thing. We saw it live, didn't we? That there was 2 wheels on the grass from the Pro Sport car coming out of the turn as Bolting squeezed him, and then I think that had an effect on the brakes for the number 17. Still some dirt on the tyres, and that caused an issue for Roman Feldeg, who now sits in 10th position. The 38, the 31 and the 66 with those 10-second penalties that you mentioned, Andrew. Of course, the 38 is Joachim Bolting, so that doesn't matter quite so much. But the other 2 cars are rather more important, especially Maximilian Schreier, of course, the number 31.
Yeah, the 4th place overall car and in Pro 31. That is one of the cars, the number that's come up on our screens here. Number 66, Speedworks Automotive. Porsche Cayman GT4 CS. That's one of the Cayman Trophy entries coming in 4th place. I am partially speculating here, Adam, but I see that it's unsafe return to the track in T2. Is this going to be a start incident where drivers haven't they've left the circuit and then not gone round the correct side of the bollard.
Correct.
That exits turn 2 and leads the traffic back into T3.
Yeah, that's exactly what it will be. That is the rule. They're given that information in driver's briefing, that if you stray off into the runoff area there at T1, T2, you are to enter on the left-hand side of the bollard, re-enter the circuit on the left-hand side of the bollard. Now, the pit window will be open as they come past the pits this time. If I'm poor Joe Sassoon down there with the roving cam, I have no idea where to be this time, because I think about 20 at a minimum of the 27 cars will be all there at once. Take your pitch between garage 1 and 48 and hope for the best, Joe, if you're listening. Let's see what happens, because obviously if you have the opportunity to pit under, if you have the opportunity to pit under a safety car, you're gunner, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an option that a good number of the teams are going to be considering. Another notification on our screens in the box, and this one isn't a surprise, that the contact between cars 17 and 38 is under investigation. That, of course, is the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage of Roman Fellner-Feldegg and the stranded number 38 of Joachim Bolting. I don't think that'll give any solace to Joachim Bolting, but we should note it. There could be something incoming for the Aston Martin. Window will not open. So Joe Sassoon breathes a sigh of relief. He does not get the whole field heading into pit lane and making him earn his Alpha Live bread for the afternoon. The pit window does not open. Everybody stays in the single train behind the safety car.
My fault. I must admit, about 5 seconds after it left my lips, a regulation popped into my head, but it was too late. But we are, yes, indeed, not having the window open just yet. Yeah, just keep Joe guessing a little bit. You know, he's a good lad, but we need to keep him guessing. So we will see the window open basically as the safety car comes in. So we'll see quite what that works out as the recovery crews continue to work. I suspect the safety car will probably be in this time, since it was just the solitary stranded car, and we've seen quite how efficient these crews at Barcelona are.
Going back to cameraman Joe, he should be pretty fit this weekend, because he's got a brand new piece of kit on his shoulder that's far lighter than what he's previously had, so he should be running up and down that pit lane like a whippet.
Is that because he told us that his mum is listening? Is this why we're doing the Joe Sassoon happy hour at the moment? Hello, Mrs. Sassoon. So then, Elite Motorsport's Charlie Hart is going to lead them away. However, I do wonder how long it will be before Callum Davis is brought into action as the period of safety car comes to an end. The Nissan GTR continues to lead them around the circuit for the time being. Lights still on. Usually goes off around turn 10 if it's going to. Didn't quite see whether or not it was going to go out or not on this occasion. We still haven't had a bulletin to suggest that it's going to be in this lap. They might be dealing with some other issues. However, the field is backing up, so I do think we are going to go back to green. Where is the GTR? It's well gone, so I do believe we are back to racing conditions, and Tom Levin wants to get it on as soon as possible. The safety car is in this lap. We will be going back to racing. I don't think the window opens until they hit the start-finish line, so I think they have to circulate once before the window opens. There will be a very busy pit lane in about 2 minutes' time, but for now, we're racing once again in the GT4 Winter Series. Charlie Hart leads it from Leben, from Förderer, from Maximilian Schreier, and then it's the big BM, the invitational car of Charlie Robertson in 5th place. Century Motorsport running well here at their last opportunity to prove a point and claim some scalps going into the summer. And just going through into another position, the Pro-Am leader there, Florian Bauer, actually going wheel to wheel at the moment with Roman Fellner-Feldegg for 9th and 10th position. So the Pro-Am leader just ahead of the Pro car for now. Of course, we're still not really sure quite how unwounded or otherwise that Aston Martin is. It only got a few corners of running before the safety car came out. Oh, Nico Grundle, sorry, Tim Horrell leaning a little bit on Bruno Pereira there. But that was Tim moving up to 2nd in Pro-Am. So he's now up to P2, and the next target is the Pro-Am leader, Tim would like to hand the car over in the lead.
I said to keep an eye on this this Pro-Am battle, because it's getting a little bit feisty out there for the last race of the weekend for these drivers. Pit window is open and will remain open till 14:56. That's expected. That's a 10-minute window. So expect to see some pit activity this next time around as we approach the halfway point of this endurance race. Rafa Racing still leading this one. A little bit more action there in the Pro-Am category. The 007 Santiago Araujo Competição car looking pretty good right now, high up the order in the hands of Bruno Pereira. There's the number 88 NM Racing Mercedes AMG that, I was about to say is running pretty well and then has a little bit of a moment with the gravel. Is anybody electing to take to the pits at this moment? Yes, they are. Here they all come. Looks like we've got some of the Porsches in. WNS Motorsport, Resume More Than Race there in. FK Performance Motorsport are all in. This is a critical stage of the race, Adam.
Daniel Drexel then will give way to our race winner from earlier on today. That's, of course, being Denny Burnt, and we'll see if he can replicate that form that we saw from him earlier on. The number 60 Resume BMW in as well. They're running a couple of different marks in this race, and it is the number 60 that pulls up there a little bit further down the grid. Not quite as many as I thought, a mere dozen or so cars that came into the pits. That is enough, but we'll see what happens on the second lap. Again, why would you allow yourself to spread out at this stage? I suppose just trying to make use of some clean air for some who are a little bit further back. Of course, if you do have a pro in the car, like Charlie Robertson, or indeed if you've got your faster driver in the car, which typically is the case for Tim Horrell in the Pro-Am entry, then you maybe give him every minute you can get.
And keep a bit of track position as well. It's a bit quieter for those drivers who've stayed out. Everybody now getting in, the second driver's getting in. It's going to take him a few moments at least to get up to speed with the track conditions. Definitely up to speed is the Enrico Federer number 11 Mercedes AMG. Good to see this car running the strongest it's run so far this weekend, and is hassling the back of Tom Leben in the number 77 Elite Motorsport McLaren, or at least it was, because into the pits come SR Motorsport by Schnitzler.
So then the number 11 car into the pit lane. We'll see J-Mo Hartling get into the car now. Enrico Federer ready to take himself out for the final time in the GT4 Winter Series. J-Mo will then take over his final stint. Of course, J-Mo can still call himself the reigning GT Winter Series champion for the next couple of hours, and then we may well see the title change hands from SR Motorsport in the third and final race of the GT Winter Series. All of those cars spilling out of the pits at once was quite a sight, and let's see where they all come out relative to the cars that have stayed out a little longer.
Well, I was going to say, for some of those who've stayed out, and I think Max Huber's going to be in this position, that's not gone well, because while staying out for a little bit of track position, they've now had a load of fresh drivers on their out laps come out and potentially get in their way. So also in the pits on this lap, Roman Felder-Feldegg in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. The Santiago Aston Martin is in as well. That's a Pro Aston and a Pro-Am Aston. Mikel Sander, the Cayman Trophy leader, is in, as Tom Leven's having to deal with some traffic now. So this might be a good time for Elite Motorsport to make their mandatory pit stop.
It is traffic, but it's also Axel Bengtsson, and Axel's not going to get out of the way particularly easily. He will be getting shown, or he might be getting shown blue flags. By the book, he should be, but whether or not that's been picked up, of course, with the melee of the pit window, it's hard to say. A lot of drivers then are pushing on. Charlie Hart, I think, might have... No, he hasn't come into the pits. He is still out there. There is Enrico Federer just coming back out onto the circuit, and critically he's come out ahead of Alan Gabay, who we just saw there in the back of shot. So Gabay will still be behind the SR Motorsport Mercedes despite the extra lap in the car, but he will, of course, have tyres up to temp.
And crucially, bit of clean air, which is what Tom Leben doesn't have right now.
No.
So this could be quite a a key phase for Tom Leben, who's furiously on the lights there. Just reminding the 187 FK Performance Motorsport BMW that he's there. Tom Leben could potentially be losing once this pit window has run itself through. Could be losing second place overall here, so we'll keep an eye on those sector times. They're looking okay at the moment for Leben and Elite Motorsport. Bit more pit activity for you, Adam. The number 39 Aston Martin Vantage of Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Badawanda 2, they're in.
So that would be Maximilian Hewitt taking that car over, the American racer who had a good run in his sprint yesterday. Axel Bengtsson, as expected, is Benjamin Silvesterson, not Axel Bengtsson, my apologies, getting my sons mixed up. He is still very much in the way, is Benjamin Silvesterson at the moment, just making life a little bit hard for Tom Leben, as you said, Andrew, making it dirty air for Tom, and big BMW in the way is not what he needs. It's also giving Charlie Hart, of course, a little bit of an opportunity to stay clear. Now, the pit window will effectively close with 20 minutes of the race left to go, so they don't have to pit yet, but I'm sure that Callum Davis is going to be sat there tapping his foot going, come on, my time is rapidly approaching. Tom Leben has come in, so Tom Leben into the pit lane. He will hand over to Mackenzie Cresswell, who of course is the newly minted GT4 Winter Series Drivers' Champion. We found that out in race 2 earlier today, and now he can do one last stint at the wheel of the Elite McLaren in this series.
Despite being in traffic, that was a pretty good in-lap from Tom Leben, and he was quicker through each of the sectors, the first 2 full sectors, than the number 11 J-Mo Hartling. Of course, the service and the driver change has got to be done pretty promptly and to the regulations, but Tom Leben has given the number 77 Elite Motorsport McLaren, despite its challenges through that phase of the race, a good fighting chance to stay in second place. No activity yet for Charlie Hart and the Rafa Racing by Racelab and McLaren Altura GT4. They continue to pound round in the lead. 1 minute 50.817 last time around for Hart, which is just over a second slower than his personal best and the current fastest lap of this race so far, Adam.
Yeah, so still setting a solid pace out there. It's a very different day than what we had about an hour and a half ago, isn't it, for the previous race? Full sunshine around the circuit. Now Charlie Hart has been setting that strong pace. I suspect they might bring him in next time so that Callum at least gets a good amount of time at the wheel of the car. Let's see if Charlie makes his way in now. It would be playing it a little bit dangerously since it's already 54 minutes past and the window will open at 56. They do indeed bring the car in. I think it would have been the last opportunity, so it's a good thing that they did so. Charlie Robertson and Max Huber will also be coming into the pits this time, so long as they've got the memo.
Very good work whole weekend by Charlie Hart. Took a race win in race 1 and hasn't put a foot wrong there in the first stint of this endurance race, including 2 safety car restarts. That's job done for Charlie Hart. This weekend's work here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. In climbs Callum Davies. He's pretty good this morning in the wet conditions. And it's off there is the East Racing Porsche, the number 99. That's down at turn number 2. And Manuel Luck, who was in 3rd place in Pro-Am, is going to be beached in the gravel as we're on board now with the battle for what will be 2nd place overall. So the Elite Motorsport McLaren did get out of its pit stop ahead of the number 11 Mercedes, but not by much, Adam Weller.
Not by much at all, no. It is a very compelling situation that we've got. Just coming out of turn number 9 now. They've effectively come back exactly how they were prior to the pit stops. It's as if it didn't happen. We have had a cast change, though. It's Cresswell versus J-Mo Hartling now in this battle, and J-Mo has the bit between his teeth. Aggressive, using those rear tyres for everything they're worth. Yellow flags out on the circuit. I believe we are about to go back to safety car conditions. Yes, we are. Safety car is out. And well, J-Mo, I think, will be a bit annoyed because he was really building some steam there. However, of course, this does mean that they will be right on the back of that man, Callum Davis, who just now exits the pit behind the safety car.
So, for the third time in this race, Rafa Racing by Racelab have got a restart to think about. They lose their advantage. We'll have a look at the replay of the spin that's brought this safety car out. So you can see the bright yellow and black number 99 that's looking a little bit deep. Is it going to get some encouragement from the number 17? Yes, it is. And off went the East Racing Motorsport Porsche Cayman. And it's the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage involved in some action again. It's had an eventful afternoon, Adam.
It was a little bit aggressive from Anton, but of course it was Manuel Laut going deep into the first corner that kind of caused the collision in a sense. Anyway, it's unfortunate all the same that Manuel Laut is out of the race. Of course, he's a driver coach first and foremost this weekend, so he's let Florian do all of the driving up to now. And on his second lap in the race, unfortunately, the car has ended up in the gravel. So then we have 20 minutes of this race left to go. The timing screen is still working out a few things around the circuit, but what we can tell you is that Callum Davis is your leader. In second place it is Mackenzie Cresswell. In third it is J-Mo Hartling in the SR Motorsport car. Then I believe Ravi Ramid is fourth in the queue. Yes, he is. In fifth place it is Alan Gabai. And then in sixth is Benjamin Silvesterson. I alluded to what I thought he might do in this second phase of the race. Of course, he was in the car fairly early. They brought him in quite early in the window. He now sits what will be sixth overall, and that is going to be a potential for moving up the order in the big BM as well. That's actually a pro-class BMW M4 GT4 with so many entered into the invitationals with the Evo spec cars. It's just a nice reminder that yes, we do have some of the original spec M4s out there too.
Albeit not for championship points. Very good work in that pit stop window when everything was going on for Century Motorsport. They actually managed to jump the number 31 during that phase. Now, yes, it's going to be a very big test for Ravi Ramid because he's got Alon Gabai right behind him, and we've seen the pace that Alon has had over the past 2 weekends. But once again, it's over to the 812 McLaren with Callum Davies now at the wheel. Charlie Hart nailed the restarts twice in this race in the early stages. What can Callum do here? Can there be a response from Mackenzie Cresswell? Callum's held it a little bit longer than Charlie did on the two previous occasions, but has hit the hammer now. 18 minutes to go, Adam, and still very much all to play for here in Barcelona.
Oh, definitely so, and you don't need to tell J-Mo Hartling that twice. He is right on the exhaust tips of that McLaren Artura from Elite Motorsport. They're side by side into the first corner. Can J-Mo be braver on the brakes than Mackenzie Cresswell? No. It is Davis from Cresswell from Hartling still at the front of the order. Gabai, though, has moved up back into fourth place. Ravi Ramid has dropped back to sixth. So Benjamin Silvesterson in the non-Evo spec BMW M4 GT4 is also through. So there's your top five, all pro-class cars in the front of shot. Then it is the invitational spec car of Ravi Ramid. Behind him is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin of Maximilian Hewitt. Then in eighth position there is Victor Bouveng in his Schubert Motorsport BMW, having a little bit of a look to the inside there. And then Denny Berndt, the race 2 winner from earlier today, he's in ninth place. He could still challenge for the top half dozen places or so if he can make some good headway early on.
Based on the pace that we saw from Berndt this morning, I wouldn't even rule out a podium in this race, given how much has happened so far here in Barcelona. Good run for Cresswell out of turn number 9. I don't think he's going to be close enough to have a go at Davies down into turn 10. But doesn't also need to think about Hartling having a go into one of the big braking zones around this circuit. 16.5 minutes remaining. So to have another further look down the order and what the class leaders are doing, it should be a pretty routine run now for Max Kronberg and the 32 WNS Motorsports Porsche Cayman, because that's the only AM runner still remaining in this race. good work through the pit stops. We should note, Adam, by the Cayman Trophy leaders. That was a mighty close moment coming out of the final corner. Cedric Fuchs has got a good gap now in that category over his closest opposition, I should say.
Alan Gabay, it was that had that moment coming out of turn 14. Maybe he saw the sheer size of the BMW of Benjamin Silvestre in his mirrors and got a little bit perturbed all of a sudden. But a good battle going on for 4th and 5th place there, and Silvestre really is welded to the back of Alan Gabay. We saw there as well going through shot the Pro-Am car of Bruno Pereira. He is under pressure now from someone we alluded to earlier on, Phil Keane. The Mercedes-AMG GT4 now running in 13th place, the number 16 car from the NM stable. He will be one to watch. Anyone who's ever watched a British GT race in the last 20 years has likely been exposed to the work of Phil Keane. Alan Gabay just keeps the car on the straight and narrow for the second time in 5 corners. He has gone very, very wide indeed. This time it's cost him a position. I'm rather surprised and glad that it didn't cost a Porsche subframe.
Yeah, that front end of that Porsche Cayman doesn't look like it's complying with Alan Gabay's requests at the steering wheel at the moment. It just dipped his front right wheel into the gravel on the exit of turn number 5, and that's pulled him nearly to the scene of the accident. On board once again then with Mackenzie Cresswell, trying to close in and find a way through past Callum Davies in the 812. And I've got to say, this Elite Motorsport McLaren, similar to what we saw in the endurance race 1 week ago in Aragon, would you say getting stronger as the race is going on? We're not seeing that similar gapping by the Rafa Racing McLaren that we saw with Charlie Hart. Don't think they're going to have everything their own way across the next 14 minutes, Adam.
Well, unless we forget that down under the podium earlier, Mackenzie Cresswell, while he was confirmed provisionally as the champion, he was also not exactly pleased with how his race had shaped up. So he would probably be keen to have a better run of things this time. Drive-through penalty for Anton Abbe from Pro Sport Racing. That's for the earlier contact with Joachim Balting that caused one of the safety car periods, but for now he will head back out pretty much at the rear of the field, of course, with the safety car's effect.
Yeah, it's not been the kind of race that Pro Sport Racing, it's not been the kind of weekend that Pro Sport Racing would have wanted across the categories. Cresswell good on the brakes there into turn number 5 and is fully in the mirrors of Callum Davies now. J-Mo Hartling still there in 3rd, watching, eagerly waiting for another battle royale between these two McLarens. We've already had a number of those battle royales this weekend, never mind across the course of the whole season. And don't count out that big BMW M4 GT4 for FK Performance. Benjamin Silvestre has some very useful pace, particularly through the first sector, is matching in the second sector, looking to use the power of the BMW there, and is a good shout at the moment, an outside chance for a podium today.
I think very much so. Of course, this is his first lap in clean air after being behind the wayward Porsche of Alan Gabay on the previous couple of laps. So let's see where Silvestre's pace stacks up versus the top 3. I've got a whiff of deja vu here. Last year, 12 months ago in the final race of the season, it was 2 British teams, one of which was the Elite Motorsport crew, having a fight for the race win, and it went down to the final corner. It was Tom Leben in the Elite McLaren that day. We'll see what Mackenzie Cresswell can do to see if he can match that race-winning performance from last year. There is Phil Keane, still going at it with Cedric Fuchs at the moment. Cedric once again holding himself to a good account. It did look to me as though that Mercedes might have been very marginally crabbing. I don't know if that was my imagination or not, but running in 11th place now for Phil Keane.
Yeah, it is indeed, and also now the Pro-Am leader, so that changed on a couple of laps ago. So NM Racing through past Santiago Araujo Competição. Bruno Pereira, I think, stayed at the wheel for that one. I know that Gonzalo Araujo has been very busy this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. But that's the information that's being shown to us here in the box. Back with the leaders. Davies still at the front of this field, but not able to break away like we saw for Charlie Hart in the first part of this race. And, well, two's company, three's a crowd, some say, because Jamo Hartling is closing in all the while. This is a proper scrap between first, second and third. That is potentially good news if you're Benjamin Silvesterson, just behind this group in fourth place. Change for seventh to report in on Adam. One of the invitational cars on the move, the Schubert Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 Evo, currently piloted by Victor Bouveng. It's just got past Maximilian Hewitt in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin Vantage for seventh place.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cedric Fuchs all the way up in 11th place, 12th place now actually as a matter of fact, and unfortunately I think I know why, because they've just got a drive-through penalty for not complying with the pit stop handicap. So the Cayman Trophy leading car is going to be sent through the pit lane for a drive-through. That's going to be a bit of a kick in the teeth to Willy Kuna and Cedric Fuchs on a race where they should be claiming themselves their Cayman Trophy Championship. That won't be affected by this drive-through, but all the same, not what they wanted to see there. Phil Keane now ahead of them, incidentally, as Mackenzie Cresswell has a look to the inside at 4. Can't quite get it done yet. We'll see whether or not another opportunity beckons at turn 5. Certainly Mackenzie thinks it does. Contact, door kicked open there, and then he shouldered the door for good measure to make sure it couldn't be shut. Yet still, Callum Davis is your leader, but that was a statement of intent from Mackenzie Cresswell, and if Callum Davis didn't think it was going to get physical, well, now he knows it's on.
Forceful stuff here in the GT4 Winter Series. I have thought that 812, one of the big pluses for it this weekend, it's been far better on the brakes than it was 1 week ago in Aragon. But Mackenzie Cresswell wanting to find a way through here into turn 10, slightly tighter line on entry for Callum Davies there. He's definitely driving on the wing mirrors now. Jamo Hartling has a little look, a near overlap in the third place Mercedes. Burns has got through into 9th place off of our cameras, past Maximilian Hewitt. So that's the Resume More Than Racing Porsche on the move, and has gained 6th place in class as well. Good third sector here, Adam, for Callum Davies. Maybe just trying to get a bit more composed now, get a bit more pace out of the race leading McLaren. We've got just over 8.5 minutes to play.
Well, certainly it was a hell of a warning shot from Mackenzie Cresswell in second place. The top 4 now covered by 2.2 seconds. The fastest lap from the top 4 last time belonging to Benjamin Silvesterson. He is by no means out of this as well. Just going through shot there, we saw the 2 invitational class BMW M4 GT4 Evos, and Victor Bouveng is closing in on Ravi Ramyed. Here's the 007 Pro-Am car. I think this is for second in the Pro-Am class. Luciano Schneider trying to get himself around Bruno Pereira. Schneider, who you'd usually give the edge under these circumstances, but Bruno Pereira has been really solid this weekend, has been really enjoying the opportunity. It was almost an opportunity for Mackenzie Cresswell there. Callum Davis, I think, just maybe even drifting wide for safety's sake. I think maybe he was expecting another nudge there and broke late to try and avoid it.
He got off the corner well, he recovered it nicely, did Callum Davies after that moment. Through turn 9 again, this is a crucial point for Mackenzie Cresswell. If he can get on the rear bumper and get a bit of an overlap. But again, the way that the 812 Rafa Racing McLaren is getting off the corners this weekend, really, really impressive. We saw it be quite skittish last week at Aragon. Yes, very different kind of circuit and very different conditions. It was a lot colder 7 days ago, but full credit to the Race Lab team who've put in the hours, put in the work to take this car from being in the top 5 and just hanging around there, maybe taking some class podiums, to being a race-winning pedigree car here in Barcelona. 7 minutes to go, end of another lap. That was a very good exit out of turn 14 though for Mackenzie Cresswell. Callum Davies has to go over to driver's right. He's trying to keep Mackenzie Cresswell off his rear bumper. Cresswell's going to try and go round the outside into turn 1. We've seen some cracking overtakes in this part of the circuit so far this weekend. That was nearly another one. Callum Davies wise to it though, shuts the door through turn 2.
Great driving from Callum Davis. Defensive work having to be done in this battle for the race lead. It is a two-way scrap that could become a four-way at any given juncture. The two McLarens at the front of the field for the time being. We said at the very start of this race, before the green flags even flew, that we thought this might come down to our front row starting McLarens dueling it out, and that's exactly what we are seeing. What we maybe didn't expect was two lurkers in the background ready to take advantage should anything go wrong from here. J-Mo Hartling and Benjamin Silvesterson in third and fourth place. Callum Davis for now driving through the mirrors at least as much as he possibly can to figure out where Mackenzie Cresswell is going to lunge next.
Confirmed through and into second place in Pro-Am. Luciano Schneider has got past Bruno Pereira and held on to that position for 12th place overall. There's been some more changes further down the order. Also, Luisa Carlo is now your race leader in Cayman Trophy, so that would suggest that Cedric Fuchs has come in and served that penalty. Latest, oh, now this is a big one, Adam. Latest notification on our screens, under investigation, leaving pit exit with the red light on for car 812. That's your race leader, and another bit of drama in this last race of the season. It's just under investigation, but normally, Adam, that one's a pretty clear-cut one.
Yep, he came out of the pits just as the safety car was deployed, of course. Ravi Ramid also under investigation for the same thing in 6th overall. They both came out of the pits at the same time. We'll see what goes on with that. Of course, Davis and Hart will be very keen to keep hold of this victory. They inherited a win earlier in the weekend by dint of a penalty in the immediate post-race. Let's hope it doesn't happen in reverse for them in race number 3. The battle continues on for the time being, though. Mackenzie Cresswell driving determined, flashing the headlights even through the corners as he continues to shadow the rear of the 812 McLaren Artura. It is Max Kronberg leading in the AM class in 8th position. In the Pro-Ams, it is, as you alluded to, Phil Keane and Luciano Schneider now in 2nd place, as you said. Luisa Carla leading Cayman Trophy. This is the number 32 car of Max Kronberg leading in the AM class, with 3 classes fighting at once here. Denny Burnt is looking for 8th overall to get past in the Resoon More Than Racing Porsche, and then it's Phil Keane having a good time in 10th place behind.
I've got to say, what a tremendous job Max Kronberg is doing alongside Danny Blickler so far in this race. That is an AM entry that is ahead of a number of pro entries and all of the Pro-Am runners. They had a bit of a rough week last week in Aragon. That was when Daniel Blickler was just driving the car by himself, but the addition of Max Kronberg has given them a real boost here in Barcelona. 3 minutes to go. Well, the clouds have gone overhead, but there's definitely one overhanging the leader right now with that investigation for whether any procedures were broken at the onset of the last safety car period. This is now a 4-car scrap, though, Adam, as Silvesterson has caught in the BMW.
So this is Victor Bourveng to the side of Ravi Ramid among the Invitational Evo Spec BMW M4s, and the former runner-up in the International GT Open Pro class moves past Ravi Ramid. Ravi shouldn't lose any sleep over fighting with someone with his records. Meanwhile, Callum Davis is under pressure. Speaking of records, I'm not surprised Max Kronberg is handy. A champion in ADAC GT4 Germany's trophy class, the reigning Pro-Am champion in the GT4 European Series. I think he's got all the makings of a super bronze.
Yes.
He's one for that future, I think, potentially. Davis and Cresswell, 4/10 apart at the line. Don't think it's any more than 4/10 as they come around turn 9 for what will be the penultimate time in the race. Callum Davis will be considering that penalty. He'll have been informed that there's an investigation ongoing, most likely. He'll also see that Hoofer Racing by Bonk BMW up ahead, but thankfully the BMW uses its mirrors, uncharacteristic, and gets well out of the way of the two McLarens.
Good driving there by Martin Kroll not to get too involved in this battle at the very front of the field. 90 seconds remaining on the clock. Denny Burns has continued the progress through the field for the Resume Northern Racing number 14 Porsche. That car is now up to 8th place overall, has just got past the AM leader Max Kronberg for that position. He's now got his wing mirrors full of Phil Keane. That's a prospect to have for Max Kronberg as we go on to what will be the final lap here. Callum Davies and Rafa Racing by Racelab still leading this one, as they have from the very start and through 3 safety car periods in this race as well. But Mackenzie Cresswell, the drivers' champion, wants to finish his season on a high. The question is, where is his best opportunity, do you think, Adam, to get through and into the lead?
Ooh, turn 5, turn 10, I think, are going to be the 2 key sections. They come through turn 4 at the moment. I don't think Cresswell will be close enough at turn 5. I've thought that a couple of times where he's made a move, though. It is a good exit out of turn 4. Thought he might try and V the corner off there and dive to the inside, but no, remains in second place for the time being. Davis, Cresswell, 1-2 in the order. Will it remain in that order as they now come up the hill through turns 7 and 8, bouncing across those curbs? Have to be very careful on those, especially putting the power down coming out of turn 8. The 88 car has received a 5-second penalty for track limits, and a drive-through penalty applied to both Callum Davis and Ravi Ramyi. That will be converted into a time penalty somewhere around 22 seconds by my reckoning. So Callum Davis is going to win this race on the road, but because of exiting on a red light, they are unfortunately going to be stripped of this race victory. So it will be a McLaren 1-2 on the road. It will be Rafa Racing by Racelab that crossed the line first, but with the drive-through penalty coming in, it's going to be Mackenzie Cresswell who ends the season on a high. They cross the line 1-2 in unison, and while Callum Davis has crossed the line first, expect him to jump down the timing sheets in the next 5 minutes or so. Therefore, Mackenzie Cresswell will be your winner ahead of J-Mo Hartling, and Benjamin Sylvesterson will take a podium in the pro class as well. So a good effort from him. Alan Gabai rounding out your top 5. Victor Bourveng winning among the AMs, the Evo Spec, or sorry, the Invitational Evo Spec BMW M4 GT4s. Your Pro-Am winner is Phil Keane, along with Jonathan Curry. Keane doing his job well. At the conclusion of the race, he was just ahead of the AM winner, Max Kronberg, who stayed in the overall top 10. Great effort from Kronberg and Blickler in the Cayman Trophy class. Luisa Carla has ended her season on a win. However, Cedric Fuchs and the co-driver for that car, Villicuna, will be your Cayman Trophy champions. In Pro-Am, as we alluded to during the race, it is going to be the number 30 WNS Motorsport crew, that being Tim Horrell and Nico Grundle, who are ultimately classified 17th and 6th in class in that race. In the Pro class, of course, it will be Cresswell who wins that championship along with the overall points. As we know, Joachim Bolting, the winner in the AM class. We've decided all of our championships here today in the GT4 Winter Series. Let's see what happens next then in the GT4 Winter Series 2026. I'm sure this series is going to grow even stronger. We've had a preview potentially of things to come with this deluxe 27 car entry list for this race. It's been a stunning weekend of action in the GT4 Winter Series, and for Callum Davis it is a great victory, but immediately followed by a bit of disappointment, because they will get, again, I believe it should be about 22 seconds added to the time based on the pit delta at this circuit, in lieu of them serving a drive-through penalty. Ditto, of course, for Ravi Ramyi, because he was also caught out by that red light as the safety car came out, and that will drop him outside of the overall top 10. But still a good learning year for Ravi Ramyi, Century Motorsport, and Charlie Robertson. Of course, that was their main objective here, running a car out of class, Evo Spec M4 GT4, even though it was not yet formally homologated when the series began. The idea was to compete in the GT4 Winter Series and get their heads around the new car, and I think they've done both remarkably well. So then, Callum Davis, well, he might take up the top step. I don't know if he's going to be... No, he is resolutely going to drive to the P1 position. There was a marshal flailing at him there, saying no, 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 no. But yes, he does pull up to P1. I can also hear him revving the bejeebus out of the engine as he pulls up to the P1 spot, but it will be Cresswell, I believe, ultimately that gets reclassified as the race winner because of that drive-through that we mentioned. In fact, one of the scrutineers has just shook his head and his finger at Callum Davis. He is not happy with him for that, shall we say, excessive noise coming down to the P1 spot. But Elite Motorsport will ultimately be our race winners then, capping off a great season in this category. As we see there, Charlie Hart and Callum Davis embracing there. Sadly, they will not be winners once the drive-through penalty equivalence is added to the race time. It will be Cresswell and Leben that end on the strongest note possible in the GT4 Win Series. There is the elite team celebrating, and I'm sure that they are going to have a great year in the summertime. Of course, that man Tom Leben, who we saw over Cresswell's shoulder, he's getting ready for a GT3 campaign in the summertime, but wanted to come back to the GT4 Winter Series to help Mackenzie Cresswell out in the latter half of the year, and he certainly succeeded at doing that. J-Mo Hartling having a little bit of a debrief there with Emilio Petrovic from the GEDLICH Racing videography team, and those two will be familiar with each other from the German paddocks. Of course, J-Mo we are very familiar with as well from the GT4 and the GT Winter Series. Always a pleasure to see him at the wheel. Very, very reserved driver. But every now and then something happens in a race and you can just see that kind of that smile cross over him. I think after a good race, whether it's for first or 15th, that will be when you find J-Mo at his happiest. The 5-second penalty for Keith Gatehouse was also applied, by the way. So we said there was a 5-second penalty for track limits applied to car 88. That was Keith Gatehouse in the NM racing car. That has been applied. Of course, the next penalty that we are waiting for is the penalty to the to the Rafa Racing by Racelab car, and that has now been applied. So Rafa Racing by Racelab have been reclassified down to 14th place. 34 seconds it was added to the time by the looks of it. No, 35 seconds added to the time. So Callum Davis will be outside the top 10, unfortunately. Therefore, it will be Cresswell and Leben that receive the plaudits for victory in the GT4 Winter Series in the final race of the season. Incidentally, the other car that had a very, very late drive-through penalty applied, that's also been converted to a penalty, and that was Ravi Ramyid, who's now dropped down to 18th in the standings. So a couple of changes there, and that elevates the likes of Phil Keane up to 6th overall as well. So a few changes there in the top 10. Meanwhile, down in the pits, I understand that Izzy Browning is ready to talk to our winners.
I am indeed with our race winners, of course, the elite duo of Mackenzie Cresswell and Tom Leben. Well, I say of course, but obviously Callum Davies taking the win on the road, but these boys started the weekend with a penalty that went against them, and now they're ending the weekend with a penalty that's gone for them. Tom, I'm going to start with you because obviously you started the race. A tricky stint, a lot to deal with for you out there. Obviously safety car came back in, then straight back out again.
Yeah, it was difficult, to be honest.
the Rafa car definitely had the pace on me, absolutely, but we did our absolute best trying to stay with them, kept them behind. It was difficult on the restarts, trying to get the tyre in the window, but I think we maximised the pace we had. Like I was saying in the pre-race interview a little bit, but yeah, I thought it was overall pretty good, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Mackenzie, I mean, you look a lot happier now than you did this morning. Obviously, you said to me before the race that you wanted to end with a win, and that's exactly what you have done. But very feisty out there. I mean, you were kind of trying every which way, and then I imagine at some point the team told you, you know, we don't need this on the road.
Yeah, it was good fun, to be honest. Callum was defending really well, so credit to him. But yeah, there was a certain area we were definitely struggling with, but yeah, it was really good. It was a good race. I think the car performed really well. It had the pace compared to everything else, which is, you know, that's what we want. But yeah, I'm really pleased to end the season with a win, and yeah, as you said, that's a bit happier than this morning.
Yeah, does it make it a bit sweeter to cap the championship off now with a win?
Oh, it always does. You want to go out and win every race. Obviously, you can't do that, but yeah, I felt that this morning there was unfinished business. I didn't think that we should end the championship like that, so I'm really pleased we managed to go out and finish it on a high.
Well, you have done so. I'm sure you'll enjoy this podium, potentially the most of the whole season. Congratulations, boys. It's been an incredible season, and we will go back to you for the highlights.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Good to see Mackenzie Cresswell feeling a little bit more positive than he did this morning. Let's have a look at the highlights of race 3. It was a 60-minute pit stop to conclude the 2025 GT4 Winter Series, and it was a side-by-side start. Joachim Bolting with a very positive start to the race from the second row of the grid. He was alongside Tom Leben fighting for the race lead, but he went straight over the runoff area there at turn number 2, and that ultimately would come back to haunt him. He'd receive a penalty for that later on in the race. It was Leben that led from Charlie Hart in the early stages of the race. Enrico Ferderer was coming to play as well. The top 3 in the championship, the top 3 in the early race battles, with Maximilian Schreier just behind for good measure. Charlie Robertson was working his way through the order in the Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 Evo, the invitational spec car, having a good fight here with Daniel Blickler, who soon gave way. Badouin Detu was his next target. Get past him as well. Daniel Drexel made his way past Joachim Bolting, and that rather opened the dam. Unfortunately, Joachim losing 3 spots in one go, down to 8th from 5th in that one shot. And then the number 17 Pro Sport Aston Martin started to get involved with some of the battling as well. The car driven by Abe, I should say, in the first phase, or second phase of the race. Roman Fellner-Feldegg was in the car early on. The number 56 Porsche unfortunately came to a halt. Richard Andermark not able to take the checkered flag, and it would be a safety car, but not before a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Enrico Ferderer there, just taking too much curve at turn 2, and it nearly sent him wayward indefinitely. Florian Bauer was defending the Pro-Am lead up against Bruno Pereira from Araujo Competição, and that was the moment for Joachim Bolting. A tag from Fellner-Feldegg, and then a second for good measure, and arguably it was because of the dirty tyres on the 17 car after Joachim leant slightly on the Aston Martin on the run down to turn 5. Lots of exciting racing all throughout the field, and then of course the safety car came out. The pit window would therefore be delayed ever so slightly. Some would elect to pit fairly soon. About a dozen cars came in at the first opportunity, but they are running through the field there. This is the number 14 car having a pit stop. All of the Razoon cars came in pretty much as one. Great to have Razoon Morgan Racing in the GT4 Winter Series this weekend. Side by side between the Cayman Trophy drivers. That's the Foot Racing by Atlas Ward Porsche getting past the Speedworks Magina Frank Linden. Manuel Lauck had taken over the 99 Cayman, and unfortunately he was tagged into a spin on just his second lap at the wheel of the car that had been leading in Pro-Am. Unfortunately for Pro Sport Racing, it wasn't the first time the front end of that Aston received a hit. Now the safety car came back out, and so did Callum Davis. However, there was a red light on at the end of the pits, and that would drop the number 812 from first through to 14th. Rallycrossing, meanwhile, was the machine from W&S Motorsport, the number 31. They were racing all through the field. This was Phil Keane making up positions fairly promptly. Keane, who eventually finished as the Pro-Am winner, was having a good battle with Cedric Fuchs, who is never ever going to say die in a race battle, as he managed to hold off the AMG Mercedes for a couple of laps. Elite Motorsports, Mackenzie Cresswell now going to war with Callum Davis, not yet aware that there was a penalty looming for Davis. Those two were having a very exciting scrap. Maximilian Hewitt was under pressure from Luciano Schneider and Gonzalo Araujo as they fought for the positions. This was Schneider to the inside of Hewitt for what would ultimately be a position in the overall top 10. Unfortunately, Callum Davis crossed the line first, but not as our winner, owing to a drive-through penalty confirmed just before the finish for exiting the pits on a red light. Unfair sometimes, motorsport, isn't it? Mackenzie Cresswell crossing the line in the lead with the corrected times for the 812. He wins it from J-Mo Hartling. In third position, Benjamin Sylvesterson. In fourth place, Victor Bouveng. In fifth position was the Resoon More Than Racing car, the Pro Class entry from that squad. Phil Keane in sixth position. Keane, of course, sharing with Jonathan Curry, who came first among the Pro-Ams. Alain Gabai in seventh place. Max Krumberg winning AM in eighth overall. Luciano Schneider, the Pro-Am, second place car ahead of Gonzalo Araujo, rounding out your overall top 10. In 11th position, it was the Maximilian Hewitt car. In 12th place, it was Luis Moser. In 13th, Daniel Drexel. In 14th, Callum Davis. Luisa Carla in 15th. Nico Grundle in 16th place. Cedric Fuchs in 17th. 18th for Ramyeed. 19th for Carol Kret. Anna Hofmeister in 20th place. In 21st, it was Keith Gatehouse. Anton Abey in 22nd. Martin Kroll in 23rd. Manuel Lauck, Joachim Bolting, Mark Ellman and Richard Andermark failing to reach the flag. Meanwhile, down on the podium, I understand Andrew Mather is ready for some presentations.
We are indeed. Thank you very much, Adam. We're going to start things this afternoon for Race 3's podiums for the GT4 Winter Series of 2025 here at Barcelona. With the Cayman Trophy, please first of all welcome your third place team for Force Racing. It's Jakub Twarog and Carol Kret. In second place in the Cayman Trophy, it's the SR Motorsport team of Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuhne. And taking the victory in Cayman Trophy for SR Motorsport, it's the duo of Luisa Carla and Michael Sander. And the trophies for our top three in the Cayman Trophy to be presented by our team from the GEDLICH Racing organisation, Matteo Braga from Pirelli and Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Great scenes there for our Cayman Trophy top three. We will move in a soon moment because, of course, there's the champagne for the last race of the season, the last race of the weekend as well. And we will have the trophy presentations for our championships in class in a short few moments' time. But congratulations, drivers. a fantastic season, particularly for the SR Motorsport duos who've fought tooth and nail throughout the course of this championship season. Big round of applause for our top teams in the Cayman Trophy category. And we'll get ready to welcome our winners in the AM category. Brilliant run, classified in the top 10 for a long part of that race. And let's welcome our winners in the AM category. For W&S Motorsport, it's car number 32, piloted by Max Kronberg and Daniel Bleckler. And the trophy for first place to be presented by Jose Luis Santamaria. A brilliant run from both Blickler and Kronberg, who fought through 3 safety car periods and were up there with many of the Pro-Am teams and even some of the Pro teams. Very good performance to take the trophies for first place in the AM category. And now the champagne for our top team in the AM category at the end of the long season as well. Great teamwork between Max and Daniel here this weekend in Barcelona. Next up, we will move, of course, to the very well subscribed Pro-Am category for race 3 here this afternoon. And once the champagne provided to us by Quinta-Arcash will be out on the podium in a short moment's time, we will, of course, introduce our top 3 for the Pro-Am category. Some really good drives up and down the order in this one. So let's introduce out on to the podium in the top 3, starting with third place for the Santogal team. Please welcome the 007 team of Gonzalo Araujo and Bruno Pereira. In second place for the W&S Motorsports run number 33, please welcome Luciano Schneider and Daniel Nilsson. And your race winners in Pro-Am from the very back of the field for NM Racing. Please give a big hand for Jonathan Curry and Phil Keane. And the trophies once again will be presented by our members of the team here at GEDLICH Racing, Mattia Braga from Pirelli and Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Once again, drivers, with the champagne, it's a warm Sunday afternoon, and Phil has definitely done that many, many times before. Great scenes here on the podium for our Pro-Am competitors in the top 3. And best of luck, drivers and teams, for your spring and summer seasons ahead. Let's move to the Pro category, the last of our race podiums for this part. The champagne, of course, once again being brought out, provided to us by Quinta-Arcash. And really, really dramatic race, very tight at the front of the order throughout the hour, and with all of those safety cars to deal with as well. Let's first of all introduce our team in third place for FK Performance in the big BMW 187. Please welcome Joseph Ellerine and Benjamin Sylvesterson. In second place for SR Motorsport and their Mercedes AMG, please welcome the team of car number 11, Jamo Hartling and Enrico Fellerer. And your race winners in Pro and overall, tipping off a fantastic 2025 GT4 Winter Series season. Please welcome the team from Elite Motorsport of Mackenzie Cresswell and Tom Leben. The trophies once again will be presented by a team from GEDLICH Racing, Matteo Braga from Pirelli and Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Once again, drivers celebrate the end of a long season with the champagne. And in a short moment's time, we will start the championship podiums as well for all of our classes in Cayman Trophy, Am, Pro-Am and Pro. And of course, our top 3 overall and top teams trophy. But our drivers taking a drink after what was one of the toughest races of the season to keep on top of, as I say, with all of those safety cars and plenty of close racing here in good conditions at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Do stick around. We will have our podiums for the championship in a few moments' time. More action coming up here out on the racetrack. The Formula Winter Series will be up next. And of course, the final race of the season for the GT Winter Series. If you've missed any of the action so far this weekend, and of course the whole season, you can watch every single race as part of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series back on the Alpha Live YouTube platform. And do stick around with us for the rest of the afternoon as we see the culmination of this year's Winter Series. And of course, we are back next week for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Every single moment can be followed live for you here on your platform of choice. As I say, we will have the championship trophy presentations for the GT4 Winter Series in a few moments' time. Just confirming the last few results. Each class will see their champion awarded their championship trophy, the top 3 in the overall drivers and the top team as well, to cap off what has been a fantastic season. A growing grid for the GT4 Winter Series, and thanks as always from the SRO license for all of their help as well. Right, let's go for it. Our Cayman Trophy Championship winners for 2025. Please welcome the team of SR Motorsport, Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuna. Trophies to be presented by Jose Luis Santamaria, and a great moment to cap off things for Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuna. We'll continue things here on the podium, but right now we've got to throw to the next race for Formula Winter Series.
The cars already on their formation lap for the Formula Winter Series, so let's waste no time. Let's read you through the grid for this, the final race of the season in the Formula Winter Series. Maxime Riem on pole position for this one. Us Racing's number 71 alongside Leo Robinson of High-Tech TGR in second place. Thomas Behrman will line up behind them. So Behrman on the second row of the grid. We've already talked you through the first row. Bart Harrison in fourth position. In fifth place, Artem Severikin. In sixth place alongside is the new Formula Winter Series champion, Gabriel Gomez. He is out of harm's way in the points. Davide Larini and Kabir Anurag, two drivers who've had a strong weekend. 7th and 8th for them. Finn McLaughlin from P9. He's got some work to do. He needs to be clear of Leo Robinson here by quite some way to take the runner-up spot in the championship. Enya Fry is alongside him. First time in the top 10 this weekend for Enya. Andrea Kostic is next in 11th. Sam Alisto in 12th, as we have to run through now the rest of these in pretty quick succession. In 13th and 14th is Dupé and Maximilian Popov. In 15th position is Javier Herrera. Kirill Kutskov alongside in 16th. In 17th position is Dante Vinci, along with Ludovico Busso. Alexander Ruta in 19th. Peyton Westcott, the first of the female trophy runners, in 20th. Then it is Matilda Putz alongside Emily Cotti. In 23rd place is Simon Schranz, we rode on board with this morning. He's alongside Jan Köhler. Theo Borenstein in 25th. Elia Lewis Weiss in 26th. Ginevra Panzeri in 27th. And Cornelia Olkutska rounding out the 28 cars that will take the start in just a short few moments time. It's Maxime Riem on pole position then for this race. Us Racing's number 71 car set to start this one from pole position. Leo Robinson has an 8-point advantage over Finn McLaughlin in the second place championship fight. The vice championship status at stake, and with Robinson second and Finn McLaughlin in 9th, it is going to be a big tall order for the High-Tech TGR driver in his Red Bull colours. Let's see what McLaughlin can do. Let's see if Gabriel Gomez can finish on the podium for the first time this weekend from 6th on the grid. He had nothing but podiums heading into Barcelona. Let's hope that he ends this one on a high. I'm sure he'd love that. Maxime Riem will launch them away. Everyone is underway and racing. It is the final race in the 2025 Formula Winter Series. One car has stopped, as a matter of fact, but everyone has managed to avoid the stricken machine. Not quite sure whom that is that has stopped out there on the circuit. It might be one of the Us Racing cars, but we'll work it out. Everybody else going through the field at the moment. And in the race lead, is that Thomas Behrman? I believe it is. Behrman from the row 2 of the grid has had the best start of anyone. Yes, even more so than Leo Robinson, his fast starting teammate. It is Thomas Behrman at the head of the order from 3rd on the grid. Thomas Behrman leads it. Then it's Robinson in 2nd. In 3rd place is Riem. Bart Harrison is 4th. It's side by side between Gomez and Artem Severikin for 5th, which Severikin holds for the time being. Gomez is under pressure there, I believe, from Kabir Anurag as well. In 8th place is Davide Larini, and it was Finn McLaughlin, I think, that didn't get off the line coming off the start finish. It was McLaughlin that didn't get started. The Red Bull liveried car is nowhere to be seen, and that error off the line from McLaughlin, or that issue for him perhaps more so than an error, might be the last gasp of his vice championship bid. A dramatic start then to the race. Maxime Riem leads it. Did lead it initially for the first corner or two. It is now Thomas Behrman at the front of the field. Leo Robinson sits in 2nd. In the number 6 car, it is a silver High-Tech 1-2. In third place is Reem. In fourth place, it's Bart Harrison. Artem Severikin rounding out the overall top 5. You can see further back there, I think that's Enya Fry, who is having to do some defensive work there. Also, Matilda Patz in the back of shot going defensive, but she is missing parts of her front wing, so she might be into the pits soon. Andrea Kostic and Andrea Dupe getting a bit close for comfort in 10th and 11th place at the first corner. We're on the second lap of the race, and for the first time this season, it's Thomas Behrmann who leads the way in the Formula Winter Series. He's left it late to have his best showing of the season, but currently that's exactly what he is doing. There is the number 4 car. Oh, that's a shame. Emily Cotti has had a great weekend so far. The rally replay backed driver, that's a local rally car dealership to me, as a matter of fact. She's had a great weekend in the Formula Winter Series, but sadly she's going to be playing catch-up for the remainder of this race. To confirm, Finn McLaughlin came across the line in 27th, so it was McLaughlin that had the issue off the line as this race began. An absolute shame for Finn McLaughlin, the high-tech TGR driver. He really has had a mixed run of it, hasn't he? Because Valencia was not his weekend. He won his first car race in his first car racing weekend at Portimao. And then, of course, he had a brilliant Sunday last time out at Aragon. Unfortunately, race 3 at Barcelona has not gone the way that his script would have dictated. It is Thomas Behrmann now 2.1 seconds clear at the front of the field. Behrmann has the car absolutely hooked up at the moment. Then it's Robinson in second. Big queue of cars from him back to Kabir Anurag in P7. Here's Maximilian Popov getting into it there with Lucas Amelisto for 12th. There's Dante Vinci in 16th place with Javier Herrera looking to work his way into the points. He started in the top 10 twice. He hasn't got a point to show for it. The rookie trophy driver on his first car racing weekend will be incredibly keen to get a point on the board for the sake of his pride, really. I mean, he's had the pace, he's just not had the results yet. Let's see what race 3 can yield for him. There's a 5-second time penalty, and I'm afraid it's gone the way of Thomas Behrmann. The start was good for Behrmann. It turns out it was too good. So Thomas Behrmann with a 5-second penalty. However, he's already 2.1 seconds clear. So at this rate, he could work that penalty and still win the race. He has already got almost half of the buffer that he needs between himself and Leo Robinson. But Robinson will be getting the hurry up. Gabriel Gomez, meanwhile, is getting barged out of the positions. Kabir Anurag moving up and past him for 6th place. So that puts Gomez down to 7th. He's now under pressure from Enya Fry, our new champion, falling through the order rather than working up the order. So again, another driver who's maybe not having the race 3 that he had envisioned. Behrmann's last lap, the fastest of the race, and he needs fastest laps with that penalty hanging over his head. He now needs to get the hammer down. It would be a very odd way to win a motor race. Ludovico Busso, meanwhile, in the Viola Formula Racing car, he is harassing the rear of Javier Herrera. That is for 17th and 18th place. There's Finn McLaughlin. He's now running in 26th position. He's just gotten himself past Ginevra Panzeri and I think Cornelia Olkutska as well. There's a front wing available to someone down at Us Racing. I'm not sure who needs it at this juncture, but one of the Us Racing cars may well be in need of some new Tatus-sourced carbon fibre. It's a good thing there's a truck down there from Tatus, really, isn't it? 2.5 seconds, there or thereabouts, is the gap between Behrmann and Robinson. That is half of what Thomas Behrmann needs with a 5-second penalty for a false start. He leapt from 3rd to 1st in the first meters of the race. I was rather preoccupied with trying to identify the car that turned out to be Finn McLaughlin from 9th on the grid, unfortunately stalling the car, now running down in 25th position. But Thomas Behrmann now has a very bizarre set of circumstances. Quali laps, and more quali laps, and you might get your first ever F4 victory.
It might be the case, and if there's a driver who can do it, who's got that calmness behind the wheel, then Thomas Behrmann is a pretty good candidate for that kind of thing. 1 minute 44.121 last time around for Thomas Behrmann. So what is the lead going to be now? It's just nudging up to 2.7 seconds now. So at that kind of rate, I think he's got a chance here, Adam, to build up that gap to 5 seconds. The key, I think, for me right now is he's got to push, but don't push so hard that you take your energy out of the tyres too early on. There's still 22.5 minutes plus that 1 lap to go in this race.
Yeah, but that conservation game and conversation is harder to have with a driver who knows he needs a 5-second buffer. Even if High-Tech are trying to say something similar, I'm not sure he's going to take all that much heed of it. There is Matilda Pats with her damaged front wing that we've already noted. She is currently fighting with Jan Köhler. Even with the damage, she is still the female trophy leader at the moment. She's just fallen behind the car from Cram, actually, Ilya Lewis Weiss. So Weiss has managed to get past Matilda Pats on this lap. There's Simon Schranz just ahead of Finn McLaughlin. 2 cars with yellow noses. One he will feel is completely out of position. Finn McLaughlin will not be happy with how this race has started. Of course, as we've alluded to already, this effectively puts a kibosh on any hopes of the Vice Championship for Finn McLaughlin, so long as Leo Robinson is still up there in second.
Yeah, and I think Finn will be suitably annoyed from my vantage point, just looking at the podium. It just looked to be a simple stall. He's very lucky, actually, to still be in this race. I think it was one of the, it might have been Busso was very, very close to rear-ending the number 5 of Finn McLaughlin, but he's trying to come his way through the field now. He's still a long, long way off the points, and the much bigger problem for his chances of finishing second in the championship is the presence of his teammate Leo Robinson there in P2. Gap holds at 2.7 seconds. Both Behrmann and Robinson in the 144.3s. In fact, all of the top 6, with the exception of Artem Sevrukin, are in the 144.3s. So this race has gone into a nice rhythm. Need to keep an eye, though, on both Kabir Anurag and Gabriel Gomez. There's some good pace at the moment from the US Racing boys, and the pressure off now for Gabriel Gomez, of course. He's got the title won. He's looking for a last chance saloon. It's down the inside. Beautiful move there from Anurag. That's in past Sevrukin for P5.
Yeah, we've seen Kabir do this before, work himself from the fringes of the top 10 up into 4th position, as it was when he drove similarly to this in Valencia. He'd like to go one better and end his season on the podium. The Alpine Academy driver proudly wearing those pink BWT colours on him this weekend. He, of course, introduced the new race suit last time out at Aragon. Gabriel Gomez there with a little bit of pressure going on from behind from Enya Fry, who again hasn't been up in the top 10 all weekend up to this point. Had some poor luck in qualifying 1. I think all of his fast laps coincided with red flags, and unfortunately he's not had an opportunity until now to run within the top 10 on a weekend where the Yenza Motorsport cars are looking properly strong. Fastest laps coming in from Alexander Reuter, who is running down in 16th place. Reuter is pressing on in his first weekend with Van Amersfoort, and Maxime Riem making Leo Robinson think twice about turning in there at the first corner. They're running 2-3 at the moment, ahead of Bart Harrison, who will be looking to pick up some pieces, of course, for the Yenza Motorsport team. One of the Van Amersfoort cars went out wide there. That was either Vinci or Alexander Reuter rejoining the circuit at turn 3. The other point that I wanted to pick up on is the gap between Behrmann and Robinson. It's going up a little, 2.8, but that's not enough right now. Only 0.2 faster last time by.
But if we see more attacks from Maxime Riem like we saw into turn 1, then that's going to be very good news for Thomas Behrmann. Thomas Behrmann, I think, has edged out another 3.5 tenths through the first sector alone. We'll have that confirmed once the drivers come back round to complete this lap. Into the pits has come Peyton Westcott. She's had a really tough weekend. Bright moments at times through the season. I think back to the good run that she had in race 3 as Anurag down the inside of Bart Harrison. That's going to get tight on the exit of turn 10, but good positioning from both Anurag and Harrison to ensure that they're both still in this race, still at line of stern for 4th and 5th spots.
Yeah, just quickly on Peyton Westcott, the 15-year-old has certainly had a great first season in cars, had not competed in single-seaters prior to this weekend, this season in the Formula Winter Series. I think it's been fairly clear to see that she's taken a lot of lessons in over those 4 rounds of the season. Leo Robinson is leading a huge queue of cars down the straight. It doesn't look like the race pace is strictly in his favour at the moment. Maxime Riem is so brave on the brakes into the first corner. Oh, and they touch once, twice, 3 times, and Riem is sent behind his teammate Kabir Anurag, I believe, there, as well as Bart Harrison. I think Riem might be down as far as 5th place now. Yes, he is. In fact, the order's changed completely. Bart Harrison is in 2nd, and Maxime Riem has a puncture. Rather unsurprising with the level of contact that they had there. Maxime tried it on the brakes at turn 1 a lap ago. He tried harder this time. Neither driver was willing to yield, and I must say a good job there from Maxime to get the car out of the way. But it's now Harrison 2nd, Anurag 3rd, Leo Robinson 4th, and here comes Gabriel Gomez. He dives to the inside of Artem Severikin, and now Enya Fry wants a piece of his teammate from the Yenza Motorsport crew, and I believe Enya has gotten past Gabriel Gomez there, has gotten past Artem Severikin there. He is now up into 6th place. Severikin in 7th, Larini in 8th. Andrea Dupe and Maximilian Popov have both moved up into the top 10 as a result of all of that drama. A hugely frenetic lap of racing.
Absolutely, and that's all actually very good news for Thomas Behrman. Fair play to Maxime Riem for driving that car fully off the road, because I would say there's a yellow flag down at turn 4, but he's pretty close to the marshal post and the exit road, the escape road. They should be able to cover that with local yellows, because I think for a moment for any Thomas Behrman fans, they were thinking, oh no, not a car on a gravel, not a safety car. Having said that, now that the bottle has been uncorked, hello Bart Harrison, 1 minute 44.274, even with all of what was going on that previous lap. Bart Harrison just went 3.5 tenths quicker than Thomas Behrman on that last lap. So the gap, instead of going up beyond 4 seconds, has come down to 3.6. So right now, Behrman's 5-second false start penalty would still be changing the destination of the winner's trophy here this afternoon. Working together now, Bart Harrison and Kabir Anurag. They've just got to keep it steady. They've got to use all of their karting knowledge and all of their traits that they've learnt over the years. This is a sprint race now for 15 minutes. You've got a lone car out ahead who's got no helpers around in terms of slipstream or blockers. They've got to chip away now at that lead and also try and break away from Leo Robinson, who right now, for me, Adam, doesn't seem to have the same level of pace that we've seen in the 2 previous races this weekend.
He does not, and that is evidenced by the fact that Bart Harrison is again taking huge chunks out of Behrman. That gap is going to be around 3 seconds for my money at the line this time by. Has already taken a good 3 to 4 tenths out in the first 2 sectors of the lap. Bart Harrison will be getting willed on massively by Yenza Motorsport. This is a restructuring year, realistically, for Yenza Motorsport. Of course, they won't be in the FIA Formula 3 Championship this year, focusing in a little lower down the junior single-seater ladder, a team that has done a lot of winning in the past. They have not, however, won a race before in the Formula Winter Series, and as Bart Harrison shrinks the gap down to almost exactly 3 seconds, 2.991, with a 5-second penalty hanging over Thomas Behrman's head, they're currently in the net race lead for the first time in FWS.
And I tell you what, at that kind of pace, they may not even need that 5-second penalty for Thomas Behrman to win this race. Bart Harrison will not want to win it in that manner. He'll want to chase the race leader, the road leader, down and overtake him in the 13.5 minutes remaining in this race. Change for 9th to report in on. Maximilian Popov, who's had a really, really tough weekend here in Barcelona, has just got past Andrea Dupe for 9th place. So that's another extra championship point on the cards for Van Amersfoort Racing and Maximilian Popov. Lots of notifications I can see coming up on our boards though, Adam. What's going on?
Leo Robinson has a 5-second penalty to be added to his race time. That's for the collision with Maxim Rem. So unfortunately, Robinson's race, which is already looking a little bit worse for wear, now down in 4th place. He's going to drop outside, potentially, of the top 7 with that one. He'll be on the fringes of the top 10, and that is unfortunate news for him in this final race of the season.
12.5 minutes remaining in this one. How's the pace for Harrison and Anurak? It's still good. They are continuing to cut this lead on the road for Thomas Behrmann. It's down to 2.6 seconds, and this is a really, really tough time now for Thomas Behrmann. There's a fight going on down the pit straight between Davide Larini in the blue and white number 14 for AKM Motorsport, and Larini's going to have the run down the inside of Popov. Similarly behind, good scrap going on between Andrea Dupe and Luca Samalisto. Samalisto returning to the Formula Winter Series this weekend and is just on the fringes of the points. There is Finn McLaughlin, who will be driving like a man possessed, I imagine, knowing Finn's racing history through his karting career. He's not completely out of it yet in terms of getting some points today. I don't think it's going to make the difference in terms of wrestling 2nd place in the championship back, but Finn McLaughlin is not the kind of driver to let his chin drop and give up. He will keep pushing every single lap he's got an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, the chin doesn't drop, the eyes just go red, isn't it? He's right on it at the moment. Of course, it is an 8-point deficit in Robinson's favour in 2nd and 3rd in the championship between himself and Finn McLaughlin. So Finn should be unfortunately out of the running on that one, unless it goes even more wrong for Leo Robinson. Kabir Anurag still shadowing Bart Harrison at this juncture in the race. Thomas Behrmann is your race leader. If you're just joining us, Behrmann has a 5-second penalty hanging over his head because he got a brilliant start. Turns out too brilliant. Led the race into the first corner, but unfortunately 5 seconds will be added to his race time, and his gap has shrunk from about 3.5 seconds 3 laps ago to 2.0 seconds over Bart Harrison now. Of course, the other complication for Bart Harrison is that his momentum will slow as he gets into the dirty air, and Kabir Anurag might get an opportunity out of it. Here, meanwhile, is the 61 of Andrea Dupe defending 12th position up here against Kirill Kutskov, a brilliant driver from the world of karts, of course. Maffei Racing have been very excited to welcome him into the fold, and this kind of racing is why. This is for 11th place, I correct myself now. Dupe in 11th, Kutskov in 12th, and Alexander Ruta, still the holder of the fastest lap, by the way, in 13th place for Van Amersfoort Racing. Lots going on around the circuit here in the Formula Winter Series, the 3rd and final race of the weekend, the 12th and final race of the season in FWS. We've got less than 10 minutes left to go, and for Thomas Behrmann, it is a hugely frustrating scenario at the front of the order. He's leading the race for the first time in Formula 4, but he knows that unless there's a rapid change of proceedings for him in terms of lap time, or indeed a rapid slowdown for Bart Harrison, it's not going to result in the effort he wanted.
It's not, but I would still say that this has been a very good weekend for Thomas Behrmann.
Sure.
And when we talk about the karting prowess of these drivers, we've got to remember that Thomas Behrmann is the outlier in that regard. He's not a driver who's gone through the very top world levels of karting. He was racing in the British Kart Championships last year. He's done a lot on the road taxi. Very similar progression to Ollie Behrmann, who similarly did not go into the FIA karting paddock, and we obviously know where he's gone to and where he'll be racing for this year. He's learning a lot at the moment as there's a real battle here. Anurag nearly off the road and on the grass as they go down towards turn 1. This could be a very close moment. Harrison round the outside. He's going to have to use the cut through, and he doesn't. He comes back onto the circuit now. That will be interesting to see if anything is further looked at, because we have seen earlier today in other categories, Adam Weller, when you leave the track at turn 2 and don't go round the left-hand side of the bollard on the exit of the corner, a penalty can be incoming.
There was a 5-second penalty for that exact scenario to 2 drivers in the previous GT4 Winter Series race. Now, it is a different race director and a different stewarding team for the Formula Winter Series, but I believe that that bulletin was in both briefings, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see whether or not that is a factor. Matilda Pats has a 5-second penalty for abusing track limits, as does Maximilian Popov. So Popov, who's had a good race, is now running in 8th position. Unfortunately, he has 5 seconds added to his race, along with Matilda Pats. Here's Gabriel Gomez running 5th position behind Leo Robinson. These two have fought together very often this season. It's never been for positions as low as 4th and 5th, though.
No, it's not indeed. I think there's still more opportunities for a podium here. Good amount of time in this race, just under 7.5 minutes. There is a track limits penalty for car number 18. That is going to be 5-second warning flag for the leader. Thomas Behrman's just had a warning flag for abusing track limits, so the officials have got a keen eye on respect of the track limits. The number 18, of course, is Matilda Pats, who's a long way down the order, so that's not going to be too consequential in terms of the trophies here today. 7 minutes to go. The lead gap is back up to 3.45 seconds, so that's going in the right direction for Thomas Behrman, but I say he's got that 5-second penalty for the false start. He's now had the wagging finger from race control of we're watching you on those track limits, Thomas Behrman. So it's still very much anyone's guess as to who's actually going to emerge here in this race as the winner.
Yes, I think you and I both are instinctively watching the bulletin section of the timing screen here to see what might become of that moment a lap and a half ago between Bart Harrison and Kabir Anurag. Not so much the move or its immediate aftermath, but crossing the circuit at turn 2, or crossing over the runoff on the inside of turn 2, has typically been a no-no thus far. We'll see what happens in the coming moments. We know that Thomas Behrman leads the race on the road. We also know that he has a 5-second penalty. It might therefore become important that he's currently 4.8 seconds clear of Leo Robinson, but Gabriel Gomez was appearing right behind him. He locked up the front axle for a moment there, did Gabriel Gomez. He got the car stopped for the corner. He's now going around the outside at turn 12, fighting, seesawing away at the steering wheel, looking for a way by if he possibly can. Or Leo leaves the door even an iota open there at turn 13. Gomez is really setting the track alight right now.
And this is what I'd love to see from Gabriel Gomez. This is what he did throughout his whole karting career. Attack, attack, attack. It led him to many a championship. He was a big part of the European Championships last year. More notifications coming in, Adam Weller. Are any of them big ones?
19 and 21 under investigation for turn 2. Okay, strap in. This might get quite complicated with multiple 5-second penalties in the top 5. In fact, the entire top 3, if there is to be a 5-second penalty, would be on countback. So that could be very complex. For now, Thomas Behrman is holding a 3.6-second advantage. Critically, he's now 5.2 ahead of Leo Robinson. So that gap continues to grow, no doubt partially thanks to Gabriel Gomez and the pressure that is being applied to the number 6 car. Unwittingly, high-tech driver being helped by an US racing driver as Gabriel Gomez attacks his teammate. Now, reprimand for not rejoining the circuit correctly after the bollard at turn 2. Now, we've seen reprimands before. There was a reprimand for Finn McLaughlin coming into the Aragon second race for just passing the safety car before the pit entry. A reprimand means no time penalty.
So I think the key thing on that notification that we've just seen there, Adam, is that it's to both the 21 and the 19, which actually, in retrospect, obviously we only had the one angle of it, and the officials will have many more angles of what happened there. Is that if both drivers left the circuit at the same point and both came back on at the same time, as someone's lost a bit of front wing potentially out there down at turn 10, you can argue that neither driver gained a lasting advantage.
That's the thing, yeah. That's the good point you make there, that neither driver really gained anything from it within their battle, of course, because they both did effectively the same thing. Maximilian Popov has a penalty looming over his head, of course. We know that, a 5-second penalty that might yet drop him out of the top 10. That is why he's quite so keen to get himself around Enya Fry and try and at least get some points out of this last race of the weekend. There is going to be a lot of dropping and moving and shaking on the timing screen at the end of this. By the way, 10-second penalty now for Popov as Finn McLaughlin comes into the pit lane. Has he had a subsequent issue out there? The fact that he's coming into the pit now would tell me yes. And as you say, yes, there may well have been a puncture there.
Yeah, I don't think a bad one. Should also note that Alexander Ruta is in the pits as well now. I hope I'm not doing 2 and 2 and getting 5 here, but that might be your contender for who's missing at least part of their front wing. And those two drivers were pretty close together in the order a lap and a half ago. As I say, maybe completely wrong there. As here's the battle between Gomez and Robinson, both of them off the road. Gomez nearly in the gravel there. You can tell it's the last race of the season, Adam Weller.
You can, rather, can't you? They don't need these cars again later in the day. We have a replay now. Let's have a look at what we're being shown. This is, yes, Finn McLaughlin and Alexander Ruta. So quite right on both parts, and you can see quite easily how the sidewall got cut down there on Finn McLaughlin's car. So both in the pits, both now, I believe, back out of the pits. Yes, they are, but they are down in 19th and 20th. Although they'll be at the very back of the order, actually, 19th and 20th, but they haven't been registered yet in their true positions. They'll be at the very rear. Here is Andrea Dupé, again defending his position. Now it's 12th place that he's holding back from Jan Kurler. Of course, he was fighting for Kirill Kutskov previously, and Kutskov has vaulted the fence and run off into the sunset to try and pursue Luca Samalisto. Samalisto, how far clear is he? 3.7 seconds clear of the Maffei Racing driver. That should be safe from that range.
Should be indeed. A good return for Luca Samalisto. Back into the points.
And 5-second penalty for Samalisto, I just spotted. So maybe not for Lucas Samalisto. Kutskov might well be getting some points.
Yeah, Kutskov might well be getting on the scoreboard, and it's been a tough season for Kutskov, but this is just showing some of the talents that led him to the FIA Karting World Championship back in 2023. That was in the OK, the senior direct drive category. He's had a bit of a quiet last 18 months or so, but looking to rebuild his fortunes. Gomez in the gravel, trying to go around the outside of Robinson there. This is a heck of a battle for 4th place between these two. Gabriel Gomez, of course, provisionally the champion for the 2025 Formula Winter Series, and the shackles have properly been unleashed now. He's been racing within himself, I would say, for the last 2 rounds, but now he knows he's got the title won. He's going to take a few more risks.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's his regular sparring partner Leo Robinson that he's found himself with at the end of this. Now, Thomas Behrman is still leading the way on the road. 3.2 seconds is the gap. Kabir Anurag could do Thomas a great number of favours if Kabir starts to really harangue for 2nd place at the end of this. It is almost a no-win situation for Kabir in a sense, because if he gets too leery going up against Bart Harrison, costs he and Bart time. Even if he gets through, Thomas might end up more than 5 seconds clear.
Yeah, won't take long if they do start fighting for that 1.8 seconds, additional 1.8 seconds that Behrman needs for that gap to continue to grow. No other changes in position to report. It is Behrman from Harrison, Anurag, Robinson, Gomez, Frey, Popov, Savyukin, Larini and Samalisto inside the top 10 at the moment, but we should note there are several post-race penalties to be applied in all of that. That is very much provisional with the capital P order. Here is your leader on the road, Thomas Behrman. Has had a good Sunday, and again, the false start, I'm sure the team will look at it. They'll look at what they can learn. They'll look and see what training and bits that Thomas can do between now and his next race in F4. And he's still got a chance of winning this race. He's been pushing on and doing a very professional job since he received that notification of the +5 seconds.
Even if, as he starts his final lap, he doesn't win this race, there's something of an echo going on, isn't there, here? As a Formula 4 race, you've got a young chap called Behrman with a Brandon Sieber-designed helmet on, running at the front of the field and doing a jolly good job in a Formula 4 car. As you said, he and Ollie have come up in very similar fashions within the world of karting, and certainly Thomas has quite the act to follow, of course, for what happened with Ollie Behrman once he jumped into the world of single-seater racing. Both he and Andrea Kibi Antonelli came through the ADAC and Italian Championships and swept them in 2021 and 2022 respectively. Thomas Behrman is in the lead of this race. He has a 5-second penalty to his name. That means that Bart Harrison is currently sat in the pound seat. I alluded to it earlier in the race. Yenza Motorsport have never taken a victory in the Formula Winter Series. They've been here for every single race in the history of the category. They've come close before. They have been a loyal supporter of the Formula Winter Series, and Bart Harrison would love to take them to the promised land for the first time. It will be Thomas Behrman who crosses the line first, but we've known from early doors, unfortunately, that a jump start is going to put him down the order. Behrman will come around the final corner, and it will be a hugely positive race for him all the same. He does receive the checkered flag first, but with the 5-second penalty applied, it will be Bart Harrison and Yenza Motorsport who claim a win in the Formula Winter Series. A hugely strong conclusion to Harrison's season. Kabir Anurag takes what will be second place, and then I believe Thomas Behrman will get an overall podium. He will indeed. So Behrman will claim third place. Not quite what he would have liked to have happen once he got to the front, but all the same, a podium for him is a really strong result. Leo Robinson in fourth place. Gabriel Gomez will be fifth. And then Enya Fry will be in sixth position. And there were so many penalties in that race that I am questioning myself as I say all of this, of course, because we have had a huge amount of penalties. There was a 5-second penalty too, of course, for Leo Robinson. So Gabriel Gomez will actually inherit P4 ultimately from Leo Robinson. The timing screen will correct itself fully in the next few minutes, so we won't go too far on that because so many cars have been penalised, but all the same, strong results up and down the field. Word to Davide Larini, he has managed to cross the line again in the points. 10th position for him. Of course, he didn't get the chance to finish in the top 10 earlier with a spin. Thomas Behrman, I'll tell you what, he's still moving at a rate of knots, isn't he? I think he's aware that it is time to come into the pits, but he did a fairly quick in-lap there in the number 7. Thomas Behrman is second. Bart Harrison has a 5-second penalty. No way. Oh, goodness me. On the final lap of the race for abusing track limits, Bart Harrison received a penalty. That means that Kabir Anurag, for the second time in the Formula Winter Series, is going to be a race winner. My apologies, it came through on the final lap. I missed that one. Bart Harrison is going to be third, and Thomas Behrman is second. A track limits penalty on the final lap for Yenza and Bart Harrison. He pulls up to P1, not knowing. He doesn't know what's happened. Kabir does, I reckon, because he was a bit confused. It is Kabir Anurag that has claimed the race win. Oh, Bart is going to celebrate this, I think, like it's a victory. And he doesn't know. He doesn't know that it's going to be third position, unfortunately. Unfortunate scenes for Bart Harrison. The order, to clarify, is Kabir Anurag winning because of a 5-second penalty at the end for Yenza Motorsport. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them quite realise it yet. 5-second penalty. 5-second penalty on the last lap. They will have probably already left the garage when the penalty came through. So Kabir Anurag is P1. He's trying to figure out what's going on. It is Kabir Anurag that's won the race. Anurag has won the race. I reiterate it. Because of Bart Harrison's penalty, because of Thomas Behrmann's penalty, it is Kabir Anurag who has won this one. He doesn't know yet. I thought he did. I think Bart Harrison, it's all dawning on him in the background. Finjo Muschlein from the Feeder Series publication is also down there. I think he's trying to work it out, as everyone else is. The drivers sprint for the weighbridge. It's a confusing end, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that that came after the checkered flag, that 5-second pen. It was at just before 16:22. So yes, I think it would have been just after the flag that that penalty came out. So Bart Harrison crossed the line thinking, as we all did, that he was the race winner with Thomas Behrmann's 5-second jump start penalty. And it's all dawned on everyone as they've come back to Parc Ferme and under the podium that it is Kabir Anurag who has won the motor race. Thomas Behrmann received 5 seconds early in the race for a jump start. Bart Harrison, in the very final gasps of the race, received 5 seconds for track limits. And Kabir Anurag, whether he knows it or not, is our race winner. Gabriel Gomez finished 4th. The other penalties, I think, have also been applied. Enya Fry is now 5th. So good job, Enya Fry. Kabir knows now. He's embracing the team now. He's been made aware of the victory. And unfortunately for Bart Harrison and Yenza Motorsport, their win has been stripped away. Artem Severikin is in 6th place. And you can see the sheer shock for Kabir Anurag. 7th place, Leo Robinson. 8th place, Kutskov.
Kabir, oh my God, I mean, you look as shocked as everyone down here. The penalty came across just as you came over the line, so you have won the race.
I have no words. I mean, I just don't know what to say. Because I crossed the line P3, I come in the pits, and everybody's saying I won a race. And I started this race in 8th in Barcelona, which is the track no one can overtake. So I'm really speechless, and it's just mental.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And you look quite emotional with your team there for a second.
Yeah, we had such a difficult race too. And you know, when all those emotions rush so quickly into you, like you win a race, because you know you have the whole lap, but it's like all at once this time, and we won.
You have won. I mean, go and enjoy the podium, a final win for the final race of the season.
Oh my God. Yeah, nothing to say apart from, I mean, there's a lot to say, but I can't say all of it. But wow, that is just mega. Oh my God, this team is amazing. I have to say this. Pau fixed my car, got everything up and running, and we won a race. Miguel, he's been here for so long. All these guys, Hendrik, has done so much work to help me develop. And to give them a win from starting 8th, what can I say? I mean, what? They deserve it so much.
Incredible. Go and enjoy the podium. Congratulations. Wow, what an ending to the race.
Yeah, absolutely. What an ending to the race. We had to catch Kabir there because he just came up to Izzy anyway. So why not grab him? What a race in the Formula Winter Series. Nothing was quite as it seemed. From the second row of the grid, it was a very good start for Thomas Behrmann. A deceptively good start, unfortunately. He got a false start penalty. Finn McLaughlin didn't get off the line at all. The driver who was vying for Vice Championship glory will be 3rd in the standings. And unfortunately, his last race of the year was against his own script. That much is for sure. It was Thomas Behrmann in the early lead. It was a very, very good start, and they would eventually look back and realise it was too good. 3 wide on the first lap, Andrea Dupe, Andrea Kostic, and I think that was Javier Herrera going through the first few corners. There was a tyre down on the AS Motorsport car further back. And lots of battling through the middle field. Alexander Ruta getting past the Viola car of Ludovico Busso. Kostic and Popov in battles further back as well. Dante Vinci getting into it with the 24 off Herrera, who certainly hasn't been missing any action this weekend. Thomas Behrman was doing a great job at the front building that gap, but unfortunately it would never quite get to the 5 seconds he needed to retain the race victory. Kabir Anurag, as he said, he started from 8th, and it was lunges like that that put him up the order. Matilda Pats was struggling, unfortunately, with her front wing becoming increasingly more dislodged, and that would eventually hand female trophy honours over to Ginevra Panzeri. That was the move for female trophy honours in that replay shot. Maxime Rim and Leo Robinson went side by side twice through the first couple of corners. On the second occasion, unfortunately, there was contact, and that contact managed to puncture the tyre on Maxime Rim. Gabriel Gomez moved himself past Artem Severikin, and Enia Fry liked the look of the move. He did the exact same thing to his Yenda Motorsport teammate. A front wing change for Alexander Ruta, courtesy of contact with Finn McLaughlin. Meanwhile, Jan Kurler managed to get himself past Ludovico Busso. Kirill Kutskov was working his way towards the top 10. Eventually, once all the penalties were dialed in, he would finish 8th. A great result for him and Maffei Racing, and the boldness of Kabir Anurag on the grass, trying desperately to get to the inside. Both drivers continued on their way. Kutskov again going around the outside of Andrea Dupé. Great moves from Kirill in that race. He clearly had a good car underneath him, as did Alexander Ruta for Van Amersfoort Racing, side by side with Dante Vinci, and that didn't quite work out, did it? And this is the contact I was discussing between Ruta and Finn McLaughlin. Unfortunately, Finn would have a puncture. Ruta's front wing was gone, and Finn McLaughlin's season ending on a rather bum note compared to the high of last Sunday at Motorland Aragon. But the car across the line first, Thomas Behrman. We thought Bart Harrison had won the race courtesy of that 5-second jump start penalty, but at the very last moment there was a track limits penalty for Harrison too, and that meant that this man, Kabir Anurag, said P1? P1? You sure? P1. It was indeed first place for Us Racing and Kabir Anurag for the second time this season. Kabir is a winner. Thomas Behrman takes second place. Bart Harrison takes P3. In 4th position, it is Gabriel Gomez. In 5th place, it is Enia Fry. Artem Severikin takes 6th position. Kirill Kutskov in 7th. Leo Robinson 8th. Samalisto and Larini round out the top 10. Kutskov now up to 7th apparently on the screen. Okay, that's different from what I have on my screen. Jan Kurler, Dante Vinci and Maximilian Popov rounding us down to 13th place. In 14th is Ludovico Busso for the Viola Formula Racing squad. Then it was Dupé, Elia Weiss in 16th, Ginevra Panzeri in 17th, Simon Schranz in 18th ahead of Andrea Kostic. We saw them fighting on the final lap. Cornelia Olkutska in 20th, Javier Herrera in 21st, Ruta 22nd, Emily Cotti in 23rd. She had to come into the pits during the race. Finn McLaughlin in 24th, Peyton Westcott in 25th position, 26th to Matilda Pats, Borenstein 27th, Maxime Riem in 28th. Of course, Behrman wins the rookie classification, and for the first time in just her second weekend in single-seaters, Ginevra Panzeri was the female trophy winner. So a new winner in the female trophy class there as well, which is a big achievement for the driver of the AKM Motorsport team. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, as alluded to by Kabir Anurag, in the higher tiers of single-seater racing, it's not always the most fertile ground for exciting racing. The Formula Winter Series begs to differ. We always have a fun weekend here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and well, we've seen it again this time around in FWS. Now, Kabir Anurag, I'm wondering with his results today, has he inherited third position in the championship? You are unfortunately going to witness me doing maths in real time here, because Anurag in race 2 this weekend, what did he do versus McLaughlin? McLaughlin did not have the best of runs in race 3, of course. In race 2 he was second, whereas Kabir Anurag, of course, DNF'd. Yes, he DNF'd this morning, so Finn McLaughlin should be safe for third in the championship. But Kabir with a bit of a hero to zero day, really. He was pulled up on the inside of turn 9 at the end of race number 2. He's going to be on the top step of the podium at the end of race 3. And not even he expected you, Andrew Mather, to welcome him onto the top step. Isn't racing funny sometimes?
Thank you very much, Adam. We're ready to go once again for the final podium ceremonies of the 2025 Formula Winter Series season. Let's first of all welcome out our best female driver in that last race of the weekend for the Formula drivers. Please welcome from AKM Motorsport, driver number 12, Ginevra Panzeri. And to present the trophy to Ginevra, please welcome once again Juan Luis Santa Maria from the Directors Board of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Next, let's move to the rookie podium, and in third place of the rookies for Van Amersfoort Racing, please welcome driver number 66, Dante Vinci. In second place on the rookie podium again for Yenza Motorsport, please welcome driver number 23, Artem Sevrukin. And your top rookie, a brilliant performance for High-Tech TGR. Please welcome driver number 7, Thomas Behrman. And the trophies to be presented this afternoon for our top 3 rookies. Please welcome out Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH, and also Matthew Braga from Pirelli, and Juan Luis Santa Maria from the circuit here at Barcelona-Catalunya. Fantastic work by our rookies. We move to our overall podium now, starting with the winning team. Please welcome, they've done it again, US Racing. In third place, please welcome for Yenza Motorsport, Bart Harrison. In second place, for High-Tech TGR, Thomas Behrman. And your winner, completing a fantastic second half of the season for US Racing, your winner, Kabir Anurag. And once again, let's welcome out the winning team, US Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthem of the winning driver. Fantastic stuff. Let's welcome out our trophy presenters for our top 3 and winning team. For the 3rd place trophy, a big hand for Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH Racing. The 2nd place trophy from Mattia Braga representing Pirelli, and the winners' trophies for the driver and team from Jose Luis Santamaria, director of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Thank you very much, guys, and congratulations on a superb season. We will have the championship trophies up next for our top rookie, our best team, and the overall 1, 2, 3. Mention, of course, to Nina Hardeman as our best female driver across the season. She's not able to be with us this weekend, is getting ready for the F1 Academy season. So we'll move to our top rookie in the championship this year. Please give a big hand. He's had a tremendous season for High-Tech TGR's Finn McLaughlin, top rookie. And presenting the trophy for top rookie, please welcome once again Jose Luis Santamaria to hand the trophy to the Republic of Ireland's Finn McLaughlin. Thank you very much, Finn. We'll see you in a short moment's time, of course. First of all, the best team will be going once again to Us Racing. Us Racing, the best team across the course of 2025's Winter Series. And the trophy to be presented by Jose Maria Santamaria for the best team. A superb performance from many of Us Racing's. 3rd place will go to now for High-Tech TGR. As I say, he's had a fantastic season. Please welcome Finn McLaughlin. In 2nd place in the championship, has had a brilliant weekend for High-Tech TGR. Please welcome Leah Robinson. And your champion in the 2025 Formula Winter Series. He's been magnificent throughout the year. He has made his mark for Us Racing. Please welcome Brazil's Gabriel Gomes. The trophies will be presented now. Our top 3 by Miguel Pinto Coelho, Mattia Braga from Pirelli, and Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Catalunya. A fantastic season in the Formula Winter Series. Congratulations to all our drivers and teams, and best of luck for their next championships. That is all we've got for Formula Winter Series. Let's head down, though, for our next race. GT Winter Series is next.
It's time to decide our final title for 2025, and it is going to be the GT Winter Series, heading out onto the circuit in the next few moments, a couple of minutes before the cars start rolling here. So time to tell you about the championship as it stands. 188 points points, plural, for Maciel and Aguas in the championship. 188 points for them. They lead overall. Of course, the points are scored in classes as opposed to overall in the GT Winter Series. Haya and Viskirchen are on 176 points, and they are tied now with Veleco Motorsport, also on 176. It is SR Motorsport, the defending champions, and the defending champion driver Kenneth Haya, who start from pole position for this race. Mathis Lismont is second in the number 700 Com2U racing car. Leo Pichler third for Resoon Northern Racing, the number 14. Dante Rapange in the number 8, lining up fourth for Liquimoli Team Engstler. In fifth, it's Simon Orange. Orange in fifth. He is alongside Giuliano Holtzem. Conrad Motorsport with Carrie Schreiner taking the start in that car. Alfredo Hernandez will line up 8th on the grid as the GT3s are once again segmented away from the Cup cars. This is the new dry weather starting procedure for the GT Winter Series. So the Cups and the GT2s have their own little island, and it'll be Shota Abkazava that leads those away. John Dillon is the first of the Cup 1 Ferraris from 10th overall, and on the first row of that second segment, Eric Chung is next in 11th. Cristiano Maciel, the driver leading the championship with Rui Aguas, lining up 12th. Then it's Spinkovic alongside Andreas Sorensen on row 7. Row 8 is Alvaro Ramos alongside the first of the Cup 2 cars, Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury of A-Works. NM Racing's Alberto Di Martin, I think it should be in the car, from 17th alongside Jakob Twarog. Then Jaden Kelly along with Hubert Darmetko in 21st. It is a critical row. Fourth in the points, well, third, with two people tied ahead of them, Alessio Raffini. Autosport Racing, Milos Pavlovic will make that car fly later on. Kalle Bergman and Mons Thalen tied for second in the points right now, 176, 176. And then Darren Howell at the back in 23rd. We do have a few cars absent. The number 9 AF Corsa Cup 1 car, Pro Sport Racing's GT3 Aston, after Fabian Volven's incident earlier on. I don't think Fabian is going to be out there, unfortunately, in that Pro Sport GT3 Aston. And then also the 33 car, the PTT Racing Porsche, is effectively now merged with the number 7, Hubert Darmetko, sharing with Di Bianca in that car. So then, the race is about to begin, and it's Kenneth Haya, the wily veteran who knows these Mercedes AMGs like the back of his hand, who will lead them away. He has a lot of young talent around him. Mathis Lismont, Leo Pichler, Dante Rapange among them. Then Simon Orange, of course, on row 3 with Giuliano Holtzem. The GT3 cars will take the start first. Kenneth Haya will hopefully lead them into the first corner. At least that's the analysis from SR Motorsport. The season finale of the GT Winter Series is underway. We are racing in GTWS, and it is a run to the first corner that looks to be working in Mathis Lismont's favour. He's on the outside there for the lead, potentially. We'll have to keep an eye on that. John Dillon is getting a good getaway from the Cup grid, and he is leading, I think, by the time they get down to the first corner, unless Abkazava is brave on the brakes. The 4 Cup classes sharing one starting grid. It's 5 Cup classes, Adam, actually. But they all get through the first few corners cleanly by the looks of it. Here's your situation for the lead. Where is Kenneth Haya? Kenneth Haya has gone missing. We have had an issue seemingly for Kenneth Haya, or maybe a collision. We don't know, but Kenneth Haya is not there. There he is now. He went off at the first corner, did Kenneth Haya. Maybe it was turn 2 because he was on the inside for turn 1. And Alfredo Hernandez into the gravel at turn 8. It is Mathis Lismont in the lead. Leo Pichler in second. Shota Abkazava's had a moment at turn 5. It's all kicking off as the GT Winter Series springs into life for the final time this season. Dante Repange is involved in this battle for the lead as Leo Pichler runs around the outside for Razun More Than Racing. It's Porsche from Aston, from Lamborghini, BMW, McLaren and Lamborghini again in your top 6. It is, whether he expected it or not, Leo Pichler in the race lead.
Brilliant stuff from Leo Pichler. There's also a little bit of damage to the bottom left-hand corner of the diffuser on the 700 Aston Martin. Now, how much is that going to be affecting the balance of the big Aston for Mathieu Lamont, especially through those high-speed corners? There's a nice move. That's Carrie Schreiner in the number 11 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini down the inside. Yellow flags are out at turn number 7. Very dramatic start to things here in the last race of the season for the GT Winter Series. Meanwhile, in Cup, Eric Chung is your leader in, well, of all of the Cup classes and in Cup 1 overall. How is Cristiano Maciel getting on? Absolutely fine. Just needs a nice, calm race to bring this home. Is in 2nd place in class right now and 11th overall. That is a complete turnaround for things for Maciel from 1 week ago.
So then 52 minutes and 12 seconds left in this race. We are just in the 2nd lap right now, and it is Leo Pichler in the number 14 that leads. We're going to get a look back, I believe, here at what was going on with Kenneth Heyer. This is a view at turn 1. Oh, it was just a spin for Kenneth Heyer. A simple over rotation at the first corner, I feel, for Kenneth, because he'll be kicking himself. And which car is that is crabbing? That looks to me maybe like John Dillon's 151, but in this light, it's very hard to tell. It's critical that we know it is John Dillon, unfortunately, in the 151. The question is, how did it happen, and whom did it happen with? These cars don't usually fail. Something must have gone wrong for John Dillon, who was running up the sharp end on the first lap, of course, of Cup 1, but I think he went missing during that first lap because he never crossed the line to begin with. I think that car is limping home. Carrie Schreiner with a bold dive at turn 1. Can't get past Giuliano Holtzum for 3rd overall.
Good bold stuff there indeed from Carrie Schreiner, looking to get some more trophies for Conrad Motorsports this weekend on what has been a superb weekend, a superb season for them. There is the number 8 of Dante Repange for Liqui Moly Team Engstler. Remember, they're in a class on their own, so they won't have any real bearing on championship points. There is Schreiner currently running, well, once you re-put Repange's number 8 back into the equation, Carrie's currently running in 5th place. A little bit further down the order. Good to see the Greystone GT back out there, Adam. We didn't enjoy that 170 McLaren Artura trophy car earlier. He's just got up to 12th place past Alfredo Hernandez. That's 2 different classes, but good progress there for the Cup 3 car.
Good progress indeed within the Cup class there, the Cup 3 category. For Greystone GT, Mark Kempster set to share, of course, with Jaden Kelly. Kempster will be in the car later on. It's Jaden Kelly again showing out in 11th overall right now among the Cup cars. Now, the Simon Orange car in 5th position. Again, Simon holding himself to a very strong account against Carrie Schreiner. Carrie is running 4th overall. Leo Pichler is leading the race overall, though. Kenneth Heyer, of course, is behind all of this in 6th position, 7th position overall, sorry, and he will be fuming, venting in the number 1.
So 49 and a half minutes of this race to go. Things looking pretty cool at the moment for the front running team. Leo Pichler, fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.777. There is the repaired bright orange Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Jerzy Spinkovic, and it's back to its usual position, Adam, running in 8th place, just off the back of the GT3 pack, first of those in Cup car, in the Cup classes.
Yes, absolutely right. So we alluded earlier on to the fact that it was 20 points available in the Cup 1 class. That has dropped down to 18 points available in the Cup 1 class. That is because of the non-starting number 9 AF Corsa car, which is why the points have slightly changed from what we expected. We expected a 14-point lead coming into this race for Aguas and Mathiel. Instead, it is a 12-point lead, and that does mean that if Haya and Viskirchen were to win this race, and granted, based on that first corner, it is now a mighty long shot, they would end up tied on points. The AF Corsa Ferrari, the number 50, has more class wins than SR Motorsport, so my understanding is that if it were to be a tiebreaker scenario, which again looks like a long odds at the moment, it would be Mathiel and Aguas that win it. And of course, for that tiebreaker to happen, Mathiel and Aguas have to not take the flag and not complete 75% of the race distance. We just saw Simon Orange go wide there as he continues to press on up against Kari Schreiner in their battle for 5th position overall. He has been holding on well to the rear of Kari Schreiner, and in turn he's managing to keep a little bit of distance between himself and the Kenneth Haya car. Now this is Alessio Raffini. He's just gotten himself past Darren Howell. I make that for 19th position. Good job from AF Corsa to get the 488 Challenge Evo back out. Of course, that was one of the cars that had damage earlier on in race number 2 of the day. We saw the Pro Sport car not start after its crash. We saw the NM Racing team Mercedes unfortunately not start the race after the GT2 car found the concrete wall. But a good job from AF Corsa. Of course, you'd expect AF to have some Ferrari spares, wouldn't you? Here is Shota Abkazava looking to the inside of the number 150 car. I believe it's Alvaro Ramos at the wheel of that car at the moment. It is. He runs 18th overall now and second in Cup 4. Alessio Raffini is only a few seconds back from him in third in that class. And of course, Abkazava is going to hand over to a very, very handy pro. Well, he was meant to be handing over to a very handy pro, but I now note that Shorter is driving on his own. That wasn't the original scheduled format for that car. But Milos Pavlovic, of course, will take over from Alessio Raffini. He is a former pro champion in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe. We know that Alessio Raffini, once he hands over to Milos, will sit back with all of us and watch his car fly.
Absolutely, and I'll be looking to finish a good way up the order in the overall standings. I think it's a little bit of a, it is mathematically possible, but it's a bit more of a real long shot. We've got to have some quite big drama, particularly in the next 15 minutes or so, and end up with other cars being non-scorers here today. Quick sight there of the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren 720S, running nicely. Back with the Liqui Moly team thanks to number 8, which apologies for the technical issues with the number 8 showing on our timing board there. It is running in 3rd place, so just slot it in ahead of Juliano Holtzem there, the only running GT3 Pro car, and running a good pace, a 1 minute 42.9, but not as quick at the moment as the Aston Martin Vantage directly ahead, who, as said earlier, has got a bit of damage, is nursing some war wounds on the bottom left corner of the diffuser, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the performance right now. Adam Weller, a 142.688 last time around from Le Mans.
Not too bad at all from Mathis Lismont at the wheel of the ComTU Racing number 700 car. To give you an idea, the fastest ever GT3 lap around here in rather more ideal conditions for adhesion and the like was a 140.7, so he's really not too far off in the Aston, the ultimate ever pace in a GT3 around here. We're right on board with the number 56 machine of Giuliano Holtzem as he comes out of turn number 14 to start a new lap in 4th position overall ahead of Dante Repange. Kari Schreiner has now fallen off the back of the Schubert Motorsport BMW a little bit. Of course, we ran the VT earlier on describing the history behind the GEDLICH name, Marcus GEDLICH, and indeed his history of Schubert Motorsport, winning the first ever Schubert Championship in motor racing back in 2001 in the Deutsche Tourenwagen Challenge. How that team, and indeed the GEDLICH name, have grown grown in motorsport since then. The Holtzums, of course, the twin brothers, also want to grow their name in the sport.
They're definitely growing their part in this race. It'll be interesting to see how they can make the strategy work. And the driver changes as well. Still a long, long way to go in this one. 43.5 minutes. Change for 13th place overall. Hubert Darmetko through past Alfredo Hernandez. So that's the Cup 2 leader for those with the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. PTT Racing having a strong finish, it would seem, at the moment to this season. And they've dispatched one of the GT3 runners there in the midfield. And again, we've mentioned this a couple of times across the course of the weekend, Adam, of how key it can be around this circuit where you can get a bit of field spread sometimes, of putting other class cars in between you and your closest rivals for something like Cup 2. That's exactly what Darmetko's done right now, and is nicely feeding his way into this race.
Hubert Darmetko, who I project to be a super bronze at some point soon in higher echelons of GT competition, because he started racing at 31. How old do you have to be to not be a silver on arrival? 30. I think he didn't know that, actually. I told him this information, but we'll see quite where his horizons go. Just his second season of racing. He debuted with us in the GT Winter Series at Estoril in 2024, and if memory serves me correctly, he actually won a racing class on that first weekend. I think it might have been an overall podium as well in a rather dramatic wet race in the GT Winter Series. Anything but wet out there now, which I didn't think we'd see today, to be completely honest. Bright sunshine beating down on the circuit. Mathis Lismont knocking down the door on Leo Pichler, trying to get those last few tenths out of the gap between himself and the number 14 Razun More Than Racing Porsche. And it's going to be very interesting in the second phase of this race when Pichler hands over to Simon Birch, Lismont hands over to Koba Powles, and of course we have Luca Engstler taking over the Dante Rapage driven Liqui Team Engstler Lamborghini. Throw ex-DTM driver Sandro Holtzum into the mix as well for Schubert Motorsport. Why not? It's a party. And how could I forget? Prototype Winter Series champion Danny Sufi will take over the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. The point I'm making is, stick here for another 41 minutes.
Absolutely. There's plenty more in this one to come. Pace at the moment, 143.0 last time around for Pichler, 143.1 for Lismont, so it's very, very nip and tuck out there, although Pichler just dipped into a 143.6. So Lismont closing in and maybe starting to feel a little bit of a draft and a slipstream off the back of the 992 version of the GT3 Porsche. Brilliant piece of machinery. We've seen Razun More Than Racing get proper performance out of that platform the last couple of weeks here at Barcelona and last week at Aragon. If you've missed any of the racing so far this season in the GT Winter Series, fear not, you can watch it all back at your leisure on the Alpha Live YouTube platform. What else is going on further down the order? Andreas Sorensen, we've not talked about yet. Adam is doing a properly good job. 4.6 seconds clear of Eric Chungan in the lead of Cup 1, so we'll just note that for future reference. And the 76, which the last couple of weeks has been involved in many an incident, not necessarily any of them even the fault of the 76, it just seems to have stuff happen in front of it. This will be a nice feeling. They've got a bit of clear air, they're in the lead of their class, and driving a nice Sunday drive in the sun.
Yes, and of course Eric Chung will be handing over to Daniele Diamato, who is very, very quick indeed in a Ferrari Challenge car, whereas Sorensen will hand this one over, the number 76, to none other than Mikael Mack. So we'll see how that gap fluctuates in the second phase of the race. Sorensen wants to end his season on a high, of course, in the GT Winter Series. Couldn't join us for Valencia, unfortunately. He may well have been in overall title contention with an appearance at Valencia and with maybe a smattering more luck to go with it. But all the same, Andreas Berg Sorensen has been a very, very strong contender in this year's GT Winter Series, and of course he was racing Ferrari Challenge cars last year. He also races or competes it's not competitive, he drives in the XX Cliente program with an FXXK and a 499P car as well. So he does a lot of driving of very cool cars. Here is your second place battle in Cup 2, just coming down into turn 10. This is Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury holding off for the time being Kalle Bergman, who is on course, of course, to win in the Cup 2 class the championship with a comfortable margin. Of course, Hubert Darmetko hasn't been here for most of the season. Ditto Al-Khoury, both of them only joined us for Motorland Aragon. So Kalle Bergman is in the hot seat to win that Cup 2 class, of course. He is already the Cup 2 champion, mathematically speaking, isn't he? But the number 44 car right now lay weighed a little bit by Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury, and Kalle won't thank me for telling everyone this, but he is a very experienced racing driver despite still being a teenager. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury is in race number 6 of his career, all of which have come in the last 8 days.
Absolutely, he's doing a really good job, is Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury. It's been a regular fixture on the Cup 2 podiums here at Barcelona and last week at Aragon. I think there is also good reason for Bergman maybe just taking it a little bit calmer in this stage, because correct me if I'm wrong here, Adam, I think they're potentially on for second place in the championship, because they were tied on points with our race 2 update with the higher and Vishkirchen car. Now, yes, there's less potential for winners' points in Cup 2 because there's less cars in Cup 2 versus GT3, but right now that's a position of 3rd for Bergman in Cup 2 against 5th in GT3 for Higher and Vishkirchen might start to nudge it in the direction of the Porsche Cup 2 entry.
It would currently be 12 for each of them by my working out. So that, in fact,
yes, because we've only got 4 runners in the Cup 2 because one of them's not taking the start. You're
exactly,
very right.
Yes. So the PTT Racing car is withdrawn. So they'd both be on 12 at the moment. And Kalle Bergman and Mons Thalin, I'm fairly certain, have had more than 2 class wins this year in Cup 2. SR only do have 2. So if it did end up going to count back between those 2, I'm pretty sure it would be Higher and Vishkirchen that come out on top. There is the SR Motorsport car heading out of the pit lane, and that car has come in for a tyre change. Now, that was a 38-second pit stop. When tyres are changed, it's typically 2 minutes. I think there is potentially a provision in the regs if the tyres are damaged. I will look into that now because it does escape me in the heat of the moment. But that's a developing story. Let's leave that there for now.
It is indeed. Meanwhile, we have a look at the battle going through turns 2 and 3, and it looks to me as if Bergman, yes, has got ahead of Al-Khoury there. So whether they were listening to us in the box to say, come on guys, you need to get a little bit further up the order to get some more points here. There's a potential to take second in the overall championship scores. They have got through past the A-Works Motorsport number 88 up to second place, and that will gain them a couple more points. Discussions going on down there in the pits now that's a problem for the 198 Ferrari. That seems to have expired on us, and that is the car that was in second place in Cup 1. That's Eric Chung in the AF Corsa prepared machine, and I'm afraid to say it, Adam, that is not in. It was near a fire marshal, which is a good idea if he's had a mechanical failure, but that is in a little bit of a vulnerable spot out on circuit.
No fewer than 6 cars have now got drive-through penalties, including Liquid Moly Team Engstler, including ComTU Racing. There's 6 cars that have got drive-through penalties. I need to get that bulletin up on my screen permanently. ComTU Racing number 700. Engstler Motorsport number 8, the 150 Araujo Competição Porsche, as we have a move for the race lead. There goes Mathis Lismont, got a good run out of turn 9. He was a second back at the start of the lap. I think maybe Leo Pichler may have got tripped up somewhere. Alessio Raffini is just behind them, maybe some negotiation issues among the lap traffic, but all the same, we do have a change for the race lead. Mathis Lismont is into the lead, and that's critical timing, of course, from the perspective of Kirby Powell, because that means he'll have the high ground over Simon Birch, potentially, heading into the latter phase of the race. The 214 car also has a dry drive-through for wrong starting position. That's the Foot Racing by Atlas Ward Porsche. Alessio Raffini and Milos Pavlovic have a drive-through, as do Darren Howell and Sean Doyle. So 5 cars with a drive-through penalty, including the cars currently running first and third in the race. That is a huge development. Yes, Matisse Lismont has just given the potential high ground to Kobe Powell's, but they've got to come through the pits. The 150 car in the hands of its current driver. The 150 car is driven by Alvaro Ramos for the time being. Araujo will get in a bit later on, but that's a drive-through served, and unfortunately ComTU Racing going to have to do much the same.
So the broken down 198 looks to be just being covered under local yellows at the moment. I'm not a strategist, Adam, but I just wonder, for those 6 teams, do you not get this drive-through penalty done as soon as possible? Because if we do have to upgrade to a safety car, you can effectively negate the time lost driving through the pits.
Safety car is now out. You're quite right. The pit window, therefore, will be delayed. It was due to open at 30 minutes of the race left to go, 25 minutes in to this 55-minute race. So as we know from the GT4 race earlier on, this will be a delay to the window, and that means that, as you said, the drive-throughs... now, Matisse Lismont comes in to serve that drive-through. Window close, says the timing screen. That is the pit window they're referring to. Now, I don't know the ruminations of this one. Drive-through penalties should typically be served at racing speeds, is my understanding of the situation. But they're coming in, they're coming through. Now, they might also, of course, find a red light. They have. Furch by Atlas Ward and ComTU Racing have both been held at the end of the pits. So, well, maybe no harm, no foul, because they're only going to lose time anyway.
So, 32 minutes of this one to go on a day that's just continued to deliver drama for us across the different categories. We saw most of the championships and major trophies decided earlier on this morning. We've still officially got some to be decided, of course, in this GT Winter Series. The light at the end of the pit lane turns from red to green, so back out on circuit go the 214 Force Racing and the 700 of ComTU Racing. They will fall, of course, all the way down the order, and we'll wait and see on what race direction and what the officials will say as to whether they have served the drive-through penalty. They've definitely lost a lot of time and track position coming through the pits there. They, of course, could not change drivers at that point because the pit window is officially closed. The recovery of the 198 AF Corsa Ferrari and Eric Chung continues. That's a real shame for Eric and the team. They've had a really strong weekend so far. They would have loved to have got on the podium again, but that's racing sometimes. Mechanically not to be today.
Oh, I'm going to stick my neck out here. I think I understand this one. So then, Regulation 14.10 in the GT Winter Series rulebook prescribing drive-through and stop-and-go procedures. In any case, unless the car is already at the entrance of the pit lane to carry out the penalty, it cannot be carried out once the safety car is on track or the red flag has been shown, aka safety car out, penalty not servable. So for Furch Racing by Atlas Ward, and more pressingly former race leader Matisse Lismont of ComTU Racing, they did just drive through the pits, but I don't think it counted as a drive-through.
And have cost themselves track position. So
yes.
they've given themselves a penalty in a way in that one. That's
force majeure ?
Well, I think that's the safety car was deployed, and they were probably halfway through sector number 2. When there was enough time there for me, Adam, to get the message to the driver to say no, abort, stay out, keep your track position. We'll just have to deal with this later. That's exactly what Liqui-Moly Team Engstler have done. So yes, they do still have to serve their penalty, but at least they haven't thrown a load of track position away in that regard. We're into the second half on time on this one. Safety car continues to give the safety crews down at turn 5 the ample opportunity to recover the 198. Race leader is Leo Pichler. I think the Ratoon Northern Racing team are going to be quite pleased with this, because their rivals have semi-thrown this away. There's still ones of them there. Still got to keep an eye on that Schubert Motorsport Invitational car. But in terms of the points, I think they're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, you make a good point, of course, because the number 8 car is yet to serve its drive-through. In terms of the points, yeah, absolutely. The goal looks alarmingly open for them at the moment. But, yeah, this is a very tricky situation that a lot of teams have found themselves in now. We are under safety car in the final race of the 2025 GT Winter Series situation. Season, not situation. The points situation, which was the next sentence I was going to say, is that currently set to win the 2025 GT Winter Series in the overall standings would be the Ferrari of Cristiano Mathiel, who currently sits second in the GT Winter Series Cup 1's class. Andreas Berg Sorensen leads that class. Mathiel is second. With 5 cars starting, that means he will score 16 points. We ride on board with Mathiel at the moment. Their closest rivals are the SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG, which, by the way, won't receive a penalty for that pit stop being very short, because if there is a single tyre puncture, there is a provision in the regs to allow them to solve that. That is 1 point I will make. So that is that car is now 5th in class, which means it will score 20, 18, 16, 14, 12 points still. Whereas that is also the case down at, in fact, no, in Cup 2, it's now going to be 14 points, isn't it, for Kalle Bergman, because he's gotten past Arif Al-Khoury. So at the moment, Villeco Motorsport are due to move into second in the championship overall. AF Corsa, though, are due with Cristiano Mathiel to take the overall glory. Right, so the safety car is coming in. The pit window will open in the next couple of minutes. But not yet. Some cars coming in, those are drive-through cars. The 333 of Raffini and Pavlovic, the number 8 of Dante Rapange. I think that's okay. So then, Leo Pichler leads Giuliano Holtzum now. Kari Schreiner third. Under pressure for 4th place is Simon Orange, as Jerzy Spinkovic in the Super Trofeo Lamborghini sits 5th. Then it's a 6th place car with the question mark and potentially still a drive-through over its head, of course. That being the Matisse Lismont Compte Racing Aston Martin. They've attempted to serve the drive-through, but they served it in a manner that they wouldn't be keen, or that wouldn't work effectively per the regulations. So they have served it, but I don't think they've served it right. The pit window is now open, and it will be open until 17:27 local time, so in just under 10 minutes.
I'm liking the look at the moment here, Adam, of the Orange Racing number 67, which, you know, per our information, has got Marcus Clutton still to get into that car. I would not be surprised at all if we see an absolute raft of pit stops, and roving cameraman Joe might be a bit busy again down there in the pits in about 50 seconds time. Yes, it's a very different track scenario to 1 week ago in Aragon, and that tremendous job with all of his experience that Marcus Clutton was able to do, as Simon Orange is definitely pushing on, isn't he, to get that car round turn 10. But this car's, I think, back in the contention, at least for a podium and possibly a race win, if we see a similar kind of performance from their experienced driver in the second half of this race. And sure enough, into the pits, right on cue. Thank you very much, Simon. This is going to be the standard driver change for them.
What happens with the ComTU 700 then? Is this a second attempt at serving a drive-through? Foot Racing are also in, the 2 teams that elected to try and serve the drive-through under the pit, under the safety car. Well, we see Kerber Powell's there ready to accept the 700 car, so we'll have to see whether or not that drive-through penalty counts or not. Per the rule book, per my understanding and reading, No, it does not. Kenneth Heyer did well there to avoid the rear of one of the AF Corsa Ferraris. He will hand over to Moritz Viskirchen. Mikael Mack is getting into the 76. There's number 50 car in. Luca Engstler gets into the number 8 now with Dante Rapanta after they served their drive-through penalty. Just ahead of them is Rui Aguas getting into the wheel, getting behind the wheel, I should say, of the current championship leading car, the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari. The red car just at the left of your shot there is the championship leading machine, and it will head out for the final stint with the hugely experienced Rui Aguas at the wheel. Simon Birch exits with a flurry to the circuit once again, and out just ahead of Marcus Clutton goes Koba Powles. There's that little bit of me, that intrusive bit that's a racing fan and not a regulation fan, that really wants Koba Powles to stay in this race, just ahead of Marcus Clutton, but I fear that that drive-through is going to have to be attempted to be served again.
Another note that we should make for fans of the 50 AF Corsa, and it's a calming one for those of you tuning in, that unfortunately the demise of John Dillon and Eric Chung's Cup 1 cars means that as long as the number 50 can keep circulating, the worst scenario that they're going to have in terms of class position is surely going to be third now, which would be more than enough for them to seal the title. So it really is now a position for the championship leaders. Just keep going. Just keep it nice and steady. And that is the very car that stopped at the exit of pit lane. It's the number 50 of Rui Aguas has got going again. What happened there is it Control-Alt-Delete on the championship leading Ferrari. Well, we said just keep it going. They have got it now back out on circuit, but that is a massive moment in the story of this race. Now, surely they've lost track position to, let's say, the other Cup 1 car that is still out there, the Santa Gala Competizione 150. So it's still okay, but what happened there with the number 50?
I think it was Control, Alt, then Delete. Thankfully, hopefully, the only time that Rui Aguas has to perform that particular action. They're still in position to win the championship then, but that was an unnecessary heartbeat skip, I'm sure, from the perspective of Cristiano Maciel, who just watched that happen just after getting out of the car. So then, refocusing on the overall order, it is Giuliano Holtzem in the lead of the race right now. Kalle Berg, in second place as of now. It's, I think, going to be Jerzy Spinkovic, but the order is still jumbled, and of course Sandro is yet to pit. So I think we should just probably leave discretion to the best part of Valor. It will be Simon Birch that leads on corrected time once everyone has pitted. We know that much to be true. Kobe Powles followed then by Marcus Clutton. Those, I think, will be your top three, depending on where Sandro Holtzem rejoins the motor race, which is the million-dollar question, I'm sure, at the moment. Yes, he's not scoring points, but yes, Sandro is going to be a factor in the second phase of this race.
Absolutely, and that's what we're here for in the final 20 minutes of this one. There's Kobe Powles, fastest car on the circuit at the moment. Marcus Clutton not too far behind, and we've got to keep an eye on Jerzy Spinkovic as well in the number 25. That partially rebuilt Lamborghini Huracan after the contact that it had with the car that was directly in front of it in terms of the race order earlier on today. Down the infield straight into turn 10 on the brakes. Marcus Clutton beautifully gets it onto the apex there of turn number 10. He did that fantastic job. I still don't know how Marcus Clutton did that job last week of keeping heat in the tyres, losing heat in the tyres in those tricky damp to wet to damp to dry again conditions, and then got the temperature back. It was a bit of a miracle from Marcus Clutton, and he's going to give it his all here to get that McLaren on the podium once more.
Absolutely right. Yes, he is. And we are into the final 20 minutes of the 2025 GT Winter Series. It is Giuliano Holtzem who leads this motor race, albeit with Sandro waiting in the wings. His twin brother. We'll see quite where he comes out. There's another 4 minutes or so, less than that, to serve a pit stop in. The only car that hasn't done it yet is Giuliano Holtzum. I have to assume Schubert will do it soon. Never mind, they'll do it now. Schubert Motorsport with a driver change coming up. Then Sandro will now get out of the car. I'm almost convinced that was Giuliano in Sandro's helmet there, or at least maybe they've switched their colours up a little bit. All the same, Sandro is the one set to take the helm for the second phase of the race, and that's the information we will go with. There is the number 8 car, which of course has served its drive-through penalty in fair and just fashion. That is, well, it was Dante Repange. It is now Luca Engstler to be at the wheel of that car.
I fear to say this because the last time I talked about this car, we suddenly saw it at the side of the road. But just to confirm that despite that Control-Alt-Delete and very scary moment for the number 50 and Rui Aguas, they still actually have got second place in Cup 1. They've got an advantage of, I think, around a minute actually over the Araujo number 150. That's the third of the Ferrari 296 challenges, but still okay right now for the championship leading combo of Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas. And remember, it's 75% race distance. That's what any car in this race needs to achieve to be formally classified and therefore score finishers points for this race. We've got 18 minutes of this one to go. Just trying to update as well what's happening with those drive-throughs. The pit window is still open for well, less than 2 minutes to go because we're at 17:25 local time, and it the window shuts firm at 17:27. Still not seen the number 700 come back down pit lane. It's had 2 visits, of course, to pit lane so far in this race. They're mandatory driver change and that one down the pit lane whilst the safety car was out, so they're still there in third.
Yes, I'm currently consulting with some higher-ups as to whether or not that's going to be counted as a drive-through penalty or not. It certainly had the same, if not worse, effect as a drive-through. Short to Abkazava from second in Cup 2, having a bit of a moment coming out of turn number 5. That will have allowed Moritz Viskirchen up into 8th overall. Mikael Mack up into 7th as well, just there recently. So then, Simon Birch is now your race leader, but Sandro Holtzum has come out just behind him on the circuit. Simon Birch, therefore, is your race leader. Sandro Holtzum, 5.9 seconds back. So there is your real-time gap for the race lead, and we know both of those cars are clean. However, I did I see track limits associated with the 14? No, it was the 214. Okay, breathe, calm, relax. We're all right. 5.9 seconds, the gap between Birch and Holtzum. Both of them on the right side of the law. Powles is next in third, 7 seconds back. And then in fourth place is Marcus Clutton. He, of course, will be preying on the potential that a drive-through has not been properly served for Koba Powles, or indeed Mattis Lismont before him.
Race officials are properly busy today. I think the number 8 has also received a track limits penalty of +5 seconds to be awarded, if you can use that word, at the end of this race. Pit stop window is now closed, so everyone should have done their necessary changes of driver if they've got a 2-driver team, and if not, come in, done their mandatory stationary period and gone back out again. So Simon Birch is your race leader with all of those stops complete. 6 seconds is the advantage over the Invitational Schubert Motorsport BMW M4, but more drama for a front-running car. Car number 56 under investigation, Mr. Weller, for potentially overtaking under yellow flags, is what I just saw on my screen.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I'm straining to remember the incident, and I must confess that I do not. It might have been just against lap traffic under a local yellow off camera. So that is another drama, and again, that's the kind of thing that's often backed up by a bit of CCTV footage or something like that. So that might be a very hard argument for Schubert Motorsport. We'll see. Simon Birch leads the race. We know that much. He is 8 seconds clear. He is 2.1 seconds faster on the previous lap than Sandro Holtzen. Simon Birch is on a flyer right now in that Porsche 992 GT3R. They first drove that car, Razoon and Simon Birch, here on a GEDLICH Racing Endless Summer event, I think back in November. And since then, it feels rather as if that Porsche and Simon Birch were made for each other. Oh, right. We'll see what goes on in that battle. We'll see what goes on here as well, as Fabian Di Bianca has taken over Hubert Darmetko's Porsche. He was, of course, in the 33 earlier on in the weekend. He's now in the number 7, and he is right on the back of Mons Thalen. This is for the Cup 2 lead. Now, even in second place, the 44 will do enough as it stands to win the second place battle in the championship, but still, what a scrap this is looking like right now in the Cup 2. Di Bianca right underneath Mons Thalen. Oh, goodness me, sorry. Yes, Thalen running wide there. Both of these drivers are 16 years of age, and it's Di Bianca, the Polish teen, that gets to the front.
Second time we've seen a Porsche of some description out in that gravel on the exit of turn number 5. We've got to say that Mons Thalen did a very good job to pull that car back onto circuit as quickly and as in control as he did. They've really got to have their wits about them, these Cup 2 cars, because those of you watching at home, I'm sure have noticed 2 of these other cars busybodying around them. Well, one of them was the 333 of Milos Pavlovic. That's the Autosport Racing Lamborghini 3rd in Cup 4 that's a lap down. That's one of the cars that had the drive-through penalty due to the infringement on start procedure. They've also had, it wasn't Alfredo Hernandez coming through, it was another one of the Cup cars. So they've basically got lapped traffic coming by and unlapping himself. Oh, it was the 151, wasn't it? It was the Matt Griffin piloted AF Corsa. That was the car that we saw in a bit of bother with John Dillon earlier on. It's managed to get back to the pits, get repaired and back out there, which is good to see. Matt Griffin, with all of his Ferrari sports car racing experience, back out on circuit and setting some good lap times as well.
A dozen minutes left on the clock then in this motor race, and it is Simon Birch, the car started by Leo Pichler, in the lead of this race. Sandro Holtzen in the Invitational, Schubert BMW in second place, Kerber Powell's in 3rd. In 4th, it is Marcus Clutton. He is 2.3 seconds back from the Aston Martin. In 5th place, it's Jerzy Spinkovic. Correct myself. It is now Danny Sufi. We've just seen the Conrad Motorsport car ahead of the Cup 4 leader, and now Mikael Mack. Spinkovic and Mack are fighting it out for 6th overall. So Spinkovic is about to come under threat, I suspect, on the main straight from Mikael Mack, having already lost out to the GT3 Lamborghini. Also involved in all of that for position is Luca Engstler and Moritz Viskirchen. Bodywork flying there down the main straight. Quite a lot of bodywork from someone. Here comes Mikael Mack. He's looking to the inside as they approach the first corner. Stronger on the straight is the Ferrari. Stronger on the brakes is the Lamborghini. In 8th overall there you see is Luca Engstler, then Moritz Viskirchen running 5th in the GT3 class. Unfortunately, as it stands, it is a bridge too far for SR Motorsport, for Kenneth Heyer to retain their championship from last year's GT Winter Series. Here's Engstler to the inside of Mikael Mack. That's for 7th overall. And for 6th overall, he immediately goes past Jerzy Spinkovic. Remember we talk about GT3 downforce? That was that. And here's Mikael Mack also past Jerzy Spinkovic. None of this for class position, but all of it very exciting as Viskirchen also gets past Jerzy Spinkovic, who is going to feel like he got the rough end of that deal. He bought the shares at the wrong time.
Falls down 3 positions on circuit. Less than 10 minutes of this race to go, and still plenty to be fought over up and down the classes. Just trying to look a little bit further down the order of where else we've got some close cup battles. I think it's still very tight in that De Bianca Tallinn squabble. 2 seconds between those leaders in Cup 2 at the moment. Getting into the latter stages of this one, third race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. The sun has come out. A lot of us were fearing the weather forecast 7 days ago when we were in the cold conditions at Aragon, but this has served as a bit of a treat this afternoon. There's a bit of debris on the pit straight there that Jerzy Spinkovic has just run over, so I hope that doesn't cause the Unique Racing 25 Lamborghini any further problems, considering how great a job they've done to get that car back into full working order for this race. There was a quick sight of still the fastest car out on circuit, the 700 Aston Martin with Kobe Powell's currently 2.5 seconds behind the Schubert Motorsport BMW.
Fastest car in the race, but the fastest in the current proceedings on a 143. The only car in a 143 is Simon Birch on these 52-minute-old tyres. Of course, true fastest laps of the race aren't forthcoming, but it is Birch that currently leads the way. There's a 5-second penalty to be applied to Sandro Holtzum for track limits, and Kuba Pauls is 2.5 seconds back. That is potentially going to be a change for second overall.
And that's a different notification to the one that we've seen already regarding the potential overtaking under yellow flags. So,
yes.
Yeah, that's a piece of bad news for the number 56 that we weren't expecting, and there could still be more on its way. Past the Greystone GT goes the ComTU Aston Martin. Some good pace at the moment from Mark Kempster in that 170. 147.2, the best lap that we've seen from that car so far today. 7.5 minutes to go, Adam.
Soak in the last minutes of the 2025 GT Winter Series, but fear not if you want to see some more GTs around this circuit next weekend, because the Barcelona 6 Hour will be taking place. This is not for position, this battle on circuit. The 214 Foot Racing by Atlas Ward Porsche of Carol Kret is a couple of laps down on Mons Thalen, and Mons Thalen, who is potentially driving to second in the championship here in the overall standings, will not be thanking Carol Kret for all of this undue pressure. Of course, Carol, with a speed advantage, he can get himself past the number 44 without any issue. They won't blue flag him for simply driving by, but that would have been a blood pressure raiser for young Mons Thalen. He currently sits 12th place in the standings overall, behind Fabian Di Bianca in the PTT Racing number 7.
I wonder if you're in that position at the moment for Mons Thalen, that just let him go.
Yeah,
just do the cautionary thing, because there is a full lap between those two cars. So as you say, Adam, there's no points to be lost in that situation.
Drive-through penalty. Car number 56, Sandro Holtzum, for overtaking under yellow flags. So a yellow flag drive-through penalty for that car, and that means that Pauls will inherit second overall, Clutton will inherit third overall, and in fact, potentially will Sandro Holtzum come out around the avenue of Danny Sufi for 4th position. Sufi might be actually ahead of Holtzum by the time he comes down this long pit lane at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. There is Sufi coming out of the final corner. Just behind him, of course, is Luca Engstler. Where does Holtzum come out relevant to them, or relative to them, I should say? Where is the BM? Where are the Lamborghinis? That's the bit we really need to see, is what the Lamborghinis are doing. They've both gone by. So Sandro Holtzum has gotten past, or rather has been overtaken by Danny Sufi and Luca Engstler. Holtzum down to 6th overall.
And if, and that's the key word here, ladies and gentlemen, if there is further jurisdiction for the 700, because there's still a question mark over their drive-through penalty and whether it's been served appropriately, shall we say. Conrad Motorsport could be on the podium here today, which would be another really good result for Conrad, and just a cherry on the top of the Danny Soufi cake from this weekend. Has already got one title, had a brilliant race earlier on today for the Prototype Winter Series as part of the 1-2. Looking good here for at least a top 4.
Are you sure it's a cake? I would think it's a Soufi souffle.
Oh, they like it.
Danny Soufi currently holding off Luca Engstler. Of course, he is now the 2-time Prototype Winter Series champion. We decided that earlier today in the first race of the weekend, we decided his championship status, and he, of course, cemented that further with a race victory earlier on. If things do work out as such, he ends up with an overall podium, that would be interesting. It certainly won't come on the road, though, some 14.5 seconds back from Marcus Clutton. But a good opportunity here for Soufi to measure himself up against none other than Luca Engstler, who follows him at the moment. They're not in identically spec'd cars, of course, as we continue to see that debris that's been there for a few laps, freaking out a few drivers. But Engstler, of course, a DTM driver, a very experienced driver in the Lamborghini GT3. Soufi hasn't really logged that many miles in the GT3, especially not outside of the Nordschleife. Pretty much everything he's ever done in a GT3 car has been in the NLS or the N24 prior to this year's GT Winter Series. So Soufi under threat. Also, a battle there we just saw Michael Mack and Moritz Viskirchen racing for 7th overall at the moment. And Mack is currently ahead of Viskirchen. Michael in the straight line speed dominant Ferrari 296 Challenge. Viskirchen, of course, in that #1 Mercedes AMG GT3. Oh, and a dive to the inside there from Viskirchen. He moves himself up into what will be 7th overall. Doesn't gain him any points in the championship. Of course, to Andrew's earlier point there, if there is an issue with the 700's drive-through penalty serving, which is still up for debate, then potentially, if they get a harsh enough penalty, Moritz Viskirchen may yet inherit 4th in the standings, and that would bring it to count back for the 2nd overall in the championship versus Bergman. But I do think that actually, even with that, it's still out of reach, sadly, for Viskirchen, because, of course, they have had fewer class wins than Bergman and Monsalin this season in the GT Winter Series. These are, unfortunately, possibly the last laps for Schnitzelbaum by SR Motorsport as the defending champions in the GT Winter Series. We have 2 minutes of this race left to go, then the season finale of a fabulous 2025 GT Winter Series. It is Simon Birch that leads the way by 19 seconds. It needs to be stated, overstated, and then stated some more, quite how impressive Simon Birch has been this season, up against Kobe Powles, who is a very experienced driver in a GT3 at this point, has a whole year of experience in most of the top levels of GT3 racing, and Simon Birch is figuring it all out in real time. Number 700, number 214. Drive-through penalties not served. The Foot Racing by Atlas Wardcar and ComTU Racing's Kuba Powles have been judged not to serve their drive-through penalty because they did it under safety car. So one last twist in the tail of this race, and I believe they will add 35 seconds potentially to the times for those 2 cars, most importantly the one in 2nd place. So Marcus Clutton will likely inherit 2nd here, and Danny Soufi will most likely inherit P3 overall as well. That is if Luca Engstler doesn't get to him in terms of the overall standings, because the GT3 Pro Class car of Luca Engstler is right on the tail of the Conrad Motorsport machine. Less than 30 seconds left. This is the final lap of the race, the final lap of the season. Simon Birch is doing everything right at the front. Danny Sufi is going to have to put in a flawless lap to make sure Luca Engstler doesn't get a sniff. Not even an opportunity at stealing away what could well be an overall podium, as it does seem as though the number 700 car of Kobe Powell's is going to be given further litigation by race control for not correctly serving their drive-through penalty. Simon Birch is your race leader, heading into the final corners now. This is turn 10 of the lap. These two drivers, Simon Birch and Leo Pichler, are both taking a big step up in 2025 into GT3 machinery for the first time. They've picked the GT Winter Series as their foundational step into GT3 racing, and both drivers have impressed, but arguably one of the drivers of the season will come across the line to win the final race. Overall, it is Simon Birch who wins for Resoon. He will finish on the road ahead of Kobe Powell's, but Kobe is more than likely going to receive additional penalties. So Marcus Clutton looks set to take second overall and second in the GT3 classification ahead of Danny Sufi, question mark, because Sufi is still under immense pressure from Luca Engstler out there on the circuit. Where is Engstler? And where is Sufi? There they are now coming out of the final corner, and it will be Sufi that holds on to what should end up being third overall once Powell's is stripped away. Luca Engstler will end up in fourth overall if that is what happens. Also, of course, the GT3 Pro winner, Sandro Holtzum, crossing the line ahead of Moritz Viskirchen, who provisionally will be falling short of championship glory in the GT Wind Series. Where is the number 50 car? The number 50 car will be coming through the last couple of corners, I believe, at the moment, with Rui Aguas at the wheel, and that car is on its way to the championship in GTWS. Waiting for the red car with the Lotus Blossoms upon it. Cristiano Mathiel debuted in racing at Estoril, and in his second ever motor race, he managed to secure himself an overall race victory. Now coming out of the final corner in the midst of a battle with Di Bianca is Rui Aguas, and that secures the title for Aguas and Mathiel. They are the 2025 GT Winter Series Cup 1 champions. They are the 2025 GT Winter Series overall champions in his first season in a racing driver, in his first 7 weeks as a racing driver. Cristiano Mathiel is already a champion, twice in class and overall. Great stuff from Aguas and Mathiel this season, and great stuff in this race from Simon Birch along with Leo Pichler. The Resoon More Than Racing team have had plenty to celebrate this weekend. Birch has been a busy boy. I think he was also laying down some reference times in one of the GT4s earlier in the week in the practice sessions. And, well, quite the point of reference for speed, isn't he, at the moment? The Rocket, as people have been calling him, including his teammate Leo Pichler. There's Marcus Clutton pulling up to the 3rd spot under the podium. But again, drive-throughs not served by the number 700 and the number 214, according to timing. So we'll have to see whether 2nd place remains the position for Kobe Powell's. As of now, it has not updated on our timing screen. So that's going to shake out in the wash. 10 seconds worth of penalties eventually for Sandro Holtzum for abusing track limits. That might move the Schubert Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 Evo down in the standings. Now Danny Sufi has pulled up underneath the podium, which tells me that certainly he thinks he's got a podium. We still don't know quite what's happening there because Powell's penalty has not been applied, but Danny Sufi hops out of the car after another good race with the help of Carrie Schreiner, who of course started the race. Sufi and Schreiner, a fairly good duo. as is Danny and Dan Ort, the data engineer for AF Corsa, and for Conrad Motorsport. Conrad, a small, close-knit team, and all of these guys have such great camaraderie. Danny, who at times, I believe, has quite literally slept in the workshop down at Conrad Motorsport, really has grown to live and breathe motor racing over the last 3 years, this European crash course of his. And he seems to think he belongs under the podium, which would rather suggest that Kobe Pauwels is going to receive some form of additional reprimands for serving the drive-through at the wrong time. It has been acknowledged that the drive-through was not served by the 700 and the 214. What hasn't been acknowledged is the manner of punishment. When a drive-through isn't served, typically it's a 35-second additional penalty. So that's what I'm expecting to come down the pike. We'll have to see. What we do know is that Simon Birch and Leo Pichler are our race winners. And of course, the biggest thing we know is our overall champions in the GT Winter Series. It will be the pairing of Rui Aguas and Cristiano Mathiel who leave as champions in this event. Of course, Kalle Bergman and Mons Thalin will be the Cup 2 champs as well. In the Cup 4 category, it will be Raffini and Pavlovic who come out as the champions there. And down in the pit lane, Izzy Browning is ready for a chat.
I am indeed. I have our final race winners next to me, and I said to Simon this morning that I didn't think it would be the last time that I spoke to him, and it's definitely not the last time that I'm speaking to him. But I'm going to start with Leo because, of course, you started the race. A first race sharing the car. You've come away with the win. All the cars around you getting penalties, but you just had the stint that you needed before you handed over to Simon.
Yeah, I had a really good start, and then we were leading the race, and we tried to keep it really clean without mistakes. And then I handed over to Simon, and he just finished with a perfect job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've done what we've seen you do so often in this Winter Series paddock. I know you've not been here for the full season, but the times that you have been here, you just drive away from the field like it's nothing.
Yeah, it's good. It's also, for sure, it was a tough battle, but in the end it was a really good stint, and it was crazy good from Leo. He managed to take the start and have control over it, and then in the end he knew that the others had a drive-through, so he could just be relaxed and hand over the car clean to me. So it was in the end an okay, easy job for us. So.
Yeah, fantastic job from both of you. How much did you enjoy that one?
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. It was great fun out there. It was my second race in a GT3, and I'm really happy with it. And also it's really good to share the car with Simon. Great fun.
Yeah, only your second race in a GT3, but it's boding very well for the season. I know I've said that to you so many times, but you must feel very confident now going forward into the summer season.
Yeah, definitely. So we are very looking forward to the summer season, and I think it will be a good one.
Well, congratulations, guys. Go enjoy the final podium. Our winners once again resume More Than Racing.
Well, Birch and Pichler have been absolutely sensational so far in the GT Winter Series. They didn't do the full season, but when they've been here, they've been very fast indeed. So then, the final race of the season, the GT Winter Series, dry starting procedure, thus the GT3 cars started on their own island. Down towards the first corner, it was Kenneth Ayer on the inside line at turn 1. Unfortunately, he looped it coming out of the first corner, and that would ultimately, just a half spin, but it would be a whole lot of trouble for their hopes at a championship win in the GT Winter Series. The Cup cars got underway separately, and it'd be John Dillon that led them away early on. Unfortunately, that car would not be there for the definitive future. Shota Abkavaza had a spin on the first lap as well. It was quite a dramatic first lap of the race, lots going on. Alfredo Hernandez unfortunately found the wall. John Dillon had suspension damage as well. That car limped back home. And there was Carrie Schreider trying to find a way around Giuliano Holtzen. That didn't work. Alessio Ruffini tried to outbrake Darren Howell. That didn't work, but thankfully on both occasions the two cars continued. Meanwhile, working back through the order was Shota Abkazava after his spin earlier on. In the overall standings, he wanted to make as big of an impression as he could in spite of his moments out there on the circuit. Alvaro Ramos was the next driver to get overtaken by Abkazava. We didn't get to see this in the live pictures, but Abkazava was carving his way through the field. At the front of the order, it was Leo Pichler ahead of Mathis Lismont. Meanwhile, number 12 and the number 214 side by side. Abkazava continuing to work his way through the pack, racing a little bit on easy mode there, wasn't he? Anything but for Kalle Bergman, because he was still under pressure from Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury as the number 12 Lamborghini went by. So there's the 198 car in the wars. That was Eric Chung who had an issue there, unfortunately. Mathis Lismont moved through into the lead, but as that happened, we also got notification of a drive-through for incorrect starting positions for that car. They served the drive-through under that safety car period, and that, unfortunately, would be judged not to be good enough for our stewards. That is against the regulations, Article 14.10 if you're curious, and that therefore meant that the penalty would be served retroactively at the end of the race. Heartbreaking momentarily for the number 50 car as Rui Aguas pulled to one side coming out of the pit lane post pit stop. Thankfully, Control-Alt-Delete got the car running again, and the soon-to-be champions would continue racing out there on the circuit. Milos Pavlovic was making up lots of time, as he so often does at the wheel of a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. And while this man, Mathis Lismont, was running fairly well in second place on the road, that would soon become a much lower position after the penalty was applied. The Porsches were having a good scrap as well. This was DiBianca, the young talent from PTT Racing, going up against Mons Thalen. Thalen would ultimately come second best in that one. DiBianca and Darmetco winning in the Cup 2 class. The recovering Matt Griffin would go past them several laps down. They did manage to get the Cup 1 number 151 running again. Luca Engstler, meanwhile, was making up ground. He managed to get himself past Moritz Viskirchen. Danny Sufi got past Jerzy Spinkovic, and then we had a four-car battle as Spinkovic was under pressure from Mikael Mack, Luca Engstler and Moritz Viskirchen. This was over 6th overall, if memory serves me correctly. Milos Pavlovic unlapping himself only against Shota Abkazava, unfortunately. There was a penalty, a drive-through penalty for the car number 56, Sandro Holtzum. That was for overtaking under yellow flags. Moritz Viskirchen got past Mikael Mack for 6th overall towards the last 10 minutes or so of the race. And as the race clock hit 0, it was once again Simon Birch all alone out front, doing his own thing, having a good time, and winning the race. Very, very cool stuff from him. So then Birch is out of the way at the front and winning the race. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange taking second. Sufi and Schreiner third overall. Luca Engstler eventually fourth in the race, winning GT3 Pro. Moritz Viskirchen in P5. In 6th overall, Koba Pauls, along with Mathis Lismont. That was after their penalty, so they were dropped to 6th. Mikael Mack winning Cup 1 in 7th with Andreas Sorensen. Holtzum in 8th place along with Holtzum. Jerzy Spinkovic winning in the Cup 4 class ahead of Shota Abkazava in 10th position. In 11th place, Hubert Darmetco along with DiBianca winning Cup 2. Aguas in 12th along with Maciel winning the championship overall. Mons Thalen in 13th, Hernandez 14th, Al-Khoury 15th, Pavlovic in 16th place. 17th position for Gonzalo Araujo. Mark Kempster from Greystone GT in 18th position. Sean Doyle crossed the line in 19th in the car he shares with Darren Howell. And Carol Kret rounds out the overall top 20. Matt Griffin and Eric Chung both one getting to the flag several laps down. Eric Chung unfortunately not able to reach the checkered flag. We saw his car pull up halfway through the race. The marshals are making their way down to the pit lane. Speaking of in the pit lane, Izzy is there with the new overall champions in GT Winter Series.
I am indeed with our 2025 GT Winter Series champions, Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas. Guys, first of all, congratulations. How amazing does that feel?
It's truly amazing. So we start just to get experience, and to win the overall of the Winter Series, it's a fantastic experience for sure.
Yeah, incredible. And I have to remind you, of course, that you won in your first weekend in a car race, and then to win the first championship as well is really incredible stuff.
It is. We start well. We have a couple of surprises in the middle, but we end up on a positive position.
Exactly, Rui. Just before I ask you about the championship, I have to ask you, of course, we saw you pull over to the grass in that race briefly. Just tell us what happened.
There was, I think, a misfire. The car would not start during the pit stop. And then it finally started, but it would not go. So I had to do a full reset on the dashboard. And finally it started, luckily. Otherwise, it would be the race finished there.
Yeah, luckily, but still champions. How proud are you, first of all, of Cristiano and also of the joint effort that you two have done?
I mean, it's been great to see the progress from Cristiano from a few tests only last year, and to do the first race and winning also the first race on the first weekend. It's been amazing. I'm looking forward to carry on working. I think to win the championship with him is unbelievable, really unbelievable. The team did a great job with all the guys, the mechanics, and preparing the car. I'm really happy with the AF course also.
Well, we need to let you get up to the podium so you can celebrate, so we will let you get up to the podium now. Congratulations, guys, our 2025 GT Winter Series champions.
Massive congratulations to Maciel and Rui Aguas. Great point raised by Izzy that we've brought up several times, that in his second ever motor race, on his second ever day in racing, Cristiano Maciel won a race overall solo, no less, with no help from Rui in the race itself, because it was a 30-minute sprint. And from there, both Aguas and Maciel have excelled. And at the end of it all, their consistency, as metronomic as it was, has resulted in championship glory for them. What an effort from the AF Corsa drivers, the two Portuguese drivers, of course. And it was in Portugal where we saw Cristiano Maciel for the first time at Estoril, taking that stunning wet weather victory in race number 2 of the season. We must say congratulations as well to Kalle Bergman and Måns Thalin, who provisionally have taken the second position in the points standings overall. They took second in the category Cup 2 with 4 cars in there, so 14 points for them. And I believe it will be 14 points as well for Viskirchen and Higher. So it will go down to countback, but I believe on countback Bergman and Thalin will be second in the championship. They have largely flown under the radar this year. Cup 2 hasn't often been at the very front of the field, the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. We've seen them have some great battles here and there, but Bergman and Thalin have done their thing, got their mileage in, have really had a great season together, having previously been teammates, albeit not in the same car, in the Swedish Touring Car Championship. That's a cute little birdie at the bottom of the screen, isn't it? I'm not enough of a bird watcher to know what that was, but it is sweet. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car, of course, will be, by my reckoning, third in the championship points once all things are ironed out. And that does, of course, mean that Kenneth Hire and SR Motorsport are not the champions for a second year in a row. They were our champions last year, along with JMO Hartling in that GT3 car. But for Viskirchen and for Hire, they will still, I'm sure, be happy with their season, and I have no doubt we'll see SR Motorsport again in 2026. We can now go down to the podium, though, because Andrew Mather is ready with the deluxe helping of trophy presentations.
Thank you very much, Adam. It's a busy cooling down room here for all of these podiums, not just for the final race of the weekend, but also for our championships. We're going to do things in a slightly different order because of some travel permutations. So we're going to start with GT3 Pro. Please welcome your Race 3 GT Pro winners in the Liqui Moly Team Engstler Lamborghini number 8. Please welcome Luca Engstler and Dante Raponge.
Ahí están los vencedores de GT3 Pro con Engstler y Dante Rampage.
And to present the trophy to the class winners, please welcome race director Werner Eichinger. So Luca has got some travel plans to get straight up to Le Castellet afterwards here this evening. A good performance there from the Liqui Moly Team Engstler team. And a few more photos to be taken. And no time to spray the champagne. Thank you very much, guys. We'll hopefully see you again soon. So back to our normal order. We will go back to our Cup categories. And first up, of course, will be Cup 5. Please give a big round of applause for your winners in Cup 5 for AF Corsa. It's Darren Howell and Sean Doyle. And the trophy, the winner's trophy, once again to be presented by GEDLICH Racing race director Werner Eichinger.
Sol carregat de donar l'enhorabona i per tant doncs continuem amb la Copa 4.
Few more photos for Darren and Sean on what's been a good weekend for them. Thank you very much, guys. Well done once again. We move to Cup 4 next for the Lamborghini Super Trofeos, and the first 3 all receiving trophies for their efforts here this afternoon, and some super work from everyone involved. Been brilliant to see the Lamborghini Super Trofeo machines in action here this weekend at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. First up, in third place for Autosport Racing, please give a big warm welcome to Alessio Ruffini and Mrs. Pavlovic. In second place for Artline, please welcome once again Shota Abkazawa. And winning in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Cup 4 once again for Unique Racing, a big hand for Jerzy Spinkovic. And to present the trophies for our top 3, the third place trophy from Stefan Lerner from the GEDLICH Racing organisational team, the second place trophy from Matteo Varga from Pirelli, and the winner's trophy once again, our race director Werner Eichinger.
La poli dels Lamborghinis, la Copa 4, la tercera posició amb Alessio Ruffini i Milos Pavlovic, el segon lloc per Shota Abkazawa i Jerzy Spinkovic, que s'han portat la victòria en aquesta darrera, la prova de resistència d'endurance de 55.
Big smiles once again on the faces of our Cup 4 drivers for their photos down in the press gallery. And champagne, of course, as well for the final race of the weekend from our partners, Quinta de Arcash. I'm sure those will be enjoyed later on this evening. On to Cup 3 next for the McLaren Artura category. Please give a big warm welcome in a short moment's time. They've had a really testing day. They bounced back brilliantly in that third race. Your winners in Cup 3 for Greystone GT in the 170, it's Jaden Kelly and Mark Kempster. And to present the winner's trophy once again, welcome back race director Werner Eichinger.
d'aturar i l'equip guanyador Jaden Kelly, Mark Kempster amb el número 170.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the Greystone GT team, who've had a real test the last couple of weeks. It's good to see them here on the podium in the hands of Jaden and Mark. Cup 2 is next, so we start with our driver in third place, who has had another superb weekend, continuing to develop and grow for the A-Works team. Please welcome in a short moment's time, once the bottles of champagne have been arriving on the podium. They have been fantastic the last 2 weekends here in Barcelona and in Aragon. It's a very warm welcome once again to driver number 88 for A-Works, Ahmed Al-Khoury. In second place for the Rilico team, another great drive and a great season overall for the car number 44, Kalle Bergman and Mons Dallin. But your winners in Cup 2 here today for race number 3 for PTT Racing, a brilliant comeback drive for the number 7, Hubert D'Ameco and Fabian De Bianca. And once again, the trophies to be presented by Stefan Lerner from the GEDLICH Racing organisation team, Matteo Varga from Pirelli, and Werner Eischinger, the winner's trophy for our top 3 in Cup 2. Great support as ever for our Cup 2 drivers. Drivers, the champagne is all yours to spray and to enjoy. Hope to see you all again very, very soon. On to Cup 1, the last of our Cup categories, and of course it's for the Ferrari Challenge 296 runners. Let's first of all welcome in third place for the Santagal team in the 150, Alvaro Ramos and Gonzalo Araujo. In second place today, a dramatic race. It had a heart-stopping moment for these guys, but they made it. They got home, and it's a good day for them for AF Corsa. Please welcome your runners-up in Cup 1 here today. Drivers of the number 50, Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas. And to your winners, also driving for AF Corsa again here this weekend, a very professional drive in that race. Your winners in Cup 1 in car number 76, Andreas Sorensen and Mikkel Mack. And once again, the trophies to be presented. The third place trophies by Stefan Lerner, the second place trophy by Matteo Braga, and the winner's trophy from Werner Eischinger. Big cheers once again for our top 3 in Cup 1. It's champagne time at the end of a long, long season, and for one team in particular, there's definitely reason to celebrate with a little bit of the bubbly on the podium here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Fantastic scenes. The champagne flies at the end of a long winter season. We wish all of our drivers in Cup 1 the best for their future racing programs in the summer and in the spring immediately as well. So we move to our final podium for the race ceremonies here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Really, gosh, definitely getting a good use of the champagne there. GT3 is our last port of call for race podiums, and let's welcome out our third place team. What a weekend for this squad. They've already had plenty of success in the Prototype Winter Series, and now they have a podium in the GT Winter Series. Please welcome your third place team, Conrad Motorsport, team number 11, Kari Schreiner and Danny Sufi. In second place on the podium again in the endurance race like they did 1 week ago in Aragon, a superb performance from Orange Racing. Please welcome the team of Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. And to your race winners here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, they dominated, they stayed calm, they emerged on top. For Razzoon Northern Racing, give a big, warm Barcelona-Catalunya welcome to Leo Pickler and Simon Birch. And the race trophies to be presented once again by Stefan Lerner with the third place trophy, Matteo Braga from Pirelli the second place trophy, and Werner Eischinger the winner's trophy for our top three in GT3.
Danny Sufi, alla seconda posizione Simon Lorenz con Marcus Clutton, nel McLaren ben però l'ultima cura nell'area della cultura Messesburg, Limo Pickler di Simon Birch, alla prossima
A big congratulations once again for our top three in GT3. It is champagne time here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. And these guys know what to do with the champagne. Fantastic scenes here for our top three in GT3. But that's not all. We will start with our championship podiums in a short moment's time. But after many fierce rounds of competition, well-earned rest and drink for all of our drivers in GT3 and all of our drivers in the GT Winter Series. A few last inter-team photos for Kari Schreiner and Danny Sufi. Well done, guys. They really have had a superb weekend. And with that, we will move to the championship trophies, starting with Cup 5. Please welcome out onto the podium the winning team for the GT Winter Series 2025 in the Cup 5 category for AF Corsa. It's Darren Howell and Sean Doyle. Here come Darren and Sean to receive their trophies for their championship efforts. And I do believe that, once again, the championship trophy will be presented by our race director, Werner Eischinger. A consistent running throughout the year for the number 5 AF Corsa, and they leave as class champions this year in the GT Winter Series for Cup 5. Next, we move to Cup 4 for those in the Lamborghini Super Trofeos, and they've been with us throughout the season with Autosport Racing. Please welcome your 2025 GT Winter Series Cup 4 champions, Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. And to present the Champions Trophy, once again, we welcome back race director Werner Eischinger to hand over the trophies, and Matteo Braga from Pirelli to hand over the Cup 4 season championship trophies to Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. A few more photos down in the press gallery, and thank you very much, Alessio and Milos, for all of your hard work across the course of the last couple of months. We move to Cup 2 next, and not just the trophies to be awarded here, but the prize money as well. But let's talk first about the drivers in this one, or the winning team as well, SPV. What a season they have had. Please welcome the drivers winning in Class 2. It's Kalle Bergman and Måns Tallin. And the trophies, once again, to be presented by Werner Eichinger and Matteo Braga. And this is the first of our categories in a few moments' time, where there's extra prizes on board. We'll have some photos, first of all, for the drivers, Kalle Bergman and Måns Tallin, who've not just done well in Cup 2, they've done very well in the overall standings as well. A few more photos down in the press gallery. We would like to welcome out one of the team representatives from SPV Racing and the cheque of €18,000 to the winners of the Cup 2 class for the GT Winter Series 2025. A very proud moment for the SPV team, particularly on a day where the competition in Cup 2 was high, it was fierce, but they've won out across the course of all the rounds that we've seen across the Iberian Peninsula the last couple of months. Next up, Cup 1 and the Ferrari Challenge 296 winners. We've already seen them on the race podium. Let's welcome them out once again. Your champions in Cup 1 for the GT Winter Series in 2025. Please welcome once again Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas. And once again, the trophy for our champions to be presented to them by Werner Eichinger and Matteo Braga from Pirelli. And big smiles for our champions in Cup 1. They have been superb. They've had their ups and downs across the course of the season, including today, but they are your class champions, and we'll see them again in a short moment's time for the overall stakes. Let's welcome out, though, for the team and the prize check going to AF Corsa. A big round of applause to AF Corsa, your Cup 1 team champion. And the prize of €16,000 to the top team to help with their efforts in their future racing. Very, very well deserved for Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas. Thank you once again, guys. Don't go too far, as we'll be seeing you again very, very soon. Last of our class ceremonies for the championship is, of course, GT3. GT3 has been fantastic once again this year, but there could only be one winner. Please welcome your winning driving pairing in GT3, Kenneth Heyer and Moritz Wischkirchen. Tremendous racing from Kenneth and Moritz throughout the year, and they're very well deserving to be receiving their trophies from both Werner Eichinger and Matteo Braga from Pirelli. They never gave up to the end, and well-deserving class champions, and they've done pretty well in the overall standings as well. And of course, the team behind them. Please welcome out the team representative from the winning team, SR Motorsport. The Team Schnitzeland Racing effort receive their cheque as well for their efforts in GT3 this year, worth €28,000. A fantastic effort from the whole team. They've had many a success in this year's GT Winter Series and other Winter Series competitions across the GEDLICH Racing range. With the photos done, there is one more podium to do, of course, which is the overall top 3 for this year's GT Winter Series. First of all, let's welcome out your team in 3rd place in the final standings overall for the 2025 GT Winter Series for SPV. Please welcome Callie Bergman and Mons Tallinn. In 2nd place for SR Motorsport, welcome back Kenneth Heyer and Moritz Fischkirchen. And your champions in the 2025 GT Winter Series for AF Corsa, the Cup 1 entry of Cristiano Maciel and Louis Aguas. And the trophies. The 3rd place trophy from Stefan Lerner, the 2nd place trophy from Mateo Braga, and the overall champions trophy from race director Werner Eichinger. Big smiles, drivers, lots of energy and enthusiasm, please. I know it's been a long weekend with lots of tough racing, but you've earned this moment to stand on the overall podium at the end of the GT Winter Series for 2025. Big smiles for the photos. And last few photos down in the press gallery there in pit lane. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 teams overall in the 2025 GT Winter Series. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Thank you for staying around for the podium ceremony. For now, though, let's head down once again to Itty Browning and Adam Weller.
Yes, welcome down to the pit lane for the final time this weekend and the final time in our main championships. Of course, we've got the 6 hours of Barcelona to go next weekend, but for our championships, that is everything wrapped up for 2025. And of course, Adam joins me to briefly go through everything. But of course, you've been with us for every minute on the stream, so you would have seen it all already. We'll start with the Formula Winter Series then. Gabriel Gomez, of course, taking that title in what was, well, I suppose Barcelona was a bit of an anomaly in his season, but still a truly impressive run and form.
Yeah, this weekend notwithstanding, he can come out of this one incredibly proud of what he's achieved in the Formula Winter Series. He came in looking practically as if he'd won the championship. He made it a little harder for himself. He took the B road instead of the motorway, but you know, he's done what he's needed to do. And you've got to say a word as well to Finn McLaughlin, the rookie champion. Not that he cares about that, as he told me many times, but in his first season of car racing, to be in the overall top 3. Hello, Kenneth Heyer. Can I have that check? That's a no. Oh, thank you.
Hello.
No, we didn't mean to interact. Go back to your garage.
Lots going on down here in the pit lane. As you can tell, we need to be careful not to get sprayed by the champagne. Andrew, come on into the podium. Carry on with what you were saying, if you can remember your train of thought. Okay, then a word on race 3 in the Formula Winter Series, because that was truly a crazy ending. I mean, Bart Harrison pulling up thinking he'd won the race, and indeed in the end it was Kabir Anurag.
You've got a feel for Bart. You know, it's the ups and downs of motorsport. At the start of the weekend, he didn't have a podium. He achieved that in race 2, and then he thought, wow, I've gone one further and got a race win just to have it snatched away at the end. But the rules are the rules, and the last lap counts as much as all the other laps beforehand. Credit to Kabir Anurag. He's just kept going and going and going all race weekend. It's not been the best US racing performance so far this weekend, but hey, I don't think they'll care. They've come out with a race win and they've come out with a championship, so credit to them. And keep an eye on Thomas Behrman. I know obviously his older brother Ollie is setting the world alight, and best of luck to him in Formula 1 this season. But the programme that they've got Thomas on is very, very similar to what Ollie had. He's not going in all the way through karting. They've chucked him in at the deep end, and yeah, it's going to take him a bit of time to learn. but that was a drive that he could be proud of today. His father, David, was absolutely ecstatic. They didn't care about the 5-second penalty. They've had a top drive, and yeah, he's going to be a name to watch for the rest of the season in F4.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we will move on to the GT4s then. Of course, the title going the way of Mackenzie Cresswell. But also, you have to credit, as I said to Mackenzie this morning, the efforts of Tom Leben and Josh Rattigan to help him bring that title.
Yeah, and I mean, Tom's a true team player. He'll have been hoping every inch of the way that he could help Mackenzie to that title. That's exactly what he did. Mission accomplished. Of course, there was that maybe game all year long. Early at the next round, entry list says no, but there's their truck. And finally, they have been here for the whole year. They've won the championship, which of course they didn't get to do last year. But just like last year, the final race, they came out on top.
Absolutely, they did, and I know the Race Lab duo, disappointment for them at the end, but interesting that the weekend started with Elite having a penalty take the race win away from them, and it's ended with one being handed back. So the racing gods balance things out in the end, don't they?
The racing gods giveth and they taketh away. I do feel for Charlie and Callum. Again, the rules are the rules, and you can't jump a red light, but that must have been one of those moments. So close. You know, the safety car came on top of them. They didn't have any control of that, and just a momentary mistake. That's all we can really put it down to, and they weren't the only ones who made that mistake, and it's cost them a race victory. I think what they can be proud of, though, from where they were 1 week ago, particularly in races 1 and 2 at Aragon, they were struggling. The car didn't look that great. It looked solid as a rock every single race, and they've pushed a championship winning team all the way this weekend. They've got a lot to be happy about this weekend, and they've got a lot to look forward to the rest of their season.
Yeah, definitely something to be proud of, and I can tell you that those boys get along so well underneath the podium every single time. They've got a lot of chemistry, a lot of banter between them, so I'm sure that they will go well in their summer season, if that's anything to put it down to. Right, we'll move on to the Prototype Winter Series then. Of course, the only championship that was decided yesterday, but a bit of a crazy race in the prototypes.
Little bit, yeah. Danny Sufi did what Danny Sufi does best eventually, but there was a swath of penalties, there was some question marks to be answered, but, I mean, at the end, Conrad with their first 1-2 of the season. It's the only time that they've run 2 cars. Zeno didn't wink at the camera, and it paid off for him. He got a second place.
Yep, that is absolutely true, and fantastic to see some new entries in the Prototype Winter Series as well this weekend. Right, final race of the day, the GT Winter Series, of course, won by the championship won by Cristiano Maciel and Rio Aguash, super impressive given that Cristiano was new to car racing just 7 weeks ago. Yeah, 7 weeks ago, about that.
What I love about motorsport is the element of surprise and never quite knowing what's round the corner, and that moment where we saw them stopped at the end of pit lane. I've had a very quick chat to Ruin. It was something as simple as a misfire. They got that control Alt delete done, but my goodness, I think for everyone, for us in the box, everyone watching around the circuit, that was proper bump.
Heart in your mouth.
Because they needed to get to the end of the race. The actual position where they were in at that point didn't really matter. It was just getting to that 75%. Thankfully for them, they did it. But again, a race up and down the field where, similar to what we've seen in the other classes today, there were penalties, teams making mistakes, operational mistakes. You know, the rain's gone away this afternoon, but arguably it's been a tougher job for the teams and the drivers, just keeping their heads in the game to make sure they get the results at the end of the day.
Absolutely right, boys. You know what's coming, or you might not know what's coming unless you've watched last year's show, but you know what's coming. Highlight of the season, go on.
The Izzy Browning stitch-up, because she knows I don't know. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to have to give it to Maciel Estoril. Yes, he's won the championship now, but I think winning your second ever motor race in teeming rain, ahead of GT3 cars, ahead of pro drivers, ahead of people who've done seasons of Ferrari Challenge in the same car that he was in, I think that's one of the most impressive performances of the season. Obviously, I like the funny stuff too, but if we're going purely on like a journalistic, integral view, that's it.
Okay, you've had time to think about it, so you should be able to come up with something good. Come on now. Not that that wasn't good. That obviously was a good highlight.
And his highlights will be within the last 9 days. I had to go way back.
Exactly. Go on then. Hit me with it. Highlight of the season for you.
I was going to say, it is a little bit easier for me, but that third race in Formula Winter Series at Aragon is not one that I'll remember for a little bit. That'll stay with me for a very long time. You had a performance from Finn McLaughlin that was amazing, but there were so many. You look back at that race, you look at Gabriel Gomez's championship, he hasn't had the best of weekends, but you look at the points that he picked up in that race where everything was going on. It's moments like that that make a champion, and Gabriel Gomez is a proper champion. He will go far in this sport. He's quite quiet at times, but he's passionate. He's seen through the rest of the competition very, very well. But, you know, there were so many stories in that third race at Aragon, and if you haven't watched it, ladies and gentlemen, please go back and watch it. It was absolutely incredible. But again, it showed the unpredictability of motorsport and the skill of the drivers in that series.
So many stories throughout our whole season, but it has unfortunately come to an end. Of course, next weekend we do have the 6 hours of Barcelona to round out our winter series action, but for our main championships, that is the end. And all that's left to say really is thank you so much for watching it. Thank you so much for joining us every weekend. To all the drivers and teams for giving us such entertaining races. It has been an absolute pleasure to cover this for you in this 2025 season. And of course, I also do need to thank everyone at GEDLICH Racing who has put this together. It's not an easy thing to put together, but they have done an incredible job. And of course, we couldn't do this broadcast without the guys at Alpha Live. Joe, who's been with me the last few weekends down in the pit lane, who's behind the camera now. We've had all the guys doing the onboards. I previously had Johnny in the pit lane with me at the earlier rounds. And of course, I have to thank producer Will, who has just handled everything incredibly this season. Thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you join us next weekend for the 6 hours of Barcelona. We will hope to see you then.
Hartling for GEDLICH Racing. They both go deep into the corner.